OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
What is up? Welcome back. It's time for some more LPL Pro CSGO. We are super pumped to be here for another week of competition. Conky alongside me, so we're going to have to deal with Pilski today, which is always fantastic. How's things been? You've been running around a little bit today, Conky. I didn't know if you were going to make the show.
I think I'm going to get caught by the old cheeky Rona that's been cruising around. But look, I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling fresh, ready to dive into the broadcast.
Awesome. That is good to hear. All right. Well, before we do that, we do want to give a quick shout out to Orcon, who can sort you out with all your fiber needs. Hit him up with !Orcon in the chat. And of course, you can win yourself a Razer gaming package worth $1,022 if you pick up an 18-month plan. That's pretty sick. And I tell you what else is pretty sick, Conky. This tournament as a whole. So let's have a little bit of a look back as to how things have gone, what they are going to be going like, and where we're at basically in the whole ecosystem. Right now, we're starting to look towards stage 2 as the name of the game. It's the 8-team double elim bracket. It's kind of heating up at this point in time. And that, of course, is when we start to turn our attention toward the prize pool, which is obviously quite top heavy. It's about $10,000 on offer. You have to place within the top 4, though, to grab that. So you've got to be in it to win it.
Absolutely huge opportunity for all of these players, to finally dive in and get their hand on a little bit of that bag at this point in time. And we're getting so close now to that top 4. So I think all the teams are really going to be starting to feel the pressure.
Yeah, indeed. We've been seeing some pretty interesting stuff over the course of this season, so maybe it's prudent to take a little bit of a look back and remind ourselves how things played out on our last match day, which would have been Wednesday last week, and we got to see Vertex going up against Nutty Gaming. That was a pretty straightforward 2-0 for Vertex in that matchup. I mean, it was like a 16-3 and a 16-5, something like that. I think it was pretty much within the expectations, but the second match of the day, 8ballers and Bandits, a little bit more of an interesting one. Definitely looked like it could go either way at one point. Bandits picking up that first map, but inevitably we saw the 2 maps going the way of 8ballers to sort of bring things back in that quote-unquote reverse sweep fashion. Overall, some pretty decent games last week.
Yeah, no, it's always kind of nice to see, and that invite slot being given to Vertex. It's kind of on them to really show what they kind of mean right now. The new roster they've got, obviously with Malta being back in tow and Brace back from France, it really is time for them to kind of show their fangs, right? Because they'd be sort of tipped as the favorites, and I guess the same thing could be said for 8ballers, right? Another of one of our invited teams, they were looking pretty hot, and obviously walking away with that win over Bandits was a big flex for them. So yeah, good position to be in.
Oh, we've got Vertex, DGG, Antic Esports, and 8ballers there in the upper bracket. They'll all have a couple of lives to play with, but for the matches that we'll be taking a look at today, it is a different story. Lonely 5 and Nutty Gaming, obviously going to be on a little bit later, but 1620 Kings and Bandits, that's our first matchup for the day here, Conky. And, well, again, for both of these two teams, and in fact, the two that are playing later today as well, it's their last life here in LPL Pro CSGO. So if they drop this, they're out of the competition, done and dusted, and that's it, unfortunately.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, look, what we kind of know, which we'll get into shortly, is 1620 Kings. A lot of, a couple of roster changes. Obviously, similar story with Bandits, exact same things. So that one should be a really exciting game. But obviously, down the track, later tonight as well with the Lonely 5, it'll be my first time seeing them this season too. So keen to see how they fare up as well.
All right, well, let's dive into exactly what you were speaking about just then. 1620 Kings, their roster coming through for today. And as you can see, Sunshines is there. Now, for those that don't know, he has replaced Script on this roster, and we got to watch him a little bit last night, and that was actually against Antic Esports as well in a matchup that we thought 1620 Kings would really struggle in. They did lose that matchup last week against Antic Esports, but last night they absolutely smashed them. Well, I guess it's not so fair to say that they smashed them per se, but They did get a 2-0. It was tight in the second map, but the first map was quite a solid win for 16
Yeah.
Kings. So
all the way to overtime in that second map, obviously, which was Nuke, but it was really those members that we've kind of touched upon regularly. You know, Nor, Forvint were looking really good as well, but Sunshine's the man out of nowhere, coming straight in, slotting into script spot. Apparently, Forvint was the one to actually find him in that regard. So, you know, we got to hear that last night, but he has been looking really, really good. So great to have, you know, a new entrant into the fold.
Yeah, and on the same token, Bandits have actually had a couple of roster changes of their own, so not sure how I feel about them coming into this matchup. Obviously, haven't seen them play since making these roster changes. I think obviously losing Falcon is quite a big deal for this roster. He, as an individual, was someone that we saw really firing up in this tournament and having a lot of impact. So to me, you know, just off of what my assumption is, basically, this would have to be a net negative for this roster, unfortunately. So we'll see if that does turn out to be the case. But, I mean, Shiny's got big shoes to fill.
Yeah, for sure. It's just such a big change, right? But I think the main thing for these guys is they were sort of, you know, a no-prac team that kind of had that loose dynamic or structure anyway. So, you know, fingers crossed for them. They're still going to be able to just slot in, and the calls, you know, will be a bit looser, will be a little bit more puggy. But, you know, all individual ability is quite up there. And, you know, it's really cool to actually see Slippery back in here because he obviously had a decent run with, I believe it was like a mixture of the Deadweight and Nutty guys a while ago. So cool to have him in there.
All right, well, let's touch on our two important players for this matchup, and it shouldn't be too much of a surprise that we're talking about the new players in each roster. You know, again, we've sort of got a bit of a sense maybe of what Sunshines is going to be able to bring. Whether or not he can replicate that performance from last night, I think will potentially be a big deal in the strength of 1620 Kings as a roster. But if he can do that, definitely he's going to be a player to watch, and you can already see, you know, some pretty solid stats on his side of the coin. As far as Shine is concerned, again, you know, we said big shoes to fill. Falcon, I feel like, probably has been the standout for Bandits, maybe alongside Swanky this season. So to lose him, it means Shine has to come in here and perform pretty much above and beyond if Bandits is going to get that same kind of output from all five of their members.
Yeah, and both of the players, I feel, quite different in the way that they approach it too. You know, like it's not exact one-for-one trade for either of the players either. So, you know, I guess the good thing is Slippery's got some experience behind him. Shrine, one of those new kids on the block, and I think he's got a lot to prove. He was telling me how, you know, he's finally going to get a full series under the Bandits roster. So I'm looking for a big game, Shrine.
Yeah, definitely. First, we do have to check in with what our maps are going to be before we start to dive into the series itself. So Mirage is gone, Nuke gone as well. Overpass for 1620 Kings, Inferno for Bandits. That's not a huge surprise. And then Ancient, the last in the pool.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Inferno for Bandits, exactly right. But I'm surprised we don't have a D2 or a Mirage, but that's exactly right what 1620 Kings have done. They know they're a pug team. Get rid of the pug maps. Let one through. 1620 Kings obviously comfortable on Inferno. But yeah, with Cheeseball, it's always going to be that first ban Mirage. We know that. So to end, yeah, on Ancient, that's a really big one. I think if Bandits don't win, straight off the bat almost, I feel like it could be that 2-0 pretty quick.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, look, we've seen some decent stuff from 1620 Kings in the past already on Ancient. So I agree with you. I think if Bandits wants to win this one, they probably have to do it in 2, but jury's out as to how they look on Overpass. It is not a map that we've seen from them really before. So I guess we're going to have to find out how that does all play out. All right, let's find out, I guess. Let's jump into our first map of the day. It is time for Overpass. And of course, that is the choice of 1620 Kings. And it is a pretty decent map for them on paper. We've seen them play it a couple of times recently. They've got a win against Antic. They've got a win against Dynasty. That win against Antic even was the game yesterday that we did get to watch. And, you know, it was against an Obson that was dropping a 1.8 rating, right? He was plus 11 for that. He almost 30 bombed. And yet Antic only managed to get 10 rounds.
It looked real shaky, I sort of felt. You know, they were kind of lacking that confidence, whilst obviously Obson was stepping up on the CT side. Did kind of fall flat a little bit on that T side. So I think, you know, that's really where 1620 Kings was able to overwhelm them. They had awesome CT-sided control. They were going really nicely. And, you know, as we heard from Forvin in the interview, it was at the helm of Cheeseball, who does lead them in a very structured sense. But it is now up into this opening map, hoping for big things for Bandits to at least give us a good series. But 1620 Kings going to be holding inside Connector. It's Sunshine's at the start.
A bit of an interesting setup here from Bandits. All stacked up near the bathrooms in Connector, and 1620 Kings might be about to walk in that direction. They do have Sunshine down in the Connector itself, and Shrine starts to take an initial challenge. He's probably going to lose his life here, but actually does manage to duck his head back on down. So a 1-for-1 in the connector there for Sunshine is probably as good as he can expect given the numbers that were stacked against him. And it's allowed 16-20 Kings into the bomb site.
Really unlucky there. I saw Nor was trying to have that cheeky little lurk outside B, but it seems that Nibki was very much onto the game. Shrine, okay, finding a very nasty shot onto Cookie through the smoke there. So it's going to be a tough one for Cheeseball and Forvin to hold on to, but Forvin opens nicely. Great flash from Cheese, and 3 to be found. Now the 1 versus 2. Shrine, there was a kit dropped down somewhere in the hands of Slippery, but now he's going to march on in and try and find 2. Great little double up, great little bit of control. He's found the kits, so he will start to mosey his way through, but they're going to peek out at the right time. They're just going to be careful now. They know they've burnt a little bit further of the clock. Do they continue to swing? Yes, they will. What a play there from Cheeseball and Forvin. 2 versus 4 to close out the round.
Yeah, very, very solid stuff. And I mean, look, I think we definitely have come to expect that from an individual like Forvin. Nice little sort of cameo there from Cheeseball as well. I mean, when I look at this roster, I'm thinking Forvin, Cookie, and Sunshines kind of need to be the ones that are having those big, big moments. Nor and Cheeseball locking it down, being able to be that sort of more reliable force. So overall, good early signs here for 16-20 Kings. You know, Sunshines being able to find that 1v1, and Forvin, obviously alongside Cheeseball, clutching things out for them. Do get the pistol. This should be a pretty straightforward one for Forvin to finish off. There you go. Pretty easy in the end. And again, it's the dynamic duo that we saw sort of coming through, shining through really last night for lack of a better word, Sunshines and Forvin.
It's just so awesome to see, you know, we touched on it so many times, just that one rogue player that gets their first HLTV game, and, you know, quite often the first HLTV games and maybe some of those qualifiers here and there where you maybe throw together a 5 team and you do some okay things to get on those games. But this guy's dropped straight into pro and, you know, put up some big numbers straight away, which is absolutely awesome to see. And, you know, taking a scalp like Antic is certainly not something to laugh at. Very experienced team. And Cheeseball's going to find the opener there with Nor. That's the double up onto the boost with the nades. That's a little Astralis stack, if I'm not correct, not mistaken.
Well, it's worked out. K9 not going to be playing a part in this round and probably struggling to feel like he's having a lot of impact in this game so far. The vast majority of the Bandits players are probably feeling like that, especially after the previous round, which was just a clean wipe for 16-20 Kings. It's got that money building up nicely. And it's not looking too crash hot for Bandits right now. Down a player, barely any util to play with. Absolutely no money if they lose this round. Or starting to creep his way through the monster tunnel. Does lose his life. There was a smoke down late as well, so trades are hard to find for 16-20 Kings, and it's already actually a favorable exchange for the CT side. Has sent 16-20 Kings packing as Swanky also catches Forvin out. Such a great start for 16-20 Kings, and it sort of amounts to nothing, unfortunately.
Does indeed. Just good responses straight through that smoke. Shrine with 2. So now Cheeseball going for the long dive all the way up. Swanky is there already. He's already gone for that rotate up, and he does get the information as well. So should be able to call for the rotate here. 20 seconds to go. Shrine, though, will... Slippery, rather, will wait for the time being. So it's really just going to be on Swanky. He has decided to take a bit more of a passive route, which I like. Will they go up on the plant? Not quite. They actually do peak in the end, and some good damage has been dealt, but I think he's going to run out of time. Great hold there from Swanky. Nice little 3k to pick up the first there for Bandits.
Indeed. That's what we need to be seeing. Swanky's been a bit more of a consistent force for Bandits than most. Really solid stuff. Nice flick into the smoke there. But it's not a huge cause for concern yet for 16-20 Kings. It is obviously going to deplete their money quite substantially. Cookie's going to take a little bit more of an economic route by just running the Deagle into this round. But there is definitely a buy here for 16-20 Kings. And if they are able to win this round, then again, Bandits' money is really not looking too crash hot just yet. So the half is still, quote-unquote, in control for 16-20 Kings.
It's just all really going to depend on how they continue to approach this CT side going forward. This time around, it looks like they have played a bit more of a passive route once more. Just one member outside long, the other deeper towards the toilets. Back up sort of more towards the site. 3 members down on B. As is usually where the pressure points do get found. But Sunshine's walking up. I think he actually did spot out Nibki there, but what a shot from Nibki to respond. So they don't even need the extra men up towards this site. They're going to be able to hold it down nicely. Forvin left alone But 16-20 Kings, you know, quite a bit into this round already with no real estate to speak of just yet.
Well, a bit more of a relaxed approach in this round for 16-20 Kings off losing the first pick. Do have Forvint just trying to explore along a little. I think once he's gotten a bit of this map control, that's when you're going to start to see 16-20 Kings putting it together, but they don't really have a lot of time to work with anymore. 25 seconds left, and Forvint, it's almost a necessity that he wins this duel onto Nibki if that ends up being his to take. Not a great start for North. Nibki is going to get traded back on down, and that is, I suppose, good news in a sense for 16-20 Kings, because it at least allows the bomb plant to go down. And Cheeseball finds a sneaky angle past the truck onto K9. All of a sudden, this starts to look a little bit worrisome for Bandits. Swank G getting Pinocchio'd a little bit there by Forvin, and he knew that he was coming. Now 3-on-2, and you've got one flash to work with on the retake.
And nobody coming on that flank either, so it makes it very awkward for Bandits. This was that 3 versus 5, but they've been doing so well to play from behind. It's again Forvin and Cheeseball. They obviously won a very large 2-on-4 earlier on, but it must be the shirtless gaming that Cheeseball's pulling off right now. Man is absolutely dominating with it.
I think he always plays shirtless.
Yeah, I only just picked up on that last night.
Yeah, I've never seen him with his shirt on.
Man that's confident.
If that makes him play better.
Yeah. That's how I used to do it, Jordan. I think in the Guitar Hero days, could never play with the shirt on. Got too hot.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But I was probably 50 kilos less back then.
I do remember a bit of Guitar Hero. Through the Fire and Flames.
That's an interesting story. Did you know that I went to when I was 16 to the National Guitar Hero Championships, Jordan?
No, I did not know that. What? Hey, why would I know that?
Third place. That was like
that's pretty
12 years ago now. Yeah, it was cool.
Where's the footage of that?
Oh, dude, if I like reactivated my old Facebook, maybe I'd find something. But it probably is like very cursed.
That's literally Guitar Hero Esports, bro.
Yeah, it was sick. Yeah, you remember the old like time zone machines that they had, the Guitar Hero like arcade versions? It was on that. That was crazy.
I was never very
crazy shot from Nibki though.
Guitar Hero, to be honest. But anyway, yeah, I mean, back to the 4-on-4. Nibki's been able to retrieve himself an AK, and if someone makes the mistake of walking up short, then that Zeus can definitely do a little bit of damage. K9's just going to have a look with the USP, but he won't see Cookie exiting the smoke. Oh, patience is a virtue, though. Eventually does spot him out. And some guns being lost here for 16-20 Kings in the round, although you'd have to make the argument that this still looks like it should be their round pretty comfortably. A valiant attempt from K9, but he does not possess the power of lightning, unfortunately.
Forvin already had that wrap into heaven as well, so he's 10-1, Jordan. That is certainly not something to laugh at this early into the game, into now, our 5th round, where obviously 16-20 Kings are going to be walking away with it. Nibki does get to save this rifle on. And will there be an AWP up? Because I'm assuming it'll be Swanky to continue to pick that one up. Nibki, no, it's probably a bit too tight there. Wants to hold on to the AK for sure. But look, again, a nice and sort of smooth comfort start for 16-20 Kings. They drop one, but immediately respond back with another. Yeah, just very much like matching these two teams up. Like, now that the individual ability of Forvin, obviously Sunshine's to add to it, Cookie having big moments on the AWP, they are really starting to become a serious contender because, you know, as Pilski mentions too, right, they play good Counter-Strike. It's correct, quote-unquote, Counter-Strike. So really the only thing that was kind of lacking somewhat was that individual prowess. But as that improves, as the players have more time with them, it's, yeah, they're going to become a really scary roster.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think it's definitely a project that seems to be working out. Especially with that result last night against Antic. I always sort of had 16-20 Kings as a sort of up-and-coming team, someone to watch, but not necessarily a team that's really going to threaten too much. But I feel as though that result yesterday night is starting to turn my head around a little bit. And if they were able to get a really clean victory tonight against Bandits as well, then, you know, that would sort of elevate them up a little bit in terms of my personal power rankings. And I think they, you know, have started to impress, and hopefully they're going to be able to continue to do so.
Well, Antic was stepping up the Paradox the other night. Oh my god. Jesus, that was straight through the wall. So, yeah, a statement against Antic like that is, you know, always a good sign. But yeah, Cheeseball just seems to have that sixth sense right now. Only thing that they've been looking over potentially here is that position. I do believe it was Wild Swanky. No, it's actually Nibkey, but he does get traded in the end. Forvent finds another. Shrine, however, did manage to pick up one in the process. So 25 seconds left. They've got to get a bit of a wriggle on here. But once again, the man to deny is Swanky. Does get traded by Cookie, though. So now a rotation has to come in fast. Bomb will get planted. But will they walk through the smoke? Oh, okay.
Well,
Cookie's got a sixth sense.
He was really sharp yesterday night and doesn't seem to have slowed down too much. I guess it's been a bit of a slower start to him for this series, but this is the first round he's had the AWP in hand and already showing exactly why he is quite the exciting player to watch. 29 will roll around the corner. The fake flash, I don't think that necessarily caught the Sunshines, but it might have distracted him enough. Not going to matter, though. Cookie will grab the round for 16-20 Kings, and 5-1 is the scoreline.
Not quite, but we'll call it that it did, right? You always got to run in with those moments, like the simple flying orb, but regardless, it's a fifth round for 16-20 Kings, and yeah, Bandits just do not have a foothold at all with their cash, making it very, very strugglesome, it would appear. But Nibkey has managed to invest a little further into the M4 for the time being. Very, very motley buy here. Some members with Kevlar, others do not. It is going to at least be a buy of a degree. Nades over the top once more. Again, the Astralis nades doing so much damage onto that boost position. Such a common spot. Nibkey walking in dry, and he does get taken in the end, but Slippery good on the trade. He's looking for more. Nor wants to take the fight, though, but he's only one body shot away. He needs to be careful, but careful is not his middle name, as he does swing and find a second.
Sankey's on a bit of an expedition, isn't he? And he might be able to catch Nor if he gets his timing right, which he certainly is at the moment. All he has to do is just keep on moving. Goes up that ladder. Nor on 35 HP as well. Should be a pretty easy player to deal with for Swanky. Oh, he's made noise. Nor, he didn't hear it.
Oh.
I mean, he did, but it was a little bit too late. And so Swanky just executes him. And again, we're back to 3-on-3. 16-20 Kings are not getting through these rounds incredibly cleanly, as has been, I suppose, you know, indicated by their economy, but they're still getting the rounds. So, on one hand, they're doing really well, Conky. On the other, kind of a little bit scared.
Yeah, for sure. It's just that one potential round that Bandits need to kind of throw them, then they can potentially kind of drag themselves out of the mud a little bit. But regardless, you know, they are getting those rounds. It's going to be 6 here, which is already a very, very big result, I suppose. You know, still it's hard to call this map CT-sided at this point in time, even though other regions may agree with that sentiment. But lots of, you know, these CT teams still not super happy to take a lot of mid-control and take it as short, but that is definitely something that 16-20 Kings will do. But regardless, Bandits at least have found nice things for now, as they give each other a little bit of a cuddle towards the top of the connector. But Sunshines goes down as well. So that is another rifle loss, Jordan. So they continue to chip into that investment fund that they've got right now, and it's certainly dwindling slightly. So again, Bandits do get that full buy in. Swanky finally with the AWP. I believe this is his first round doing so. Good opportunity for a contest into this 8th.
Yeah, I think this is going to have to be one which does go the way of Bandits. Otherwise, this half is... I mean, it's already looking pretty bad. It's looking pretty egregious. 16-20 Kings with 6 on the T side. That's kind of pass score, maybe not quite. Depends on where you feel this map does sit. But Swanky with an AWP in hand has gotten the opener. Nibkey another. So this is a little bit more like it for Bandits. Giving pause for thought for 16-20 Kings now.
Exactly what you need to see, this kind of looser style. You know, Swanky going for the pick long, Nibkey down connector, getting the hunt on the Sunshines. Sunshines, you know, funnily enough, we've talked him up so much, but he hasn't really had an opportunity to strike just yet. It's been all Forvent and Cheeseball. And Cookie with a good couple of rounds as well. But Forvent, the man we're talking about, will he hunt this clear? He will. Great shot, continues to add to the frags, but Swanky on the line. He'll get his second as well. So it's still a heavy advantage for Bandits here, and they desperately need to hold on to this round. Nibkey's got money to reinvest, but a win here would be huge from them. And will Swanky jump spot again? I do think he actually did see Cookie on that line. It's going to be a matter of timing, though. Don't think he's going to go for that peek once more. Swanky actually going on the high ground. Oh, God, I love it. That's the aggression where, you know, you've got that little voice in your head saying, don't peek. Swanky says, go for it.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, look, this is a very good round for Bandits, but I was going to say, they need to make sure they get through it with guns alive, and they do. Swanky, 4 kills. He's been the big proponent of the 2-round wins that Bandits have had so far. And that's going to probably be the point now at which 1620 Kings go, oh, we didn't manage our economy too well. It was fine up to the point where they lost a round, but now they're looking so good.
Tech 9 and a Deagle after, you know, back-to-back-to-back rounds, it sort of feels like, but Swanky going in for that peak again. He has definitely been impressing me, though, this season for sure. You know, I've casted him many times over the years in different events and whatnot, but his improvement has rapidly gone up here as Nibki very much caught. But will he, in the end, go down? I don't think he will, just quiet. Repositioning onto the divider, gets another onto Cookie, now avoiding it as well. Nibki absolutely firing up. Falcon was in the chat saying he was going to drop 30 this map, and hopefully he does continue forward that way because he has been looking excellent right now. These last couple of rounds, 1620 Kings have just looked limp. You know, they've lost those early picks and there's been no real answer. Will Swanky find the shot? Not quite forward. Gets another. Will he find the second? He absolutely will. So all of a sudden, this round does have a little bit of spice kind of sprinkled on top of it.
I don't even think it comes down to necessarily winning this one for 1620 Kings. I think if they can just get another gun or two, then at the very least, they've taken something out of it. Nor's in a good spot to do so as well. He catches Nibki on the timing, and yeah, now maybe it shifts from economic damage to actually winning the round as we're back to the 2-on-2. Still 45 seconds for 1620 Kings. I wouldn't have minded seeing them just back off and change up their positioning, but this was a little bit too readable for Bandits, and Forbin close to getting the kill on the Shrine. Will drop eventually. That's a third for Bandits, but certainly could have been a much better round for them.
Jeez, there you go. Shrine has been putting in a little bit of work. He's had a few impact frags here and there, which has been very nice to see. But, you know, that AWP recovered has definitely given them a bit of a send forward. So 6,400 for Slippery. Yeah, look, Bandits are still in a pretty hot position here. They might have an awkward-ish kind of buy into the next, but at least it's going to be a full buy that we can see in 1620 Kings. Right down to that eco. Mid-peak. Doesn't quite hit the shot. So it will just be that immediate retreat back to site.
Bit of a faster play from 1620 Kings here up long. Swanky wisely won't decide to push his way up there and get isolated. Nibki's fairly solo in the bathrooms though. But again, just backing away to relative safety. He might have been hearing a bit of noise headed in his direction, so he's going to get that smoke down. Spots out a couple of members too.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the backup now of Swanky. He's just tossing a bit of util in and still watching in this direction. Another smoke goes down. That was Swanky's. Now Nibki's right in front of it.
Yeah, loves to take this fight. They're not going to know at all. He actually does manage to reposition. They line up to a degree. Only the one, though. And unfortunately, that will be a rifle into the hands of Cookie. He doesn't have any Kevlar, so realistically should go to Forvin or Cheeseball. But they haven't really had time to make an answer for that one just yet. Moving up towards long. Sunshine is right on the position. Molotov into bank. This actually may very well force Swanky forward, but it appears he's just on the other side of it. And look how confident he is as well. Completely stone cold with the gaze, but he misses the shot. It's an easy one too, but now he's in the hard corner and he does get traded. And you can see he's not happy with that one. Absolutely, don't blame him. Now the bomb recovered, looking to go for that plant, but it's aggressive and Slippery on the other side. They blundered, Jordan. They completely must have thought it was on the opposing side. Now on the Sunshines.
Well, they really needed to go for it.
Do it. Oh, jeez.
They needed it.
Yeah, absolutely.
They needed a safe plant, though. If they could have gotten back to default, got that bomb plant down safely, that would have been a huge difference maker. But in the end, Bandits clutch out a big round. Oh, gee. You know, again, it's just a lot of damage being done here by 1620 Kings to the Bandits' economy. Neither team really feels like they've gotten out ahead in that respect. Slippery's got 5-6k, but the rest of the guys are still not working with a whole lot, and another buy has come through from 1620 Kings. Fast into short water as well.
They're just looking very flat these last few rounds. You know, it's definitely been Bandits controlling the pace, the early picks. And there's Nibki again. He has been so impactful these last few rounds. Just, you know, getting at least 1 or 2 in towards the mid area. And now Nor has got a lot of control up towards this short position. Manages to find K9, but he's got to be careful. He has gone very, very low, and the Molotov will send him packing. Still very split up as well. Look at this offensive sort of position right now. You've got the one lurk from Forvint, but, you know, 16 and 5. He has been absolutely putting in the numbers. Will there be a peak long? There will be. Forvint will find it. It's an impactful member in Nidki going down too. So back to the advantage for 1620 Kings. We haven't seen this in a few rounds.
Yep. Could be the straw that breaks the camel's back for Bandits, but Shrine is still fighting hard. Oh. Excellent flash. He's done it all himself. That's a 2K. Bomb, I don't know if the bomb was spotted, but it will be shortly. And again, it's onto Forvint to try to clutch this one out. He's been having an absolutely stellar day. Is that real? Is he 17 and 5?
Yes, he is indeed. And now look at Swanky straight on the line. Forvint should peek, but actually gets done. Forvint looking for ball. Oh, don't let him have this. Do not let him have this. Shrine is in position. Forvint can now take this fight. He's got to find the line. He does spot it. This is getting dangerous now, Jordan, but 15 seconds. I think Swanky should be in position. Forvint has to be ready for the urgency on the cross. He looks around. He will be able to...
Oh, no!
Left eye peek. Oh, he's done it. You have got to be happy with that. And look at Slippery's face. K9's up, running away. The reaction is spotted in all of them. Forvint... I think, is it 20 now that he's got?
That would be 20 and 5, I believe.
Oh my word. 1v4 effectively, right? He got that pick up towards long as well. Teammate all goes down. Jesus, this Forvint guy. My God.
You better be clipping that one and putting it on Twitter.
Yeah. Skippy.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Jeez. All right, well, that could make a massive difference to how the rest of this half plays out, because money is now low for the Bandits, and if they lose this round, they're going to be on eco.
Oh. The old swanky 30-degree window, taking after his good mate Draken. It has appeared. Hits some nutty shots, but does miss some flat ones there, and gives the opportunity again to 1620 Kings to make their way all the way up towards this site. Now Flash goes out for Sunshine. Very awkward for Swanky. And now he does recover that AWP, but look at Slippery. He is already here. K9 does get burnt down a little bit, but the reposition makes it very, very awkward. No. Sunshines hits the quick scope.
That's a tilter.
Sign him up to FaZe Clan.
That is a tilter. 2 rounds in a row now. It feels like 1620 Kings are getting away with absolute murder. Shrine has walked his way back down to B at the right timing, and Cheeseball just sends it out. Maybe not expecting him on that line. They're going to be aware that he has crossed now. Cookie is going to go ahead and retrieve the bomb. I mean, this is definitely still a very winnable round for Bandits. I think 1620 Kings have sort of fumbled it somewhat. Sunshines!
Oh, Sunshines!
Picks up a
He's
big
doing
kill.
it again.
Now Cookie has to step up as well. He knows K9 has dropped, or he should know, but maybe he doesn't. He's pushed on forward, can't win the duel. Sunshine's dropped as well. Oh, never mind. Cookie did win the duel. I don't know how. What has he just done?
Jesus! Almost knocked my bloody water bottle over there.
Watch this.
Yeah, this is crazy.
He misses the shot. I thought he died.
For the techie, gets the shot, and he takes the duel as well. The fight on top, he hits it as well. Even after being tagged up, looking into the face of adversity. My word, Sunshine's Cookie, double law, backs up against the wall, and they find 8 for 1620 Kings. This has been a bloody game.
You have to call attack pause right there, I think, as Bandits. Because that's 2 rounds in a row, which you pretty much should not have lost, that you have lost. And to, like, the weirdest of circumstances. 2 incredibly tilting rounds, I think, there for Bandits. That said, you know, they're getting a bit of work done in this one, so...
Nipkey's found 2!
Yeah, let's not rest on our laurels just yet. Cookie does come swinging down the stairs, though, with that Tech 9. Salvages it a bit. What is the pace of this game?
It has really jacked up, hasn't it? It feels like, you know, 1620 Kings have pulled the leash off. Just bars off the window. Prison break at this point in time. Changing the approach that they normally do have, and it seems like it's absolutely working out for them. You know, Bandits can be a very hard team to predict, and, you know, Nibki's putting in the work. Feels like he's got way more frags than 14, but regardless, K9 up at the map, looking to lock down the position. Will he get the vision? Do believe Slippery is up there as well, so he's holding his back. This is going to be a tough line, though. Both members looking like they're ready to swing. Cookie's still a while away as well, down in towards that position. Do shoulder spot it. Now K9 up very close. That 5-7 can be very, very damaging here. He does get one. Cookie, though, apparently the Tech 9 is the Rec 9 for him. Slippery, though.
No!
1 and 2. Beautiful stuff to lock it down. This game, last 4 or 5 rounds have just been beautiful to witness.
I can't believe what I'm watching right now. I think that speaks for itself. Well, hopefully that'll restore a bit of momentum to Bandits because God knows they needed it. They got that full buy through. 16-20 Kings, not much bar Cookie. Looks like it'll be a faster play maybe from the 16-20 Kings. Molly's gone through into Monster. They're going to just smoke it out and Forvent leading that charge. Tech 9 in hand. Has gotten almost all the way on to the bomb site, but no kills as of yet, and the rotation coming through, it would make you think Bandits are in a good spot, but maybe they're not. There's still so much damage being done. A bomb plan attempt in the mix as well, and eventually Bandits do find all of those kills. Sunshine's Deagle in hand, spots out Slippery. Can't do much about it though, and Bandits will hold on.
This is such an entertaining game right now. You can even tell that Bandits are having a great time. I still need to throw my mind back to that 4-Vint 1v3 where they're all up out of their chairs. Don't blame them. It's you know, where the player cams come in and add so much to the broadcast. But yeah, look, Bandits finally sort of back on top there. 16-20 Kings looked like they had a bit of work to do, but you know, the second they tried to get that bomb planted, that was when Bandits, you know, finally managed to reload their rifles and get straight back in there. But now Swanky deep in short, does hit the shot onto Nor. So this round looks like, well, they've fully invested. I've only just sort of realized that. Trying to break that economy of Bandits and make them have a rough buy into the... Never mind. It's the 15th round, Jordan. I need to... This is only map 1, by the way, and I've already lost the plot.
Yeah, plenty more where that came from, I think.
Gonna go another 5, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to be seeing too much in this one from 16-20 Kings. To be fair, though, they do have 3 smokes and a flash, so that might be enough to allow them into the A bomb site if used well. Forvin just around the corner. Can't deal with Shrine. Got to say, you know, Shrine actually is looking pretty good. This is 17-9 for him. He's been very, very solid on this CT side. He's been getting a lot of multi-frags, a lot of impact kills as well. So I can't complain.
Or Deagle for the style points. Not quite. Wanted the 4K with that one.
That's really good from Cookie, though. It's really going to hurt the economy of Bandits, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe they have to save into the next round with the money that they've got. But no, it is going to be halftime, and they are going to be walking in with the pistols. So they've done actually pretty well here, Bandits, to bring it back to 7. It was 6-1 at one point in time, I'm pretty sure, from memory. And then it was really down to Forvint to step up to the plate to pull some very big rounds forward. But regardless, it just, has been a very, very entertaining game to what we have seen. So we're just going to hope that 16-20 Kings are going to have a very, very solid CT side for their sake. You know, these guys, I guess after what we saw last night, would have been considered the favorites coming into this matchup. But Bandits, you know, you're never going to start to put them away because they will shut you up.
Yep. That's true. I mean, I think that is literally Bandits in a nutshell, isn't it?
And they will tweet about it.
Yeah, that's also true. I've been getting some good material out of Swanky's Twitter over the last couple of weeks. But I think when it comes to Bandits, you know, you just don't really ever have any idea of what they're going to bring into the server. And the thing is, like, I've said this so many times, I always think they're just going to lose. I always just come into most of the matches Bandits is playing, and I'm like, they're just going to lose this one. And that's how I felt today. I thought 16-20 Kings, they looked awesome yesterday. They got off to a banger of a start, and I was like, all right, Bandits is probably donezo. But
I can't remember who it was. It was either Deadweight or Nutty that Bandits were going up against. And I said to Pilsky in the pre-show, he was like, what are you sort of thinking? I said, look, it's got to be either, it should be a 2-1 in favor of Deadweight or whoever it was, but it will be a 2-1 in favor of Bandits. And that's exactly what ended up happening. It might have been you, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I
remember that series as well. And look, that's kind of what I thought about tonight. I thought 16-20 Kings are looking really good. Yeah. This could be a really good opportunity for them to sort of run away with things. But, I mean, I'm actually surprised Slippery continues to plan there, actually. Very ballsy from him. Guess he had a lot of faith in Shrine. But, yeah, I mean, Bandits, they brought it back in that first half, and now they're on the T side. They've got a bomb plant down, looking like maybe they can win this pistol, and who knows what's going to happen then.
Sunshine's with the trade, though, so it is back onto that 3-on-3. Cheeseball does have the kit, and Nibki lines him up a little bit. Sunshines does manage to actually hit another shot, though, but it's not going to matter. K9 and Slippery on cleanup. Scrod. There we go. B-site secured, locked down. That's 8 rounds for Bandits, so they are going to be not only lining it up, but likely to take the lead unless the Force Spy, which is going to come in for 1620 Kings, does something big.
Well, how good is the T side for Bandits on this map? That's the real big question mark. We know that if they can get it onto Inferno, that's a map that they generally do manage to pick up a lot of wins on. It's definitely their go-to map. But T side of Overpass, I haven't actually seen an official from Bandits on this map, so it's really hard to get a bit of a read.
Oh, look, I think these guys are pretty comfortable to be thrown into sort of whatever. The only thing that I really think they'd maybe be feeling the pressure on is something like, you know, a bit more of a nuke or maybe a Vertigo, but even they've got a couple of wins on Vertigo, so, you know, lots of experience across the board from all of the players. They can kind of be slapped into whatever map and make something work. It's really just kind of when you're going down against those much more experienced teams that will kind of decimate the lack of structure, but it's working right now. Slippery does manage to find another, but great shot from Sunshine, so it is back to that 3-on-3. Looking to run their way out long.
Actually really important that 1620 Kings wins this map. I think
it is. Now
that I've had a bit of a look more back at it, Bandits, if they get this to Inferno at a 1-0 scoreline, I'd back them to close it out there 2-0. Bomb plant's going to go down. So again, Bandits looking pretty good in this round, even though they've lost a couple of members. That's kind of fine when you're on the T side, as long as you're still winning the rounds.
Tough retake. Shrine managing to find another again. Mr. Consistent. Good shot from Cheeseball, but it's all a matter of time right now. They just pretty much have to hope that they can take away some of these weapons, because it is going to be an awkward one if they do look for the save into the next. Potentially time to get on it, but now they've made the call. They're getting out of there. They know it's not enough. Nibki's still alive. He's got an AK in hand, and they'd much rather take these weapons into the next round as well, and especially the Kevlar. So we are likely to hopefully see a force to come in from 1620 Kings. Money is decent from Bandits, but just in that reset territory.
Take a breather. Everyone needs to take one.
Good time to do so.
Just imagine, by the way, what this map could look like had Bandits not let those 2 rounds slip. That 1620 Kings just clutched up absolutely massive. 4Vint with the 1-on-3/1-on-4, and then Cookie being able to get away with absolute murder on the B bomb side. What if those 2 rounds go the way of Bandits in the first half? What's the scoreline then?
Yeah. They continue forward, you know, moving into Inferno with a lot of confidence behind themselves. It all of a sudden does get very, very scary. And again, you know, Bandits continue to show themselves as that team that just won't go down. Lots of doubters, lots of naysayers. But, you know, they've certainly established themselves a good little position here in LPL Pro. Swanky, his famed Mac 10, does find 1. But he is going to be taken down there. So Cheeseball looking to do some further damage. 4Vint, though, doesn't really have anything to support him. So they did throw this round kind of out the window on that eco, just focusing firmly into the 19th here. Cheeseball, good leg shot, but he has to find more. They've crossed. They've taken the fight. Shrine, maybe not looking too hot to go for that, but K9 will save the day and ultimately find 4Vint as well. So a 2K for K9, almost the team ace. And now Bandits, 10 rounds, double digits, first time to obtain it in the series, of course, which has many more to go. We'll see our first series of the night here. We'll have Lonely 5 and Nutty Gaming later.
Well, if we go again into round number 19, and we have not yet seen 1620 Kings being able to pick up a round on this CT side. This is the best looking one though, best solid attempt. Decent weaponry, decent util. Starting to run out of the delaying util though. I mean, there's only 1 smoke and 1 incend. The rest just flashes. So I mean, Bandits have done a good job of just waiting out most of the threatening utility that 1620 Kings have, and now Nibki can start to have a little bit of a poke around toward B.
A little bit of a trade response from the AWPers. But they do sort of set their sights back towards this B position, it does appear, Bandits. Obviously, Shrine low, it might be a bit of a tougher one for them, but they will be walking into the jaws of Forvint. And I just feel like we're regularly sort of repeating his name as of late. But, you know, he's certainly earning it, right? Sunshine's playing this off angle, watching down towards short. The focus still set accordingly. Nibki also having a very, very good game, but now they go for that fight. Forvint does find one. Quickly traded out by Swanky now, so it's going to be on to Sunshine to see if he can step up to the plate. Swanky watching the line onto Heaven. Don't think he's going to be ready for this wild member in Sunshine. Slippery, though, does find another. Now it's going to be an awkward one here for Sunshine, but he does pick up one more. Now it's a 1 versus 2 on the site, but Sunshine's with the 3K, locking it down and getting the first on the CT side for 1620 Kings, and that's that economic break to a degree. We need to see maybe something. I don't know, like, they're going to buy this regardless.
Slippery can buy. Nibki can drop a gun.
Ooh,
they're not going to buy though.
Hang on. This is... I wonder what the call has been there. This is a buy round every day of the week, but... Anyway, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I think that's definitely a buy. You can get at least 3 AKs out.
And, like, barely any money for 1620 Kings. No AWP.
Correct.
Minimal utility.
Yep.
Oh,
win this round.
I'm only the caster, right?
Push really far ahead. You are. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
But, I don't know, sometimes casters have good ideas. Sometimes not. Anyway, I mean, I think we all know now which way this round is going to go. There's really not a whole lot to write home about 4 Bandits in this one. And that's, I feel like, a bit of a pressure release for 1620 Kings when their money was low. This second half hasn't been going so well for them thus far. And Bandits just take a bit of a more relaxed approach to this round, and all of a sudden, 1620 Kings start to build things up a bit.
There he goes. Swankman down. So the opportunity definitely missed there for the Bandits. 10-10 now the scoreline. 1620 Kings bringing it back to the position that they need. Of course, it is a nice one for them to be in. Now having a little bit of sort of a further cash in the bank, marking up around that 2K mark. They'll be able to buy every single thing that they need to get the job done. They're going to hold on to the FAMASas still as well. So just making sure that they do have that reinvestment. But now Bandits are starting to cruise on in. Good walk though. Cookie has been able to find one, but it's again Nibki to get the opener. He was tagged down quite heavy in the process, however.
Still very much hanging in the balance this round. Plenty of time to work with for the Bandits. Plenty of util on both sides as well. It's a big deciding round in how the half is going to continue to play out. The Bandits ahead again, and I think they might be able to run away with things, but 1620 Kings, they've been grinding away nicely in the last couple of rounds. What's the approach here for Bandits, though? They're just chilling. They've barely moved.
Yeah, it's very much when it gets to the position of not being 100% sure on where to go. They are definitely setting their sights down towards B, though. Forvint has a very good angle to deal with it, and Cheeseball just in his back pocket. Nibki doesn't really have a whole lot of health to work with, obviously, from that earlier exchange as well. So now they do start to run through. Good flash timed, but Cheeseball will be able to reposition nicely. Bomb goes down. Cheeseball still looking to take the fight, but will be punished for it. 25 seconds now should be enough time for both Nor and Cookie to start this rotation down. Great nade in, though. Now they're actually starting to walk on it. So Bridge will be smoked. Cookie finds Shrine as he does try to cross back. So Slippery actually does choose to reposition. He's got to take the aggressive fight inside the smoke as well. I like this. He wants to find it. The timing is beautiful. Now Cookie going to give away his position. Slippery goes back into the smoke though. Not going to try and go too far, but it will work out for him. And Slippery, that is beautiful. He plays the big brain game, Stewie 2K impression, and it pays off. 11 rounds for Bandits.
Big round to win for them. Going to force that reinvestment from 1620 Kings, and yet another individual step up for Bandits. It was going all the way of 1620 Kings in that respect in the first half, but certainly has swung back a little bit for Bandits now. Money is all but gone for 1620 Kings. If they lose this round, they're going to have to take that save. Bandits up to 12 and maybe then up to 13. Already a decent start, though, from Cookie. And 1620 Kings, they're definitely fighting hard to maintain control of their map.
Another opening shot. Man is sharp. 2 already. Just so much impact on that orb. Yeah, we've touched upon it so many times recently. It's great to see the man still doing awesome things. Slippery has found his way out. Does get a great spot there on the 4 vent. Now Sunshine's inside the pit. He'll get mollied off, but he takes the forward fight, and of course he's going to win that duel. Nicely done. Molotov down to short to try and isolate Swanky, but he wants to take the fight. He wants to take the duel. He will be rewarded for it in the form of K9. Now they do bring it at least back to a winnable prospect in the 3 versus 2. Yet to get the bomb planted though. Tagged on the way over. But it will go down in the end. It's going to be a tough retake still for 1620 Kings.
Yeah, needed another clutch though from Bandits. Got K9 just hiding inside of that smoke. Swanky's going to clear out short water, and K9 now the one that has to do the duty of defending the bomb site. Flash goes out, Cheeseball gives away his position, but K9 allows these players to start to wrap in on him, and eventually he'll fall. Nor gets it on his own. And that is 1620 Kings going back up to 11. Bandits have not found that big swing round.
Yeah, yet to really do it. Just another opportunity for 1620 Kings to kind of drive their way forward a little bit. Because I'm interested to see what the money is going to be looking like for the Bandit side this time. Will it be that secondary eco in this half? Probably the right time for them. Yes, it is. So just dropping down. Only the 1 set of Kevlar for Swanky. And he's dropped down to 1150 as well. So might not be the best utility into the next round either. But they are going to make their way around the Molotov rather safe. And flashing their way straight through the smoke as well. Cookie still down towards long. He's actually had a teammate to support him. I do believe that is Nor. And Cookie does get the opener as well. Nicely done. Nor is also in position to try and at least cut something off. Good flash over the top to kind of give them some extra space. But K9 in a very awkward position. Shrine, though, does at least get the bomb plant. So this is not a throwaway round quite, if anything, for Bandits. They've still done plenty. But there's Nor now from long. Gets 1. Does find a second as well. Cheeseball to do it. And Nibki, the last man standing, he should be going down in just a second as well. Inside the bathrooms. And unfortunately, it will be marked vacant in just a second as Nor will close. So 1620 Kings finally take the lead back. 12 rounds, but of course they do have to fend off Bandits again, who will have the full buy into the next.
Oh, well, 1620 Kings pulls ahead once again. This has been nothing if not an entertaining game. Very, very backwards and forwards. Real roller coaster. And I'm still not sure who I think is going to win. And then I'm also still not sure that even if that team wins, regardless of who it is, I would favor them for the rest of the series. It's just been kind of like that. Double nade. Ooh, look, Slippery.
Yeah, look at that. 1 HP. 1 HP. The smile as well. You can see that he just was happy with it. Still kicking. That MP9, though, is going to be a scary prospect to deal with for old Slippery. Oh. Tempting fate. Looking for the fight. 4vent walks in. Not even a flash! That's beautiful! The fake walk, like acting like they were about to be flashed in. He does manage to find a very, very large flag, and Cookie is here to do it as well. He has hit some nasty shots, Cookie. 3K again, like Mr. Consistent. He's gone up from having a pretty slow T side, I would think. You know, some decent impact frags with the Tech 9, I felt like. But CT side, he has really stepped up to the plate, dragging 1620 Kings forward. And now 2 rounds the lead. Eco again for the Bandits. This could very well be 1620 Kings kind of putting their foot down firmly now, Jordan.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. 13-11. That'll be a difficult one here for Bandits to come back from, particularly because they're on a bit of an awkward bye in this round. But maybe if they can eke something out with the Tech 9s, then there's still a chance. It doesn't look like that'll be the case. 1620 Kings finally now starting to push ahead. 14-11. The map is definitely within their grasp.
Oof. Still no pauses though. The old classic, just play through it. Hopefully it'll work out. Molotovs go in, and look at this mid-round aggression. Here we go, straight away into mid, looking for the control. Nor is going to go right through, and Shrine, who has had an absolute stinker of a game in a good way, is not ready for it. Swanky's going to get picked up by Cookie as well. Not happy with that aggression. And that's the pace changer that I keep talking about, right? Like, how often do you not see teams go for that CT-sided control on the reg, or at least sort of, intermittently, and that's exactly what 1620 Kings have done. They've had a great A-hold so far. This time they're trying to switch it up. It's at a time where Bandits don't expect it. Now there's only one man standing all the way through, and it's K9. He does pick up one as a response, but Sunshine's is going to rip his head off. That's 15, map point.
Yep, 15-11. That was definitely a map that was kind of teetering on the precipice for a little while, but it certainly seems like 1620 Kings have now done enough to run away with things. One more buyout here from Bandit. Swanky has only got a Glock. He's really late to the party. Has he DC'd or something? Don't know. He has eventually bought up, but he is going to be too late to help Nibki out.
Mum's come in. Dinner's ready.
Yep.
Something along the lines. But it's a good opening pick. Response is there. Cheeseball, though, will be able to pick up another for his troubles. Once again, it's a very forward round inside the bathrooms for the 1620 Kings side. Really looking to get up in the grill of Bandits here. And Nor has taken another step forward. Sunshine's here's the info. Inside connector is very ready for this one. Swanky's going to be walking out, not ready for it at all, but mid-air. Slippery will be able to find him, and there is a member that is somewhat towards B, but he's got a fair bit of space to pick up. And Forvin, he's 28 frags. If he gets the 2 here, but he's got to be... No, he's looking the right way. Doesn't quite connect. So an opportunity for Bandits to still hold on here in the 2-on-2.
Yeah, Bomb's headed in toward the B bomb site, but look at where Cheeseball is. If he is quick, he can do so much work. He's opted not to go up on the short. He's going to work his way in through Monster Tunnel. That nade will do negligible damage to Shrine, but it is this position that Cheeseball now is holding that really is the key in the round. Slippery hasn't spotted him out, and Cheeseball gets that 1-for-1, takes the peek onto Shrine as well, and makes it look easy. That'll be 1620 Kings to win the map. 16-11 on their own choice, Conky, and yeah, a bit of a head scratcher, I guess, for Bandits in that one, because that was definitely a winnable map for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Man, what a play, though, from both Cheeseball and Forvint, right? How many times we saw them pull away some really nasty, 2vx situations and team utility for each other. It really seems over time, as this roster continues forward, they're working each other's quirks out, and, it's really starting to pay off for them. Someone who we're expecting big things from, Sunshines, he just had a stock standard game. Nothing really exciting. It was just Cookie also stepping up to the plate. Nor had a few big moments, but yeah, Forvint and Cheeseball really taking their team forward there, and Bandits certainly threw a lot at them, so I'm surprised to see that they actually did walk away with the 16-11.
Yeah, well, jury's going to be out still as to whether or not this is going to end up being 16-20 Kings and a victory for them in the series or not, but off to a good start. So we'll have to take a short break, and then we'll find out how things do end up playing out on Inferno.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day, welcome back. More LPL Pro CSGO as we dive deeper and deeper into this series. Conky, things have been going reasonably well for 1620 Kings. I think that is a fair statement to make. But Bandits kind of, tossing around some potentially interesting rounds in here and there. And so wasn't quite as clean, wasn't quite as comfortable for 1620 Kings as they might have hoped on their map choice.
Yeah, definitely. Like, we had those moments kind of mid-game, right, where Bandits, off the back of the pistol round, they did manage to drive it a bit further forward, but, realistically, it then was very much like Cookie and Forvent to continue to step up and get those multi-frags, and realistically, kind of at a point towards the end, just, like, locked Bandits out. But, yeah, they were looking really hot, so I think going into Inferno, series potentially still up in the air?
Yeah, I would have to agree with that, I think. Obviously, Bandits have a pretty quote-unquote impeccable track record when it comes to Inferno. The reason I say quote-unquote, a bit of a caveat, is that they haven't really ever versed like a top quality team on this map. They have got some reasonable wins, and obviously that's nice. But, I feel like even actually maybe looking at it, 1620 Kings, you could make the argument might be the best team that they're going to face on this map so far in these officials.
Yeah.
Right? They've beaten Deadweight, they've beaten Nutty. I'd definitely put those two teams below 1620 Kings. X8 Ballers, I feel like that's maybe a bit more of a discussion, to be honest. But I think of late, 1620 Kings have looked a little better than that X8 Ballers roster. So maybe there is a chance for a 2-0 tonight for 1620 Kings. The only thing for me is that, Overpass is not a map that they tend to lean towards all that often. So I don't know what their sort of proclivity is heading into this one. I know that they had a pretty resounding defeat against DGG a couple of weeks ago on this map, but then again, that is DGG, right? And when they get rolling, it's kind of a tough one to deal with. So, as far as what my confidence level going into this map is, I'm not 100% sure which way I'd like to put it. I think maybe I'd go leaning towards Bandits, but obviously there's still something to be said for 1620 Kings. And I guess the best way to decide that is to jump into the map and just get to have a look and see who's going to walk away with it. Obviously, it is a must-win for Bandits, and that isn't necessarily floating over the heads of 1620 Kings.
No. Elimination Station. Ultimately, if Bandits can't win their famed Inferno, they will be going out of the competition, which I think will be quite a sad thing, right? They've had so many different highlights. They obviously came through the earlier stages of the competition too. They were a newer entrant into the competition. So it's been a lot of fun to have a part of them. And, I'll definitely miss Swanky's interviews as well. But look, the key factor will be for 1620 Kings. If they get like 10 on the CT side, that's where I think, okay, potentially game over. But if Bandits kind of keep them tested, keep them on their toes, I will potentially look the other way and then just wait for Ancient. But regardless, we need to see both teams step it up on the CT side, take control, take aggression. And just looking at the utility. So what have we got? Cheeseball with the full set, Ball with the kits. And it's just going to be straight Glocks on the side of Bandits. So it's just going to be taking the fight straight up.
All right. Big map for Bandits. It has been very good for them as well in the past, and hopefully tonight it will also continue to do so. But 1620 Kings is a tough nut to crack. Not the greatest of positions, though, for 1620 Kings as far as the pistol round is concerned. They've got that 4-stack over toward A, which is really just going to allow Bandits into the site. And to make matters worse, Bandits, they really didn't have to do anything even to get into this bomb site. So they're all full HP. They've got plenty of time for the post plant. They even set a guy up in Banana. Cheeseball does start well with a kill onto Shrine and looks for a little bit more. Now that the numbers advantage is there for the Kings, you might start to think that they will walk away with a victory. They're very, very quick into that bomb site. There is a defuse kit, there is a smoke, and they're not missing anything. Nibki is the only player to win a duel. And then he very unceremoniously gets dropped by Sunshines as well. So 1620 Kings are here to play.
It's like the security guard wasn't out the front of the nightclub or something, just let a bunch of kids in and then comes back and tosses them straight all out in the street. Nibki, the only one with anything there. Managed to order a drink, but that was about it. Rest of the team, completely gone. And yeah, look, 1620 Kings, a very clean retake. It's not often you see a full 5-on-5 go exactly that way. It's usually a little bit more of a contest, but 1620 Kings played it perfectly as a team. So now they're going to have that full investment here, and obviously is a gentle buy, but it looks like they're only going to be half buying here. So obviously with that plant, a little bit of extra cash, but not enough to really kind of take it to them. Maybe just another bomb plant, some damage, take away some of these M4s that they have managed to pick up.
Swanky's going to try and do as much damage as he can. Incent does end up going down to force him back. Cookie's dealt with whatever's happening over toward A as well, and so these guys at B can still just focus on what's in front of them rather than maybe having to rotate or whatnot.
Time has been burned, but now they are going to set their sights back up towards A. Cookie playing a good off angle, but it is sort of a one and done position, I guess. If he does get overwhelmed, we'll find the spray down though, and there is 2 and a third. Nice. Does he have the bullets? Not quite. Nibki, again, the only member with frags so far in these opening couple of rounds for the side of Bandits. Very, very sharp eagle on him, but he's going to have a Wild Sunshine's running at him. And yeah, look, 1620 Kings walk away very much unscathed here. Only going to have 1 reinvestment in the form of Cookie. Won't quite be able to get that all up just yet, but he will be able to buy himself a handsome little M4. Plenty of utility to back him up too. So, oh, no, he's actually going to go for the MP9. Okay, so they all want to keep that 2K. Bloody playing the anime shooter, it feels like, with this kind of bonus round buy that we've got.
Yeah, well, Bandits obviously have got themselves an investment, and this is going to be where they want to start to turn that barometer back in their direction. Nibki gets a very solid fight win there. 1 HP though, and he can't escape Cheeseball's grenade.
So the equalized trade does keep them at bay. Banana obviously controlled by Bandits. Cookie just going to have to expend that smoke quite early, I would say. The rest of the members, though, pretty keen to move their way away. Both Nor and Sunshines like the angle from Sunshines. He actually manages to jump himself up. Will he be able to find anything early? No, he's not deep enough. He's just sitting on that boiler side. Does go for the peek now, but he's spotted. Very, very nicely done from K9. Look at Slippery. Actually got to take the jewel. And he is rewarded for it too. Manages to get back through the fire. Last member in Nor, and he's only got a FAMAS to do it. Certainly not the weapon you would like, and K9 is going to capitalize on it. Cheeseball, he'll definitely be saving. But a very solid round there from Bandits. It just seemed like they had that extra awareness that managed to pull the round forward.
Well, if that's how it's going to be, I think this will be a very uphill battle for 1620 Kings. Luckily, they should have a little bit of cash left at the end of this round. Cheeseball saving the gun will help out. So they can give it another crack in the next. But yeah, Bandit's usually very, very good on this map.
Very good, I guess, response early, right? We talk about how important this map is for Bandits just in general, let alone the circumstances. If they continue their relatively hot streak, I guess you would call it, on this map, we get to go to Ancient. That one starts to certainly beg some more questions, but I feel like if 1620 Kings don't kind of have a control on it, Bandits definitely could get away with something. Very CT-sided map, though. Old Ancient, so we'll have to see if Bandits do have what it takes if we get there. Regardless, though, they certainly had the pressure on for a lot of overpass.
They're obviously not going to invest, so let's see what Cheeseball can do. Nice little boost as well on both sides. Sunshine's in the boiler boost. You don't see that one too often.
Yeah, I like it. A little bit of defense as well. Cheeseball doing the same thing.
Yeah, he's got head armor.
It's an interesting one though, right? He's going to be shooting at toes if they don't go the other way. But, okay.
That lab.
No, it was actually Nor.
Yeah, well, look, if it works,
the guy
it works.
at the bottom.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Bandits, you don't want to be letting this one happen. Does get another. Cheeseball is there for 1.5, and his teammate does swing in, but Shrine. Do not throw this round. 1620 Kings. Forvin has nothing to work with. Can pick up a weapon on his way around, but it's going to be rough, yeah?
Oh, you would have thought that that was it for 1620 Kings, but somehow Sunshines doesn't land a single shot. And now it's onto Forvin. 1-on-1. He needs a headshot, but he's obviously got no idea at all where Shrine is going to be. And this is such a cheeky off angle that you're never going to check it. Shrine, well done. Keeps it alive for Bandits. That was a bit of a hard stopper. What does that say? Can't read it.
Received confirmation. We'll get a zoom next time. Beautiful stuff. But yeah, look, well done from Shrine. You know, keeping his composure there. It was nice. 1620 Kings not really going to be too burnt by that, though, I think. You know, they've done well to at least keep the economy of Bandits honest. Now this is a round win that they can have, and they know they're not too far away from a bit further of a contest. But he's, unfortunately, Forvin has been introduced to Swanky's Mac 10 Rush at Banana, which is a very, very spooky one. And look at the way they've gone. They've rotated out immediately. Cookie is there to support the B site, but Bandits are happy with that result, and they can get the hell out of there for now.
Yeah, they should be. They should be very happy with how these last couple of rounds have ended up turning out, because that last one, that well and truly could have gone the way of 1620 Kings, and now the fact that they've started off with a kill in this one as well, it's really setting this T side up nicely for them if they pick this round up as well. Not sure what K9's doing there. Just creeping around, knife out. Get it done. A nice little rotate around to the B side from the B side for Cookie here to help the A defenders. Clears out brackets, but I think that's a bit of false information, to be honest. He's going to go back toward B by the looks of things, and it leaves Nor and Sunshine's high and dry.
He's definitely made the call. Flash goes in as well for the peak. Nobody's home. And Cookie's not going to be ready for the rotate. That is going to be one. Now it's on to the star in Sunshine's. One, two, a third. He is doing it all, and he's dropped the bomb as well here, Jordan. This could be a completely solo run, but maybe getting a little bit too excited there to go for the big play, but it was already large enough. Could be a opportunity for the teammate to actually get back in. They are going to be running around the angle. Nibki ready, but Cookie a little bit more ready here, and Cheeseball's going to find it. Sunshine's the solo hero inside the pit, getting the job done for the Kings.
Yeah. I was so surprised. Like, I thought, okay, maybe he's going to get two here, but I was so surprised he stayed up on the wall for the third as well. And there was no trade from Bandits.
You can definitely see his confidence, right? Like, you know, sort of that thing where it's like, I'm going to make a play here. I'm going to go for this. And he's done that many a time during this series. And it's been, quite nice to watch. But look, I was kind of thinking once he got that third, I was almost egging him on for the ace, really. Both the remaining two members running up Biggity. And we've just been alerted to the fact that there is a tech pause. Shouldn't be too long before we do get it rectified. But yeah, Jordan, like, are you liking what you're seeing from this, I guess, what you would call new 1620 Kings roster at the moment?
Yeah, I have to say, I mean, obviously Sunshine's has been a really, really solid addition to this team. Individually speaking, he's pulled off a lot of really cool plays, and he seems to have a lot of firepower, and that's something I think that 1620 Kings really does need. Forvin was, I feel like at times, kind of doing it on his own. Cookie seems to be a little bit streakier. He's been in good form over the last couple of nights by the looks of it, but yeah, I felt like, you know, maybe Forvin needed just another rifler there that was having some big multi-kill rounds, big impact rounds to help him out when Cookie maybe wasn't firing with the AWP or didn't have the AWP. And it seems like they have got that. Seems like a recipe for success with 1620 Kings and Sunshines. So once they are able to, you know, lock down maybe some of the communication and obviously being able to get him integrated into how their philosophy looks at the game, then I think this is going to be a really solid team. So yeah, very happy.
Again, just good to sort of allude to, right? You know, teams are actually getting better. It doesn't feel like it's that constant kind of top 5 gatekeeping scenario. There is mortality, certainly. It almost looks like even Paradox is potentially besting out Vertex for a little bit here too. So there's definitely that back and forth, the contest. Keen to see LFO back in competition too, now that they are back on Aussie soil and New Zealand, of course. Lots of things to come up during the course of this year. But Swanky, one of the sole members with the rifle, does take advantage of that opening, and he's been given the B site for free. Oh, I'm almost in a position where you potentially ask, is this a save? But no, it's not. Cookie, Cheeseball, locking it down. So they've still given a lot of control here. They know that Swanky potentially has this real estate. And the rest of the members, they can't even get the bomb crossing. Look at this from Shrine. Now they're alert for sure. Look at Cheeseball. Giga Brain.
Swanky, though. He's got an AK, and he's going to creep out onto the line and catch Cookie. You know, he looks like... He half looks disappointed even when he gets that kill, you know? Just watching his camera, he does the same movement whether he wins or loses. It's so funny. He's like got his head down, and then when he wins, he like pulls it up and like almost looks like he's sighing. Anyway, it is 3-on-2 now. Bandits have got the bomb down. They can definitely still do a lot of damage in this one. Cheeseball gonna flash the lads out onto the side, but that nade lands perfectly. And Sunshines does actually catch Swanky. K9 gets caught as well. So the 16-20 Kings do get that one over the line, but it is a very tight affair again.
Well done. And just, I love that play from Swanky, though. Like, to even allow entry into the site, not only does he find the first on the cross, he also finds the second where he knows the situation. He calls for K9 to wait and allows safe passage into the site. So at least it was something, you know, further damage to that economy. 16-20 Kings certainly haven't put themselves in a position where they can relax just yet. Still another buy to come in from the Bandits, obviously. And, yeah, money, not great. So this is a proper reset territory. It's either we see Bandits pull it, they get 4, or 16-20 Kings can extend their lead out to 6, but you know, never gonna question anything. Right, looking for the fight. Does actually get one under Forvin, who has had a bit of a slower game in this one. It's definitely been the Cheeseball show so far, 9-1.
Yep. Guess you can't always be the guy that's running out the frags. Gotta let the other lads have a bit of a crack. 4-2, it's definitely still not built up enough for 16-20 Kings that they can rest on their laurels yet. And that is a cheeky timing from Nibki. He also finds Nor. That's a site. Unless Cookie has something to say about it. Well, this could be interesting. I mean, it's really on him. He needs to find 2, 3. One's not enough.
Yeah, certainly not. A little bit awkward, you know, losing kind of, I guess, almost 1-on-3 on that site position. Just Nibki cruising on through, getting all that he needs, allowing for the call for the rotate over. But no, Bandits, they walk away again with that third. Cheeseball making a call, calling for some rounds, it would seem. Or at least some teammates. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Forgo that third, and you know, what are they going to kind of do? Pistols around this rifle, I would say, nothing more. Hope for some damage. They almost walked away with that big one before Shrine got the 1v4.
Yeah, it has to just be pistols, right? Maybe someone else gets a bit of armor just in case Cheeseball drops and you can grab that AK. Yeah, Cookie's gonna do it. Oh, not much of a chance in this round unless Cheeseball really decides to get aggressive. Puts himself over towards B. It looks like it's gonna be a B stack and just hope that Bandits head in that direction.
Still an opportunity. Never going to count him out here. Stack towards B. We'll go for that late Nana take now, after they've had a little bit of a wander around. No aggression has come through. So only Forvin, yeah, hiding in Graves. So I do actually like this approach they've got, but now as that utility does start to head its way up towards B, Cheeseball needs this opening frag. Shrine playing with fire.
Well, now they know where the AK is, though. They're just going to go back over to A. They're not interested. So this is where I think 16-20 Kings, they just have to book it over towards A and hope that they get the mind game right. They're not going to move, though. And in all of this time, Bandits are clearing it out. Are they going to go around the world, though? That's an interesting choice. This could still go wrong for Bandits with 30 seconds left. I'm not sure why they've opted to make this call, but Cheeseball, well, he had the chance. did head in his direction. It looks like it's going to be okay, though, for the bomb site hit. I mean, can you just imagine if Cheeseball gets 1 or 2 there?
Yeah, there was a world where it turns on its head always. At least it does go the way that it should have in that scenario, right? Bandits pick up the 3rd. They also pick up the 4th as the result. And yeah, looking at the finances of 1620 Kings, clearly didn't listen in Econ 101 or whatever it is in school these days. They are down with just the Pistola, no Kevlar, and a big nade stack. Where are they going to be taking that? It's a bit of a different stack. Okay, so some down Nana, some down mid. It's pretty late nade stack though. K9 does feel the fury, but unfortunately, no frags just yet. Forvin wants to fight, but Shrine says no. Last 2 members in at Nor and Sunshine's no real things that they can potentially do. Is that a collateral dink? I think it was, but it's not enough. Nor. Ooh. Jeez. K9. Goodbye. Oh, no! Not quite. Gets the job done. Gets the AK, but I think it's going to be a very hard-pressed save.
Well, another kill. So at least they're getting something out of this round, but you're right. 5 up on the T side for Bandits. So much money for 1620 Kings now, though. 2,900 loss bonus. Not going to be enough to really buy next round.
Is this the first time we've sort of really properly seen Cookie with the AWP now? I'm just trying to think back.
Yeah, I think on
proper
this map, yeah.
solid round, yeah, for sure. And he had such impact on Overpass, so maybe this will be the difference maker. It allows kind of a position where they can be a bit more confident in their position. Good anti this time from Forvint, but unfortunately he loses his teammate in Cheeseball before he can really do anything, and that's the aggressive play. 3 members towards Nana early. Sunshines has to go for a risky play, and he will be rewarded as well with the gamble here. Nade goes off the walls, should force Swanky back, and it does, but yeah, Sunshine's very erratic playstyle. I'm loving it, all for it. As Forvint picks up another onto Slippery in the process. He went far too. He went all the way down Nana for that frag. And now it's only a 2-on-4.
Has been spotted. B once again trying to come up with the goods for Bandits. Pulled off a huge clutch for them in that anti-force that they looked like they'd lose. Gonna need another clutch out here from Bandits if they want to continue this train rolling on the T side. Not sure about this one from Forvin. Just a bit over-eager to take the challenge in Banana, giving up full control of B, and now Bandits. They're going to have that bomb plant down, and it's now 2-on-2 for the post plant. This round was looking really good for 1620 Kings, and now it's almost like it's Bandits to lose.
Yeah. Util all on Cookie's hands, but, you know, obviously having the AWP as well makes it tough, and you can see this level of hesitance right now. So far that they need to go. Only sort of benefactor is that both of them have kits. Cookie now looking to jump onto that line. Molotov goes down, gonna force him away. Can actually make it through though. The angle being taken. Shrine actually finds it and he falls off the line too. Can he find the frag? He can. Actually looking to go for it, but Swanky is all up in his grill. And that is going to be Bandits walking away with another round. 1620 Kings have not been doing what I need them to have a successful round, as K9's also had time to make a cup of tea between that one. Well done.
It's a disappointing one for 1620 Kings. Probably should have been their round. Kind of needed to be their round, more so. Because now they've, been broken once again. Bandits are up 6-4 and maybe 7-4, so they're really putting together a lot of rounds on this T side. Forvin has got some other ideas though. Wants to get that AK, but the Molotov's getting layered into Banana will make it impossible for now.
How has Cookie found that one? Cookie's found a second? No Kevlar, P250, he's just fended off 2 members. Like, this is the whole thing about the eco round. 2 sets of Kevlar, only a couple of upgraded pistols, really, if we think about it. Look at this. Good as you like, gets out of the fire. But it's just that mental game, the change in pace. It's like, okay, this is a throwaway round, right? We've got pistols, we've got to do something risky. And now it's a 5-on-2. Like, if there's this level of confidence, obviously, it has to be justified. with rifles, like the potential turn of the tides. And this still happens, obviously, at tier 1 level as well, internationally. You know, you see so many teams that considered the best players in the world losing counter ecos, but they haven't lost the round yet. We did see Shrine pull off that 1v4 against the kind of half by eco thing. So Bandits still in with a shot.
$30 seconds left for Bandits. Going to make their way over toward B, which means they're really not going to have time. They're really just going to have to charge their way into this bomb site, and as long as those guys on B just tuck in, they should win this round. Nor's in the perfect spot to play from. You just let that contact come through for Forvin. And then Nor takes the swing, and that's it. 16-20 Kings, they do make amends. They're up to 5 now.
Oh, man. It is just the classic, isn't it? Every time this happens, 5 alive. No one had anything even to look at really of interest. Just, you know, Deagles, 5-7, some Kevlar. But, yeah, geez, huge round from 16-20 Kings, and definitely kind of that pace breaker, right? You know, now they've got kind of 3 rounds left to work with. They've got a solid buy, should have a reinvestment. Cookie with the AWP back up. And they've got an opportunity to actually break that economy of the Bandits. So realistically, they could potentially walk away with 8 or 9 here.
I think they need 9. Bandits is a really solid team on this map, so you know, you need to be getting the maximum possible out of the half if you've got the opportunity. And I don't obviously think that that really is in the hands of 16-20 Kings at the moment. It's really up to Bandits, who've kind of been dictating this half for the most part.
So a minute left. Where do they actually take it? Sitting in Diggity. It's going to be a tough position to overwhelm there, but it does look like they've got their sights set towards A. Waiting to see if anything will peek mid is Slippery. But they do have quite an aggressive line here for Vin on the other side. I love it! 2 big frags on the defense, and now it looks like Slippery wants to go for another. Forvin says, come at me. The old hand wave from the Matrix there.
Ooh, could still go the way of Bandits, though.
Taken. Yeah, there's an opportunity here.
Cheeseball was 9-1, but now he's 9-5. Slippery is not missing a beat right now. Cookie's having a bit of a look with that AWP, but he's not seeing too much, and surely not another one here. 16-20 Kings, they had everything in their pocket. They can't afford to lose this round. The grenade doesn't go deep enough to tag K9. They've got some flashes, but no more grenades or Molotovs. A back of sight for both of the Bandits players. This is looking really dangerous for 16-20 Kings. They haven't been able to get it done, and time again. Well, Cookie, he gave it a solid crack, but
2v5?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty inexcusable, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. That was just so well played by Slippery in the end. And, you know, the teammate dynamic there was absolutely beautiful. You know, it sort of shows that as long as you've got confidence in yourself, you can go against a relatively experienced team in 16-20 Kings, like as a roster, as a 5, right? You know, most of them except Sunshines have been together for, you know, a fair bit now.
Yeah.
That's the one. That was, yeah, a very, very big, I feel, punch in the gut there for 16-20 Kings. And now they can likely kiss that lead of the half goodbye unless they pull through here.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not even the first time that's happened this half. You know, we saw earlier a 3-on-2 that went the way of Bandits. So 16-20 Kings, it's not like they're unable to get themselves in good positions. It's just that they haven't been able to close these rounds out. And it's really costing them in this first half. Bandits still well and truly ahead. As you say, though, a buy-in from 16-20 Kings. They could still salvage something. They could still make it to 8. They could still make it to 7. I mean, they kind of need to get another couple more to just give them that platform to build into the second half with. But it has been a bit wishy-washy, I feel, for 16-20 Kings on the CT side of Inferno so far.
Inconsistent, I guess, is probably the word, right? You know, they have these moments of brilliance where they're doing really big things, and, you know, for Forvin to not only take that line and the shoulder shot, this is what I mean, Swanky misses absolute sitters and then will hit a pixel.
It's one of those guys.
How are they going to go? Still 2 members on site, 30 seconds, the wrap starting to kind of not be too much of a choice. Forvin is taking control in his own hands. Cookie waiting for that CT push. Swanky looking for more of a fight. Does find him, and he gets the shot. It's on to Nor, who has much more than he needs to find here. K9 gets out into position. It's awkward for Nor, as he has to go back a little deeper, but Forvint is here. Nipke ready for it. And Cookie, surely this is a save call. Yep, he runs into CT, and then he runs straight out. No bar in this round.
Another one goes the way of Bandits. They just seem to have this knack when it comes to Inferno, don't they? Well, best case scenario now for 1620 Kings is they can get to 7, but I think that is even probably out of reach, considering the money.
Just not enough, you know, like, I can't sit here and say that I feel like 1620 Kings are going to take it through. There is always a world where they do it. You know, they've still got the AWP. Rough looking kind of buy into this one. Probably just a save. You know, juggle around the AWP, take it somewhere spicy, go for some aggressive plays. But yeah, Bandits very much in a position to potentially walk away with at least 9 or 10. And, you know, T-side Inferno, again, it just continues to plague these CT teams. Sort of in this mid-tier, you know, maybe tier 2, 3-esque kind of area in AU NZCS. Just lack of confidence, lack of control, and allowing so much room for the Ts to kind of dominate. And whilst we did see a few moments from 1620 Kings, you know, they've all walked away with a full eco, almost walked away with another eco as well.
Yep.
And they've still only got 5 rounds.
Yep.
And oh, pistol too.
Yeah, a little disappointing in this first half. I think that's fair. I suppose there's not a map that 1620 Kings really puts a lot of time into or plays a lot in officials at least. It's the second time I've seen them on the map, and the other time was a 16-4 loss against DGG. So suffice to say, at least based on what I've seen, there needs to be a bit more work put into this one for 1620 Kings, particularly because this is like almost the most played map in the pool.
Yeah,
in
huge
AHS.
staple. There's only so many pug maps you can ban, Cheeseball. Mirage is gone, Dust 2's gone. You got to play one of them.
Yeah. And like, I get wanting to go towards the extremities a little bit more, 100%. And in fact, I'm on board with it, but if you're going to sacrifice things like Inferno, then that's going to be a problem. But that's going to be a bit of a problem for Bandits as well, apparently. Cookie, with a saved AWP, alongside a couple of really nice shots from that P250 of Sunshines, have suddenly started to make this round look like it is going to be doable. Slippery, again, needs to clutch it out. And he's been a real monster, but no chance.
Cookie with this AWP. Just so many times he hits such big shots. Oh, man, it is such a treat to watch. But yeah, 1620 Kings giving themselves a lifeline, giving themselves an opportunity to take it forward. And they've got all the utility in the world that they could ask for, and unfortunately for the side of Bandits, the economy has been broken, but as I said, you know, it was something that could have been done so many rounds ago for all 1620 Kings. This time, behold, aggression, straight up, warning shot. They've actually put a pause on it, though. I like to see that. They're happy with their control. And now they're looking for some sort of boost, a run boost across. Find the line, find the AWP. No, Swanky, you don't get away with that one.
Almost did.
He's still alive.
Cookie's going to change his position up, but Swanky's been given a lot of time to work now into the site itself. And he might be a little further forward than the CTs are expecting, but not so for Shrine.
Swanky's got through.
Orvin hasn't spotted him out. He's been spotted as well. And Cookie died to Slippery, so once again, a decent setup for 1620 Kings. It just doesn't pay off, and now Bandits are into that bomb site, and 1620 Kings will have to make this retake happen 3-on-4. At the very least, they have an Incend and a grenade for Nor, and the same for Sunshine. So if they can chuck those into the back of sight, open up the angles here for Cheeseball with the AWP, then, of course, that makes a big difference. Nor sees Nipke crossing. He'll be coming that over to his teammates. Wants to take this fight as well, and does. And now they know where Slippery is. Onto the defuse. Cheeseball takes that tap. But they know they've got time. They're not going to risk it just yet. Slippery now goes up and over the top. The shots are not connecting. And 1620 Kings, they finally do manage to break through a couple of rounds in a row, and they get 7 on the CT side.
Oh, so much heartbreak in that round, man. The back and forth, it was like they gave away the opportunity. Forvent being up on that boost, let Swanky through the Molotov down, gave the info over to the side of the Bandits.
Yeah.
So, yeah, look, a lot of opportunity kind of dwindled away there. So, realistically, I think you're exactly right. 1620 Kings definitely need more time, more runs on the board on this map. The inexperience is definitely shining through in some parts, but I'm not going to criticize too much because now I get to criticize Bandits if they do anything poorly on this CT side. But the benefactor for them is the fact that they are a little bit looser. They are a little bit more confident in themselves. So, I do expect them to take some risks on this CT side.
Yeah. That's definitely true. We know Falcon was someone that really just liked to go charging down Banana, but
absolutely,
are we going to get
through the
same
fire,
thing
through
now?
the nades? He's in the chat too. Shouts to Paddy, supporting his boys.
He's been spotted. This is an interesting pistol round from 1620 Kings. They've obviously split across the sides of the map. Left the bomb toward Banana, bottom of Nana. And they're just looking for a pick, but they're not finding it so far. And eventually the call is going to be rotate over toward A, see what can happen. Swanky. Oh, he does get out of that one alive and actually turns around for another tap. That is some masterful pistol work from him. I'm surprised Cheeseball even wants to take this duel still. Granted, Swanky is on 2 HP, but 1620 Kings only have 2 players left alive.
Gone. Like the wind. Absolutely everyone in here. And Shrine's happy with it too. He has, been one of the highest performing members of Bandits in his, I guess, debut to a degree. I know he's played a couple of games under this roster, but it's kind of been a sub in nature, and it's still, to a degree, rings true here. But I think he'll be a bit more of a mainstay if the Bandits roster do stay together. Be interesting to see if they actually end up, taking a little bit more seriously, right? Like, they've had such a good run with little to no prac. I think no prac would probably be the right way of putting it. But, at least they take the game seriously as a roster when they're here, as a 5. They get the job done. And it's been nice to see Slippery back in the server too. It was always a bit of a shame to see him gone out of the previous roster. But I think now that I believe it was his work schedule that kind of kept him away from putting in the real hours. But I could be wrong there. I have been wrong before on broadcast and made myself look like an idiot, but that's fine.
It wouldn't be the first time that someone has had to take a back step because of work and such, but not really even any upgraded pistols in this round for 1620 Kings, which means it should be a pretty routine one for the CT side. Always nice to get rolling on that CT side, and especially when you've got only SMGs to find the kills with. It's a lot of money into the back pocket. But now we start to ask the question, do they want to buy into it? Do you upgrade your guns?
Easy peasy.
Stick with the MP9s?
I think so. I like this, because now they can do something silly, and it'll probably work. Where will they take it, though? That's the question. Forthcoming in apps. Down Banana. Doesn't look like it. They're actually playing a way more passive route than I've expected. You have the one member sort of slowly making his way into the apartments in Shrine, but he doesn't look like he wants to go too far, really. He's just kind of holding the end. Does start to walk on up now. That nade actually might give away a little bit of extra info, but he falls away.
Not a huge amount of map control taken yet by 1620 Kings, but they have been able to at least clear out sandbags. Brackets is going to be the one that's a bit more difficult, though.
What's going to happen here? Control given, but not keen. Where will the rotate be? Forvent looks for the hunt. Does actually manage to collect onto Nibki. A little bit delayed on the reaction there. The old 60 ping. But still a little indecisive, I suppose. Swanky has actually sent the utility down, but he wants to rotate back. He's got a read on this. He's got a read on this for sure. It is going to be the wrap into CT, though, but only with 30 seconds to do it. It's certainly going to be a tough one. And I think whatever information... Look at this. This is beautiful. If Bandits don't manage to walk away with this one, I will be sorely, sorely surprised. 20 seconds. They can reposition accordingly. They're sitting inside the smoke, Jordan. This is what I mean. It's brilliant to see if they can lock this down. They just have to stay alive. 10 seconds into the corner. Slippery causing chaos, locking it down. What an immaculate call from the Swank Bank. Shrine just needs to live. And they have won the round off that. Are you joking? 3 members sitting in a smoke pays off.
I cannot believe it. Look at how much money the CTs have got as well.
Jeez,
this is the kind of tomfoolery Bandits get up with a little bit too often on Inferno for me.
But I have to call it, right? Like, just to clarify for anyone that's going to call that a stupid play, because I definitely think that 1620 Kings would be tilted off that one, because it's like, what the hell are they doing? But Swanky's read, I don't know what the hell caused it, but he's gone, this is the call, we're rotating B and we're stacking it, and it pays off. I love it.
Pays off in a big way.
Yeah.
I mean, that is a huge round to win for Bandits. 6.5k already up for Shrine. Swanky's on 3.3. In a good spot to deal with this, but I wonder if Bandits will let a round like this one slip just as... You know, just as it's looking like they're going to really get it going on the CT side. Nibkey, he does well enough to at least salvage something, but now you're going to get that bomb down. A lot of time to find a post plant here for 1620 Kings as well. Couple of incendiary nades, though, for Bandits. Could be the saving grace.
Kit in the hand of Slippery too. At least they have something to work with. Molotov is good. Forvint, though, inside the fire, taking matters into his own hands in the blaze. And now Slippery has to very much rely on this. Still has the molly, still has the smoke, but the timing, the walk, Forvint goes for it. And he's awoken, finally. He's had a very slow Inferno, but it looks like he's going to step up into the plate here as he looks to give his homie a cuddle in the corner there on the A side. But finally, we see a round for 1620 Kings. They haven't let the previous round set them off. And I'm glad that they didn't, right? Because it can be such a shame to see one round kind of break the mental of a team. But I think that's exactly what we need to see from the roster like 1620 Kings. But even whilst they've been losing, they've still been smiling. They've still been having a good time. They know it's a new roster. They know they've done well in this competition so far. But, you know, I think how hard they have worked this season, I would like to see more. But for now, we have a quick technical. I do believe it is on the side of 1620 Kings. So hopefully they should have this sorted very, very soon. But that is what the pause is for. And K9, is he going out to, like, check a score on the footy or something like that? He keeps running out of the room.
I don't know what he's doing.
He's done that, like, 6 times this map.
Yeah, he was away in like, one of the other rounds that we were watching, the one that Forvint clutched out. Like, he was walking back into the room.
He was, yeah. Oh, God.
Interesting. Anyway, it is the pause on the 1620 side of things, so we know it's at least not K9 that's forcing this pause.
Yeah, he's still there. He's still fragging. Who have we lost? Cookie. So he's just had a cheeky little disconnect. Not exactly sure why. Maybe he was frozen on the cam, but looks like he is about to join in. We just have heard from production. You don't have to deal with our faces for now.
That's good. That's lucky.
Agree.
What's that?
I don't know. I think we scrub up all right, to be honest. We get back on the camera day after day. We'll make it happen.
87% for Bandits?
Wow. Yeah, fair. Maybe. I mean, the money's good for 1620 Kings now. They should get their 9 here for sure, but Swanky with that saved door, maybe there's a different story.
Yeah, look, I think if it does go their way in this next round, maybe I'm prepared to sort of get on board with that. Obviously, this is taking into account their previous results on the map, but I don't know. I feel like 11-8. It's not that one-sided to me, but we'll see. Obviously,
like the league gold tracker. Never a solid call for a win.
I mean, look, I think it probably should be Bandits to walk away with this map. I do agree with that. But 87%? That's generous. It is generous. And I feel like 1620 Kings is definitely still quite a solid squad. So I'd like to make the argument that they can bring this one back. You know, they're the team that I think has been the one that puts in a bit of the work and, you know, has been trying to really get on the improve, whereas Bandits, they just play for fun, seems to be the storyline. So I think if you're a team like 1620 Kings or, you know, some of the other teams that Bandits has beaten, then you do want to be winning this series 2-0. That's something that they're going to have to look toward. Look, seems like we're going to take a little longer to fix all of these tech issues up, so we are going to take a short break. Don't go too far away. We'll be back with Inferno right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
All right, well, welcome back on in. It looks like we're pretty much ready to go back into Inferno. So I think there's still a lot of thinking to do about this one, Conky. We're not too sure. Is it going to be Bandits? Is it going to be 1620 Kings? The prediction tracker would say that it is Bandits. What do you think?
I think Bandits still should. Again, should is always the key word, win this, you know, given their history, given their momentum, given that 1620 Kings has kind of let the cracks show. Bandits definitely are the team that should be ahead of the curve. Swanky, though, sits in the flame, and he... Oh, that's, again, that 30-degree window. Will he get the secondary? No, he's lost his opportunity. Now they have the info. They should very well know that this is exactly where the saved weapon is, and that bomb will start to rotate up. But Nibki, he is an absolute demon with this Deagle, and he now makes too many decisions there. Yeah, correct. At least it is that. But Shrine, straight out. Good timing. Oh, no. One. It's always hard to hit that second, though, isn't it?
It is.
Do manage to take control of the site.
He's done more than enough. He's already, you know, gotten himself a kill, gotten the numbers advantage back for the CT side, and they've got so much control around this bomb site. Even if that plant does go down, look at where they can come from. They can come from Carpets, they can come from Dig, they can come from Moto. Obviously, Swanky has dropped, and that's brought it back to the 3-on-3, but this is still a pretty scary prospect for 1620 Kings, and it seems to be getting pushed over the line. But that was a bit too close for comfort for mine.
Yeah, nicely done. Nah, for sure, that one definitely did get real close. Like, they pincered them in so nicely. It is always hard to hit those secondary shots. If Shrine hit another, definitely would have started to sell out the round. But look, well done from Nor. You know, he keeps his composure, finds 3. We did see him lose the plot a little bit in an earlier situation against an eco round. So he's definitely redeemed himself here. 1620 Kings now with 9, but again, you know, the AWP goes over. K9 doesn't have a whole lot of cash to work with, but Slippery should be able to drop over for him. So we are going to see Bandits in another with a full buy. Still opportunistic times. Only time I'll start to, you know, get maybe a little bit more worrisome for the Bandits is if 1620 Kings do push forward, reset the economy, stack themselves up with sort of 6k apiece, but they do at least have another buy in the back pocket here if they're unsuccessful.
Swanky Gonna try and take a peek down mid, but won't see too much. And yeah, sure, an extra buy. That's useful, but I think we probably don't want to be seeing that come through just yet for 1620 Kings. We need to see them equalize before they drop another one here. Every single round at a point like this becomes a really scary one. Because if you lose it, it's one step closer to 16 for Bandits. Very similar approach to this round as some of the previous ones we've seen from 1620 Kings, where they do just split 2 across the banana, a couple into brackets as well, and leave the bomb sitting at the bottom of Nana.
Oh, opportune time. Well done from the Swank. Slippery gets another. So diving straight through that smoke, it now is a bit more of a tougher task for 1620 Kings over towards this position. Still with the Molotov in the hands of K9 as well. He is going to send that down. Unfortunately, Slippery did have to cruise behind the CT smoke, but I think there's actually a little bit of a gap here from what I can see on the minimap. I could be wrong. Now they're gonna have to try and walk in.
Minimap is not always 100% correct, but this time it looks like it is, and it seems like 1620 Kings are actually prepared for that as well. The flash did go in. Slippery's still trying to bide his timing, and no one's really watching this smoke, so he might actually be able to find something. Corvin all over it, and Cookie somehow wins that duel. I didn't think that 1620 Kings was going to win this round 5 seconds ago, but now it well and truly should be theirs.
I'm going to need a replay of that flick if they do manage to win this round. Forvin, that was an absolute wrist breaker. He was looking over towards the site and he's just flicked back and absolutely sent him into the Shadow Realm. But, oh man, you know, well played there from 1620 Kings. But again, it's individual prowess, right? You know, they kind of lose their limbs on the way in and they fight from behind. They haven't really had an opportunity to, you know, take the advantage early, and Swanky did very good things to kind of deny that. So now they are back onto that eco. It's finally a little bit more breathing room for 1620 Kings. They are going to walk straight down mid, and not yet to be spotted. The actual grenade manages to keep them with a shroud of mystery for now, but remaining 2 members down towards the Nana side.
Yeah, I mean, that's well and good for 1620 Kings. They should be able to equalize now at 11 apiece. And now they can start to focus on kind of writing their own story out of this second half rather than trying to play catch up. It is a very slow approach to the T side though, isn't it, for 1620 Kings? They just tend to like waiting around a little bit, seeing what bandits are going to present.
Well, look at the difference. Like, 2 members are on site, the other 2 are still clearing out spawn. That's how far in the heads of 1620 King the bandits are. Just never certain. Gonna have to clear out absolutely everything. Almost calling for their team, being like, look, we've got the bomb, can you help us through the apartments? And they're even re-flashing to take brackets. It looks like they're playing CT right now.
Yep.
And the remaining 2 bandits members are just sitting there going, I hope I get a Zeus kill.
In a way, though, you know, I'm not disappointed to see this from 1620 Kings, you know, because imagine they were to lose a round like this. They've lost a couple of semi-egregious rounds so far on this map, and they really want to make sure that they don't lose any more. I think they're kind of being brought down to Bandits level a little bit, in that these are some very, very chaotic games, oftentimes when we watch Bandits.
Just always excitement. I feel like, you know, even in maps where they've been dominated, still doing something entertaining. So it does look like K9 will be able to secure that AK. And Forvint also hunting potentially for Nibki. Will he find the timing, or will he even not peek for it? Yeah, still, again, this fear Bandits have instilled in them. They don't want to overpeak. They want to make sure that they maintain that cash. But I guess, look, they're really not trying to take away too much. Like, sure, the AK definitely helps into this round, but they were going to have a full buy anyway.
Do you reckon that plant behind Nibki is real?
It's not flailing around in the wind, though, so maybe not.
I'm thinking it's fake. It looks too green.
Definitely. That looks like an IKEA special.
Yep. Maybe we'll have to ask him.
Nothing wrong with that. The best.
Or Swanky. Oh, I thought for a second he wanted to go through that molly. But he's not going to.
Well, he wants to take the fight, though.
He certainly does. And that's why.
This is what I mean! How can he hit those? Man's got a flick on him and he wants to go again. Is he going to find the line? I reckon he hits Cheeseball too. Oh, not quite.
If the wall wasn't
misses.
there, he might have.
Definitely. But look, again, like 1620 Kings have Nana, but now they're just so fearful. There is 3 members there, but there has at least been a rotate sent away from Swanky.
All right. 4 on 5.
Still want B.
Three players now for 1620 Kings. This round's kind of pitted out into nothing, hasn't it? Wonder if they're just out of ideas. They're like, what do we do now? 30 seconds? Well, I guess we have to hit the B bomb site. K9 still has a Zeus, by the way, but hopefully he's not going to need it in this round.
Oh, he's over the top of the flames as well. Nicely done. Yeah, that round had absolutely nothing in it for 1620 Kings. Like, not one time did we feel like they were kind of in control. Early pick goes the way of Swanky. He finds one over towards A as well. And then, you know, they can just mosey on back towards B, like not losing a single member in that round at all. Again, it is that thing that I do occasionally see from 1620 Kings, the hesitancy. You cannot hesitate against the Bandits. You need to show that you're better than them. One team that I remember a little while ago now it was, but when Truckers with Attitude 2-0'd at the Renegades.
Yeah.
In a good form Renegades too, right? That was when they were, you know, doing some damage. It was literally because they just rocked up and said, we are the better team. And, I mean, look, PZ dropped like 40, but still, it was a bunch of, you know, members that hadn't really played together much, but because they told themselves they were the better option, they were going to win it. So we need something similar from 1620 Kings. Otherwise, Bandits are just going to continue to slap them around. And whilst it is a tight enough game, still need more.
Yeah, I think, again, you know, there's still quite a few legs in this one. 1620 Kings, if they can manage to break that CT economy, now is the time where that becomes really punishing because you're running out of rounds to build it back up, and we're sort of still in that position where if 1620 Kings wins a round or two here quickly and cleanly, Bandits might still start to falter, even though they do have the round advantage for now.
Here's that change of pace, though. Much quicker, all the way in towards Library. Forcing Swanky off the line. Cheeseball does get spotted, but Swanky's taken very, very low, and there's the nade. Finally, they've taken care of that pesky AWPer. Exactly. Just some confidence, just backing themselves. And now Nipkey is going to have to go huge. Shrine does well. Very nicely found out the side of apartments. Now Nipkey on the headshot line does miss, and Sunshines rips his head off. Shrine in position, but he's hesitant now. Will get the flash out, quickly narrowly missing the shot, does not get the second. So Shrine is actually managing to hold on to this round for the Bandits.
Cheeseball is. Look, that is huge. He's just tucked himself in the cutout by Moto, and all of a sudden, now Shrine again. Why does it always have to keep being this guy that has to come into the clutches? Not able to do too much. Slippery, 14 and 13. Nice molly on top of the box, does force Forbin out of position, but he's got 3 players on this site to find, and that is a shooting gallery if I've ever seen one.
Get Coach Conky in the server. I feel like they were listening to my pep talk or something like that, because that speed, they waited for a little bit at the start, but now they've made their way all the way back. And yeah, poor Shrine, like he has really had some individual highlight moments, hasn't he? Like top of the scoreboard, both of these maps, I feel like. And it definitely has had some impact to it, but unfortunately, like that round for particular, he did get the couple, but, you know, maybe he was lost kind of before the team was there, or very, very hard to call it.
Well, really important to talk about the money now for Bandits. They have gone all the way down to $0 on a few of their members, and K9 and Nipkey not doing much better. Swanky wants to do a little bit of damage with that AWP again, and this is a very nice spot to play from for Slippery. Needs to be cleared out by 1620 Kings. I'm always concerned when they're going toward B. It feels like it's been their undoing a few times on this map, on both sides. But they're going to commit to it. Smokes are down now, and Swanky completely locked out of the site. Can't find anything. K9's been spotted, but he hasn't been cleared out. Somehow he gets away with the kill there, and that is still pretty good work. Cookie's going to force that bomb onto the floor, and now it's just a bona fide 3-on-3 post plant, but decent util here for Bandits.
Yeah, only just needing to make sure that they've isolated that AWPer and they've done exactly their job. Now Swanky, a very awkward situation. Only the individual kid on the hands of Shrine. He's got some utility, but there's Sunshine's. Nibki now gets his way back in, but Shrine's through the smoke. No, on the other side, but it's Cookie in the pit, in the pool. And he's got a barbecue with him as well as he puts Nibki into the grill. As that is a round found for 1620 Kings, and that's a lead taken. It's been so long, it feels like, on this map, and, you know, doing it on the T side, which is just constantly favored on Inferno, it seems, at this level. And, yeah, look, now they've got money. Bandits have got nothing.
Bad news. Bad news for the Bandits. This is the worst possible time to be getting reset, except for maybe if 1620 Kings was on 15, but this might well actually be the couple of rounds that 1620 Kings does need to finish the map off. They just got to make sure that they get through without dropping the Deagle. Snipkey, he could have had another one there as well if the shot connected. But 1620 Kings will be breathing a sigh of relief that they've been able to get him down, and Slippery also.
Yeah, that was that push down. Nana looking for something. Slippery just getting a little desperate to, you know, take some sort of informational control, but it just wasn't quite there. 2 members still of Bandits alive, but, you know, it's only K9 with the Kevlar. And he's over towards B. Definitely looks like they are heading up towards this A position, and it is a very firm clear from Cheeseball. Cookie gets the bait into Shrine, and now they've got the A site. They don't quite know it, but Cheeseball also wants to find Swanky. God, I love it. Cheeseball literally has calmed just then. Swanky CT, I'm going to push through the smoke and kill him. Just very calmly, knowing his enemy. And yeah, K9 probably just wants to save that Kevlar, take it into the next round, right?
Best case scenario, I suppose. He's not going to win this one. So 14-12 will be the scoreline. There's at least a little bit of wiggle room for Bandits. A tiny, tiny little bit of wiggle room. They can afford to lose one more round. And I got to be honest, I feel like Bandits have been good enough on this CT side to actually win 3 in a row. 4 in a row. But I think a lot of that is going to come off the back of Swanky with the AWP. I don't know. They're going to have the money for the AWP. Yes. Is he going to be able to pull off a magical round or two? And the other question I have is, will he stay toward B? Slippery's going to go and grab the AWP as well. So double AWP, putting all their eggs into the basket of the
I was just
scopes.
thinking that. Yeah. Complete and utter reset into the next round if they're unsuccessful here. Last chance, last ditch opportunity. And otherwise, we've got 1620 Kings walking through with the round. Oh. And he misses. I thought that was going to connect for sure. All the way up. Final opportunity here for the Bandits to really make something happen. The speed is good. Shrine only finds one. And I think that is going to definitely be a save. And the eggs have fallen over and shattered. And they're not chocolate either. They are sloppy and there's yellow stuff all over the ground.
Oh, and they're the kind of eggs that you don't like to eat for breakfast, isn't that right?
Oh, don't tell me. Please no bully. My taste buds not liking eggs are sad.
Yeah.
It's literally free gains, Jordan. Like cheap gains, easy stuff.
Tastes good, in my opinion. K9, where's he gone again? He's back.
I know he's here.
What is going on? All right, well, look. One thing to remember as well about this matchup, especially now that we've gotten up to 15 for 1620 Kings, is Bandits are teetering on the precipice of being eliminated. 1 round away from them getting knocked out of the competition.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Like, as we say, you know, I feel like Bandits are still going to go out of this match, like, happy with their result, right? Like, as you would be, being able to get this far through as a new entrant into LPL Pro. Is a really good run, and to only be felled by a 1620 Kings that is looking on the come up, right? They had a few moments where it was kind of, you know, lackluster, but then beating Antic last night, potential 2-0 here. I definitely think whilst Bandits will be hurting a little bit, they have they've done well. And in the words of Swanky, they definitely threw that game against the X8 ballers last week in his mind. So this will be their exit potentially. But it is that 5-on-4 early frag found by Cheeseball. Nibki trying to do big things again. Another returning the fire. 4-on-3 now.
Yeah, it was a good start for 1620 Kings, but that has swung back Still, K9, if he drops on this B bomb site, which he won't, I was going to say it could be a problem for Bandits, but he's gotten it done. That is a bit of a nothing round in the end for 1620 Kings. They'll be very disappointed by that because that kind of feels like it was their best opportunity to finish this map off. Swanky was down on an MP9, and they got an opening frag.
Yeah.
And that was it. Sure,
Just
they've got
nothing.
money. They've got money to buy out these next 2 rounds. That doesn't matter. That's not a concern. But now Bandits have everything to defend with.
Yeah, for sure. No AWP still for the Swank. Cookie has his back in hand. You know, maybe there might be a little bit of a dip on the economy. I mean, maybe not. Like, Nor and Cheeseball do have really good money to potentially buy up for Forvint and Sunshines. But for now, they've got everything. They are going to start to work their way up Nana, start to work their way towards brackets. That nade is good, though. And Nibki finds the opener. He has just been an absolute animal towards this A side. I feel like he's just needed a little bit more help in some moments. But regardless, he has gone down a fair few times as well. But regardless, he has managed to get those impact frags time and time again. Advantage still going the way of Bandits early in this round.
You got a couple of real demons on that CT side right now for 1620 Kings. Nibki over towards A, Swanky over towards B. They've been really difficult to deal with for this T side. Incense go down pretty early on in the piece, and that's going to give pause for thought for 1620 Kings. They'll know that they have one more crack at it if they do lose here, but they'd really love to just get it wrapped up. This is going to be a tough crossfire to break, though. Nibki and Swanky can just peek off of one another's contests, and, well, actually, that's gone about as good as can be expected for the 1620 Kings, but inevitably, time is starting to get the better of them. Cookie picks things up.
Cookie.
Double kill with the AWP. Oh, dearie me.
Potentially doing it again.
Kings into the bomb site, Conky, and post plant established, but Cookie with the AWP in pit. He's going to be the one, the big job to do.
Oh, man. A 3K lifting when his team needs him. It could have been overtime. It would have been so close, but I think this could very well be Cookie with the 4K. When does he peak? When does he find the shot? He will hit it. He will connect. And 1620 Kings are going to be your victors to go through to the next match, holding on to their life, as unfortunately we do have to bid farewell to the poor Bandits. K9 will walk out briefly again, and Nibki's already straight away turned off the camera. Looks like he's taken a cheeky little selfie there. But Jordan, I got to admit, I am actually quite happy with that series. You know, always sad to see the Bandits go out, but as I mentioned, they have to be happy with their run in this competition, right? Like, coming in, team with no prac, so many roster changes throughout the entirety of the event, and they still put up a fight against a team that was a relatively firm favorite in this matchup.
Yeah, I think you got to say, I mean, look, every time I go into a series where I'm watching Bandits, I'm really not too sure what to expect. And for a team that, as we've heard, really doesn't do much prac or anything like that, the results that they do manage to put through are actually quite impressive. It kind of makes me wonder what this team could do if they had a little bit more time under their belt. But ultimately, you know, I think it is also beneficial, positive for the health of the region that a team like 1620 Kings is able to get that one over the line and do it in a 2-0 fashion, although it was a bit of a task for them, individuals having to step up on both sides to kind of get rounds. So, you know, I'm pretty happy as well. I think I'll say that much. Although when it comes to 1620 Kings, the team that is going to sort of progress here in LPL Pro, I kind of still want to see a little bit more. Like, I think if you're going to only be able to get Bandits over the line like that close, where does that leave you when you're going up against Vertex or DGG or some of these other teams that are obviously going to be their inevitable opponents later on in the bracket, right? If 1620 Kings wants to win or get to the grand final or go deep, then they need to continue to improve as these next couple of weeks go on. Otherwise, they're going to run into some pretty stiff competition.
Yeah, for sure. And I think just, you know, the ultimate point there is being both these teams have obviously given it a really solid crack this season so far. It's been an awesome show to kind of see them and what they've been doing. 1620 Kings, exactly right. Definitely think this is like a good kind of realism position for them, being like, look, you know, if you guys are getting worked by Bandits like this, and especially a Bandits without Falcon, is definitely something to kind of take poise a little bit more. But it was proof, right? Proof in the pudding. The second they kind of threw a little bit of the nervousness out there and picked up the speed on some of those rounds and backed each other in with the utility, they found control. They found the sights, and ultimately that's what found them the game, because they did it on the T side as opposed to the C side. So well done, impressed. But yeah, goodbye Bandits. We'll miss you.
Goodbye, Bandits. We will miss you indeed. Of course, though, that is not all that we have for you tonight. Still another series yet to come. We're going to head to a short break. Don't go anywhere, though. It is time for us to start thinking about our second series for today.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Kia ora whanau, that guy Zeno J here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity is so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's head out the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring this time. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly. They're not friendly. They're not friendly. It's like I've played Souls-like games before. Sir, stop. Please. Oh my god. So, there you have it, folks. A one-shot from the Tree Sentinel, which makes me think I definitely should avoid them. Let's see what the steed can do. Yo, during mounted. What do you mean during mounted jump? So there you guys have it. That's some of the early game. But what we've also done here at Let's Play Live is we've also prepared, something we cooked up a little earlier. So let's take you a little bit further than what we had shown you before. So what you guys will experience in Elden Ring is just, there's so many different landscapes that you can actually travel through. So whether it's the weird insecty-like vibes of Caelid or Liurnia's lakes, even things like Storm Hill's devastated area from all the wind, but things like the mountainous greeny range of Weeping Hill, which has this giant freaking walking building just going across it, which supports that Hidetaka Miyazaki. His city was heavily influenced by the likes of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. And you see it right here, because this is a giant colossus walking across this landscape, and it's just so beautiful. The way they've captured all these different fantastical elements that they've been responsible for over the years is just a sight to see, and I really feel like this game encapsulates it's just everything From Software has done so far. This game is the culmination of everything they've learned, and maybe that's why they felt they could approach an open world game now. So it's really cool to see just how much more expansive their games have become because of it, because you're typically really used to those kind of claustrophobic corridors and castles that they normally build. Well, what do I think of Elden Ring? Well, I think it's the best game we've had from Software so far, which is saying a lot considering how critically well all of their games have done. If you have wanted to check it out because of the hype, then I suggest you do so, but it's not going to be easy. And for all the fans of From Software games, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and Elden Ring still lives up to that. It's going to be a magical time, and you can pick up Elden Ring right now on your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox consoles, and PC.
LG OLED. Unleash the power of next-generation performance. Get geared up for victory with LG Ultra Gear gaming displays.
G'day and welcome back on into LPL Pro CSGO. We are ready to jump into our second matchup. Conky, first one was a pretty interesting one, actually. We didn't necessarily expect that was going to be quite so clean. A 2-0 in that matchup. I think that was the result maybe that we hoped for out of 1620 Kings, but I don't know what I necessarily expect when I'm watching Bandits. So, look, good day at the office for 1620 Kings. I think that's the main takeaway for me.
Yeah, absolute heater. Like so many rounds, especially like mid-game of both of the series before it finally did kind of stumble into the hands of 1620 Kings. Like middle of Overpass, how many rounds did we have where it just felt like everything just thrown out the window and all of a sudden just got really, really hyped. So second half of Inferno also did have some moments. And yeah, unfortunately, we did have to say bid farewell to Bandits, but they didn't go down without a fight.
All right, well, let's jump into our second series discussion here. Lonely 5 and Nutty Gaming is the matchup that we're going to be watching. And to touch on things from the Lonely 5 perspective, not a huge amount changing for them over the last few months. Obviously, this is the former Kingsman roster, also former Fury roster. They've gone through a few name changes, I should say, but not so many roster changes. And hopefully it's going to come together for them tonight.
Yeah, look, it's a team with a lot of potential. You know, obviously my eyes are always firmly on the Banana and Terry duo. Very, very sharp bunch of players. And of course, you know, name stays in Tom, Callum Murray and Olaf. They've been around for a while. Olaf always looking good on that AWP. So yeah, good roster. And I'm just kind of glad that they're actually still hanging around and playing the game because they make it exciting.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the same can sort of be said for Nutty Gaming. They've come into this year and turned a few heads here and there. I saw a pretty good couple of games from them last couple of weeks. And so be interesting to see what they're going to be able to do today. The news coming through, though, is that Talaj is not playing tonight and Nexar will be standing in for him. Nexar seems to be the super sub for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
He was playing in Kanga a couple of weeks ago, or maybe about a month ago at one point. So he's just popping around, but he's always going to be an interesting pickup. He's going to be a decent pickup, I think, for them tonight.
Yeah, he's a really good player. Like, he always seems to put up some good numbers. It was kind of a bit of a shot to the chest, right, when it said that he was obviously quitting. He still hangs around. You know, I know he still plays a few pugs here and there, and obviously is a stay stand-in kind of around this level of Counter-Strike. So, yeah, it's definitely shame to see him sort of go away, but, you know, awesome to have him in the server tonight. We're talking about that a little bit. Was the swap in for him to Talaj going to have a huge impact on the roster? I would say potentially not. But, you know, losing your fifth is always kind of a little bit rough. So hopefully he steps up to the plate tonight.
Yeah, I think he's going to be a solid player. And I think there's another couple of players that we do need to touch on going into this matchup. So let's take a look at the head-to-head here, Gonky, and see who that's going to be. It's Tom for Lonely 5 and for Nutty Gaming Mega. I really wanted to just talk about Mega, to be honest. I mean, I thought he's been pulling off some absolutely crazy 1vx situations over the last couple of weeks. He seems to be quite a cool head under pressure. So I think he's definitely going to be a big factor in this series if he gets rolling in those clutch scenarios.
Yeah, for sure. He had a few real big moments, obviously, over the last little of, last night. I think we had a few big times. But yeah, the only thing for me with Mega is, like, I need to see a little bit more consistency. I guess I can't tell if it's like an emotional thing or if it's a, mental thing. But regardless, right, he has been super impressive. He's been stepping up. He's been improving drastically. And, you know, he's bringing up a bunch of, I guess, newer players around with him because he has been around for a little while. But also Tom, right, real proficient rifler. Very excited to see what he can do with his team tonight as well.
Let's have a look at what the maps are going to be for this series. And I would love to get your thoughts after this as to which way you think this series is going to go as well. Because I think it's a pretty difficult one to call. And 2 months ago, I definitely would have said I thought this X-Fury, Kingsman, Lonely 5 roster was going to be able to get it done. But now I'm starting to think maybe Nutty Esports has been putting in some hard yards. They seem to be on the improve. Dust 2, Overpass, Inferno are going to be the maps. So, I mean, of those maps, I know for sure that Nutty likes to play a couple of them. We see them a fair bit on Inferno. We see them a lot on Dust 2. They generally seem to be quite solid on Dust 2 as well. So I think Overpass, obviously, a bit of a curveball coming in here from Lonely 5. What do you think about this series?
Yeah, this one is an interesting one on the vetoes purely because it looks like the teams have kind of banned what they don't want to play, right? Like, it feels like they're kind of tossing that very much out the window because that's allowed Nutty to pick Dust 2, where I think if they actually chose to ban Dust 2, that might have been a better impact there for the Lonely 5. But regardless, I think it's an interesting spot that it's got here, middle of the map pool to a degree. But yeah, Nutty, super strong on D2.
All right, well, I guess that's going to be the first question mark, isn't it? How does Dust 2 go? Let's jump onto the map and see. This is going to be the choice of Nutty Gaming, and I've seen them claim a couple of good scalps on this map, if I'm going to be honest. DGG has lost to Nutty Gaming on this map, and Deadweight and Hysteria as well have been overcome by Nutty Gaming. The only team that has beaten them on it recently was Vertex, but it was a bit of a drubbing. So take from that what you will. I do think that Nutty should be able to get this first map over the line pretty comfortably, because it's not one we see a huge amount from Lonely 5. But deeper into the series, you know, Overpass, that raises my eyebrow a little bit more so for Nutty Gaming. Either way, 3 maps ahead of us, and let's see what we're going to get.
Hopefully some spice. You know, we certainly had an exciting series in the previous map, and all we can really hope for is something similar in this one. So it is going to be Velocity leading the charge out towards Long. Banana looking down Long as well. No utility to kind of send them out from what I can see. Shah has managed to get his smoke grenade down. That will go deep down towards CT. So they are going to line it up, and Terry is going to peek at a very opportune time here, and a good flash in as well to look for a re-entry towards this Long position. Banana up close, gets one for himself. Terry another. This little dynamic duo. Great utility from Tom. Mega, though, starting to pick up a couple, and it is going to only be the 2 as Calamari and Banana walk away with a couple more. So ultimately, it is Lonely 5 with a pretty solid start there, I would admit. And you love to see it.
Yeah, good stuff from Banana and Terry, the duo from Hong Kong, who have recently been added. I'd say recently, maybe within the last few months.
Yeah, it's been a bit longer now. You know, they've been a staple to a few games here, and they've always been an exciting pair to watch.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely bringing some of that firepower through to the Lonely 5 roster, and working their way through this sort of echelon of AUCS. Could be some big things ahead for them, and certainly some big things ahead for Lonely 5 as well if they were able to win this map. Obviously get it over the line against Nutty Gaming, who's been quite solid on it. Would be a really good start to the series and move into your own map choice with a lot of momentum and, you know, maybe a few question marks around Nutty Gaming on that map. Good way to go about things.
I was going to say, players like Terry and Banana, it sort of reminds me, do you remember the team group chat? You know, you quite often have, you know, people here on Exchange and things like that. I think that was like Madness KG and that you know, relatively full Chinese roster there. And, you know, they always look to put up some big numbers against some of the sort of middle of the pack teams with minimal prac. So I do hope we get more of those in future, just with, you know, some diversity across the roster of where players are from and all that kind of stuff, because, you know, that is Australia. So lots more opportunity for these players. Yeah.
I mean, when you think about some of the best players that have sort of come out of our region, Urkas is definitely one of those that you think would pop up into your head quite quickly.
And God.
Obviously coming through from Mongolia, studying here, putting on the grind. But you know what? Nutty Gaming, they've actually managed to get the bomb plant down, so I'll hold my discussion around that for a moment and see if they can actually make this retake happen. There was a FAMAS picked up, but Terry luckily is able to dodge a few shots. Banana, he's gone down to the no-scope of Shah, and there was a little bit in that one for him. Terry low on HP, but in the end, Lonely 5 will secure the win. But yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. Like, the fact that, you know, you can really bolster the strength of the region when you get some talented players coming over for, you know, uni normally is what it is.
Yeah, correct. A lot of students coming over on the Exchange. I got word that there's some guy from Eastern Europe with 3k elo that's coming over here, and like 3k elo in Europe is definitely different to over here. So you know, that's another player that's, you know, going to come in and look for opportunity. I think there was a player from South Africa who was going to come over here, but in the end he's playing for ATK now in North America. So definitely lots of opportunities to come around. Australia is an awesome place. And now out long, we're looking for that fight. Velocity gets a good opener here. Not quite the second though, as Terry will avenge his fallen teammate. Tom inside the pit though, and he will pick up two. Wow. Great duel on towards Long, and Nutty have just been dismantled. Poor Nexter alone with a Galil outside Long, and not really a whole lot he's going to be able to do about it.
It's pretty amazing that Nutty Gaming can make that last round look so close and you know, contested, and then come into this round with all of the guns, and unfortunately not really amount to a whole lot. Banana saving as well with an MP9, so it's kind of like best case scenario here for Lonely 5 if they can take this on through with 4 guns on their side ahead, and especially if Banana gets this kill. Oh, he wasn't properly checked by Nexa, but his gun barrel was sneaking around the corner, and that's been his undoing.
So a lot of work to do. Bomb dropped so far away. So really just hoping for some damage here. Drops into CT, but Olaf will meet him with open arms. Olaf getting the job done there. The rotator over. And Lonely 5 happy with 3. That's actually, yeah, as you mentioned, right? Like losing so many members in the previous round and then having looks to be a much easier position here. Obviously losing a member in towards Long nice and early, but great trade outs from Tom and Terry. The two T's.
Yeah, the 2 T's. Normally, this is where we'd start to say, all right, well, Lonely 5. Maybe a really good opportunity for them to start building up that CT economy, but Nutty Gaming already have proven that they can get it done with the pistols, so let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet. Deagle's out.
So still moving up short, trying to take a little bit further control there, realistically, this round. All they can hope for is a couple of good shots. Callum Murray finds one, but he's happy to fall off. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome. I'm still in the hands of the Nutty side, so they can choose wherever they would like. And I'm liking this focus from them out towards the A position. We do have Olaf tucked in very deeply, but he is in a position where he can get traded if the 2 members do swing accordingly. And it looks like a reposition will come out in the end from Calamari, and that's a great shot from Velocity. So Calamari is going to be all on his lonesome here, has to hope to line them up, but he will. It is only an eco, but I'll still be absolutely stoked with that one now. He should know that there is a couple more members out long, and he does actually get his head ripped off by a super. So Tom has done well. Yeah, good cleanup. But You know, some nice shots still from Nutty Gaming, but nothing overly convincing. Calamari, great multi-frag there.
Yeah, 4-0 for Lonely 5. Maybe didn't get as much out of that round as they might have. Obviously dropping a couple of guns there, but still the money's looking pretty solid. They're going to need to get through another gun round before it starts to look very, very good. Sharp. Actually spotting Terry going across into the pit. Nazi Gaming have been in toward long quite early in a lot of these rounds, but this time, just forced away. They're going to have to take a bit more of a reserved approach.
It is a bit of a slow one to start off for Nutty. No real focus towards B. Not taking any upper tunnels or lower control. I think, you know, Lonely 5 will probably play quite well into that, knowing that they can, you know, keep their focus over towards different extremities of the map. But with this walk up short, great nades. Mega so low, yeah. Real awkward. And again, you know, a position where they don't really have a whole lot. Super's kind of just walking up solo. One member watching towards long, has cleared the bedrooms. Now they kind of move their way back into lower tunnels. So, you know, they've spent a minute kind of just making their way down towards bottom mid, and that's about it.
Still a decent amount of util here to play with for Nutty Gaming. Looks like they may want to just set up a mid to B. Perhaps a little bit of a B split. Nextar's working his way into the upper tunnels. But Olive has a flash in hand, and that's going to be set up and prepared to toss over for Terry, who takes a nice peek and almost gets the double. Just one kill for him, but Super on 9 HP. I mean, he's a bit of a demon. Banana's going to tuck himself back out of the B bomb site, and that's going to allow Nutty to start to work their way in here. A big long spray down. You have yourself now in a 2-on-2, but Super and Nexar have no HP to play with, and Callum Murray is going to fire a couple of stray bullets in, and that's the end of that. But Nutty Gaming, I'm very impressed actually that they got that much out of the round, considering how low some of their members were from the outset.
Yeah. Calamari just had to blow gently, and they both fell over. And ultimately, Lonely 5 walk away with a happy 5, right? 5 rounds, pretty solid. Minimal contest. Money is okay. Nutty have done some damage, but look at this confidence from Calamari all the way up top mid. He's got to be careful of the AWP, though. Focus elsewhere, and a little bit of a whiff means that Super does walk away with a good pick. So, all the way back to this.
This
Olive,
is a crazy angle.
Position. Yeah, I'm not sure. He was definitely relying on Calamari to do a lot more there, but Super's walked away with 2 now.
Well, the rest of this round, I think now really does come down to whether or not Banana somehow gets a double. And if Nutty Gaming will even fall into the trap that he has set in the lower tunnel. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. They'll walk their way out onto long, and Lonely 5 are now looking like Lonely 3 at the moment. That's nice for Tom, but it's still not going to swing things back in the favor of the CT side. Well timed on the incendiary is going to mean that Nutty Gaming have to wait or go through it or around it. Tom, he's given himself every opportunity to find another kill or 2 here, but can't land the shots, and now Banana will take that challenge. Oh my god, he's got in a second one straight onto Velocity. Good headshot, and now the round actually swings back in the favor of the CT side. Banana can't lock down a third. That would have been it. Terry, though, very much can win this round. He's got a health advantage, 48 only for Mega. Bomb plant's just gone down. He can't get off the site. Headshot goes through, and Lonely 5 have another one.
There's the Hong Kong duo again. Terry and Banana dragging around out from the dead. 6 now for Lonely 5, and, you know, they constantly kind of playing this game against the battle of the economy, but poor Nutty just haven't been able to put a run on the board just yet. And, you know, we were talking up so much how Nutty have a nutty Dust 2, like super strong. Their retakes are usually super crispy, so we obviously yet to see that, you know, still on the T side. But yeah, they haven't looked to be, you know, very spread out on the map right now. Lonely 5 can kind of find their way in quite nicely. But yeah, look, it has definitely been some individual prowess on their side, kind of carrying the CT side back a little bit, but still relatively early days in this series, in this map. But look, all I can say is if Lonely 5 walk away with a dominant start, like, you know, it sort of leans back to that position where it's like maybe they were the favorite all along. Where we're kind of leaning towards now it being a much more equal matchup. And of course, again, just for anyone who is watching along at home and may only have just joined us in this broadcast, it is, of course, another elimination map where one of these teams will be going home.
Yeah, I mean, that's something I want to discuss, but maybe on a pistol round, because I think it's been a bit of a tumultuous time for Lonely 5. I don't want to get stuck into the weeds as Nutty Gaming starts to make an execute out onto a bomb site or something like that. Callum Murray, he's keeping an eye on mid. Boosted up above this smoke. Eventually drops his way back down. But Nutty's not going to head in that direction anyway. Instead, they're going about towards the A bomb site. And Olive, oh, he might have just gotten his timing wrong there, it looked like, but he does survive. Thought someone might roll around the corner and pop his head off, but not the case. Full retake set up for Lonely 5 this time. But they have caught Super.
Yeah, I was going to say, they've got to be ready for him, and they absolutely were. Still fully aware of the prospect. Keeping time, velocity, looks for the swing. Callum Murray does fire off a couple of warning shots. Banana is also looking to make his way up short as well. Great timing, great find. The sneaky head peek. Terry with another and a second. My God, this is looking absolutely dominant. Shah has such a big task, and it doesn't even matter. Oh, it's just going to fire the warning shot off as well. The wall bang through Wizard. And, yeah, definitely looking like magic here from Lonely 5. 7 rounds, Jordan. Like, again, Nutty is finding frags, but frags just aren't good enough when they're not converting into rounds.
Yeah, and I mean, just to touch back on what you were saying before about the context of them coming into this one. I think for me, a lot of it is just based on some of the more recent results coming through here from X-Fury, not having looked so fantastic that I've kind of given the benefit of the doubt a little more to Nutty maybe than what they warranted. I've been very excited to watch this Lonely 5 roster, and I've, for the last couple of weeks, been saying I think that they're a really good team, but the results coming through, some have been okay, some have been a little bit concerning. I mean, they lost a map to Sanguine, which is not something that I thought would happen. They lost 2-0 to DGG in fairly convincing fashion. And, you know, some of the only wins that they've actually gotten lately have been against teams like Kanga, which, to be fair, Kanga hasn't been doing a whole lot. So I feel like maybe it's just been a slow start to the year for Lonely 5. To be fair, they did get a win in one round at least against Order. But I just feel like maybe it hasn't come together as much as I'd hoped. Or maybe my expectations were a little too high. But if they continue to do things like this, then, you know, maybe we were right all along in that this was a really exciting team to watch. That's probably the best case scenario. Flash did not land at all for Callum Murray, though.
It's a roster with a lot of potential, right? And Shah, ooh, how did that miss? Was for sure that was going to be connecting right now. Shah looking for it again. Is he still in the same position? No, not quite this time. He's fallen off the line. Shah's already found 2. Could be a good response for him as Olaf just continues to wait. Super, though, in a good position to spot if he is there. Banana's actually taken off the silencer. Very Chad play. Now, trying to make their way up long. Olaf wins the peak. It's good timed. And he's got 3. Olaf, very confident, back up against the wall. It doesn't matter. So yeah, 8-0. But this is, I guess, where I kind of alluded to, right? You know, we know that Nutty has had really strong results in Dust 2 lately, but just that being riddled with inconsistencies. I'm not going to go down too deep on them this time around, given the fact that it is a roster that is currently, you know, missing one of their 5th. And as production sort of said, you know, he loves hearing about every time I'm sort of saying Talaj's name in some big plays, which I think is quite fair of a comment. He has definitely had some big performances, but, you know, you would have sort of thought that even with Nexar slotting in, he's a good player. It should be quite easy. It's not like losing your Rorpa or losing your IGL. It's just a kind of 1-for-1 trade out, but yeah, look, it just looks like Nutty have tried now this kind of very split approach. They're not really hitting anything. It's just sort of spread out, look for a pick. But it is looking very lackluster right now. You know, there's not been a single round where it's kind of been, oh, yeah, real close, except for that eco that they got to the side.
You're right. And this is the kind of performance I expect from Lonely 5. I mean, maybe not an 8-0. I think that's definitely a lofty expectation. But to come into a matchup like this and just look like the commanding team, I think that's where they were at going into the later stages of 2021. We haven't really seen that yet here in 2022, I don't think. It took to like 16-14s to get the better of Sanguine. But this is definitely a bit more like it. Maybe they've just come into this one a little bit fresher, feeling good. Mega does hit a nice shot there with the Deagle, and the bomb plant has gone down, but you know, again, none of these rounds really feel like they're too concerning for Lonely 5. They're not coming down to big individual clutches. They're looking really good across the board. Multi-frags from a lot of the members, and Very, very comfortable indeed. 9-0 now for Lonely 5, and I can't believe it, because Nutty, I thought, were always relatively decent on this map, but it's just not coming together for them today at all.
Yeah, it just feels like it's been the same old, right? You know, they've just ended up reverting back to A. It's pretty much been a short take or you know, maybe 1 or 2 rounds that they've gone out long as well and kind of waltzed their way up. But even so, you know, even when they've gotten long control, they've been very hesitant to try and take this fight onto site. And I don't feel like Lonely 5 has been, you know, making it too difficult on them. They take the early long control, but then they can kind of, you know, readjust around the map. And this time again, it's been denied. They've not been able to find that at all. Lonely 5 can set up this boost for Tom. Now we can see Calamari actually rotate back and look to support his teammate up towards the site. So similar story. B feels very lonely right now for poor Banana and Terry, but, you know, they have got plenty of frags towards A in the last few rounds.
This is an interesting position for Tom to play from. Oh, the flashes are good on both sides in the end. Mega completely white, and that's the only
Olaf
reason
there.
Tom survives. It's a 1-for-1 for Olaf, but overall, that gives Tom the position to at least fight for control of long, and eventually Calamari swings.
Wow.
So just another one too many players on that side of the map for Nutty Gaming to work with. And then Nexar should be able to get a kill here on the Banana. Oh, a bit of a messy spray to start things off. It's not going to be the end of the world, though. Gets the kill. But what is going to be difficult for Nexar is getting the bomb back.
Just how nice was that round, though, on the trades? Like, it's still not done just yet. You know, Nexar, there's a potential world where he does get something back. But, you know, deep on the platform, inside pit, like, it's going to be a tough one. He has to definitely go for this duel. Terry, happy, watching. Nexar spotted. Great shot. But it should be Terry to clean up. Terry's 15-2, by the way, just to point that out for anyone who hasn't picked up on the plays. But yeah, look, just how good that was. Like, Tom managed to hold on for long enough. Then Olaf was there to get a trade. Tom again, you know, fighting inside the fire. Then Calamari was there to get 2 trades. Like, it has all just looked very, very easy. And yeah, I don't know. There's not really been a round where I can sort of say that maybe Nutty should continue to apply that pressure. Like, I think they've got to try and throw this kind of slower approach out. Maybe try something quick just to shift the pace. Like, that's not always the answer, a quick play, but you know, maybe just a change up to you know, get the rhythm going.
Well, this is better than it has been for Nutty Gaming. They've actually got the numbers advantage. They definitely haven't had that a lot so far on this map, and the times that they have had it, they haven't converted it. So at the very least, what you can say is there's another chance for them here. But you are right in saying as well that Lonely 5 have been incredibly consistent on this map. 15-2 for Terry, and he's still alive. So he's the danger man at the moment, and he's in the perfect spot to do something about this as well. Nutty Gaming look like they're going to work their way up long, and while they've got the util to do it, Terry, you know, he can just play the headshot line behind those boxes, continue to peek up and down as necessary. He's got some help from Olaf as well. Banana's watching their backs. This is almost the perfect scenario to actually pull off a 4-on-3. And that is a fantastic start to the proceedings for Lonely 5.
Oh, he's got a flash for him as well. It wasn't quite enough. Looked like Shah was able to turn away from that one quickly enough. Ooh. And Shah, my God, out of nowhere. 3 very, very impactful frags, and the dream is now dead, Jordan. No 16-0 tonight. But Lonely 5 has been looking good.
Yeah, well, I could have definitely seen another world where that was going the way of Lonely 5. If Terry, you know, cleaned up 1 or 2 more on that second peak that he took, but obviously very good timing for Nutty to be able to pick a map up. It was necessary. They needed to do something in this first half, and it's still within their grasp, at least, to make something half decent in this first half. They've called attack pause here as well. So they're having a bit of a think about what they want to do. And I think the discussion for Lonely 5 really is going to be around, look, let's just keep doing what we're doing, get another 1 or 2 rounds on the board here, and really grind them into the dust on this first half.
Yeah, not too much stress. Also, big shouts to Banana. Power in the anime shirt. And there is a cheeky little extra pause as well. So just taking their time. Good opportunity to have a bit of a conversation. As we said, first round for Nutty. First sort of convincing play as well. You know, good utility usage, good control. But, you know, a long way from home right now. T-side, Dust 2 can be challenging, but, you know, it is one of those maps that is kind of falling away a little bit more from being a, you know, sided map, right? Like I would roughly feel like this is a bit more 50-50, even with the changes. Like the changes probably brought it back to the CT side a bit more, but before then, you know, with the doors being so wide open, it definitely was more T-sided, if anything. But Jordan, I'm going to let you into a big rush towards B here.
Yeah, Banana has the M4A4 though, so he should be well and truly prepared to deal with this, but spotted out by Super. And Terry, how is he so quick? Where did he even come from? I've no idea. He chose to pick up the AWP as well, and that has not gone too well for him, but this is a mad round. I have no idea what is going on. We've got the retake still yet to come for Lonely 5, and they have Calamari on 1 HP from Upper Dark to try and throw a bit of util in. Olive making the retake attempt with the AWP. That is not ideal at all. He half thought about getting a smoke on the bomb there and try to defuse inside of it, but didn't in the end. And Nutty Gaming will get their second, and they'll break the CT economy. I have no idea what went on in that round. Where did Terry come from?
I think he went lowers and just kind of ran through a bunch of smokes, but I lost sort of focus there because it potentially was someone else. But Terry doing 2 big frags, but then like Lonely 5 looked like they are 5 that had never played together in that retake. Like, you know, it kind of just was a member going in one by one, and Terry, I think, was seeing red, looking for a big highlight play, picking up that AWP.
Yep.
Jumped up on the top, didn't quite find it. But yeah, straight back onto that eco. So this is potentially some vengeance for Nutty. A bit of a comeback story, potentially, on the cards.
Oh, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that just yet. Olive with a kill through the smoke. There's going to be a boost here for Terry. Deagle in hand, and he doesn't see anything. I almost wanted him to maintain that totem pole, and he's going to go back up on it again. This time, Velocity is able to cover off well, and it seems like Crisis is averted, or at least negotiated for Nutty Gaming. But it was a bit touch and go for a moment there, that's for sure. Okay, all done. 10-3. But look, the half is still very much hanging in a position that Lonely 5 can kind of crush Nutty Gaming. If they win these next 2, make it 12-3, that's sick. That's awesome. So Nutty really, despite having a good couple of rounds in a row now, need to put more on the board. They need to get to 5. If they get this one, though, they should, because money's not going to be very good for Lonely 5 in that next round.
Yeah, if Lonely 5 are unsuccessful here, should very well be that 10-5 half for Nutty. So does actually spot out one. Banana. Good hold, though. Find that opening frag. Remaining members are a little bit of a while away. Terry has joined the fray. 18-5, looking for some more. Fire goes up. And it's actually the double molly too. So they have expended a fair bit of utility here to allow some safe passage. Okay, Calamari. That was through the door as well. Nicely done.
Yeah, numbers advantage, but not much util to work with on this retake. Maybe get a smoke in for Upper Dark and a molly into back of sight, something like that for Lonely 5. Well, Olive's not going to get to use his incendiary. Now we're back to the 3-on-3. Lonely 5 are going to have to pick the pace up here. They're losing players one after another. And their retakes on B have not really left a whole lot to get impressed about.
Yeah, it's just, look, it is one of the hardest maps to retake, but that is just looking grim. That's now twice that it has looked very, very weak. You know, getting the opening pick, getting the opening 2 picks even potentially, and then just tripping at the finish line, it sort of seems like. But no, look, Nutty Gaming have certainly started to drag their way back in. I'm wondering now what we're going to actually be seeing on that T side for Lonely 5.
Look at this though, hang on.
The half. Yeah, Terry's in, and he's out.
This is by no means a round won by Nutty Gaming. Callum Murray is in there with Terry as well. He's done the damage, and Banana's also pushed in. That is a bit of a masterstroke from Lonely 5 at the end of the half. They've just thrown a spanner in the works for Nutty Gaming, and they've actually ended up getting 11 with a really substandard buy. So what was looking like it probably was going to be a 10-5 half ends up favoring Lonely 5 even just a little bit more.
Yeah, that was nuts. And that's that sort of, you know, throw it out the window and just do something silly and it maybe will work off. You know, you've lost a couple, you've been trying similar stories, and Lonely 5 just did exactly that, right? You know, 1 rushing upper tunnels, 2 rushing lowers, and it completely paid off. I think they were actually holding tunnels too, so, you know, with the AWP, so they managed to get away with a lot there. But well done. Lonely 5, make it a little bit more convincing. Mega Walking up top mid solo. I don't think it's going to actually pay off. There was a good flash though. Was that a team?
I think that was a team flash.
It was. Olive. Yeah, that's rough. Traded, but they've lost 2, and now they have to try and fight long with just the Glocks and the P250.
It's gone a little bit too far, too high, too deep. It's a nice little kill from Tom, though. Now it's on to Super. Oh, that's a sharp shot, but he's going to be locked in that corner now. Cannot afford to be peeking. Molotov will definitely kill him. If not Callum Murray with the shots. So we are back to the 2-on-2, but you'd still have to say, long-range fights, unless a USP can be retrieved, probably do still favour Nutty here, and Shah's got a good angle to play from. He's unkillable there, I want to say. He has the chance with a really, really sharp shot to just catch one on the cross, but I cannot imagine that anyone from Lonely 5 is going to be able to kill him on an angle like that with a Glock.
Yeah, very tough. Velocity going for a little bit of a look now. You know, I've loved this from Lonely 5. Very much pumping the brakes, making Nutty question themselves. They can likely fight this 1v1 now. And even the little boost across Velocity's info is gathered, site secured. And now this is going to be probably a tougher retake. But the good thing is Velocity does have the kit here alongside those Julies.
Yeah, big rotate in there from Shah as well. He's going to go toward long. It doesn't look like Lonely 5 are interested in watching that angle just yet. Olive's going to work his way down into CT. He's still going to watch short and take that challenge against Velocity, who will eventually lose his life. And Shah now, unfortunately, is in a 1-on-2 with a couple of players to find. Oh, no! That has gone all wrong for Lonely 5.
Where's the kit?
And Shah gets it done. I don't think
he
needs the kit.
Not at all. Can gather that one after because he's already gathered himself the round. Beautiful stuff there from Shah. I would have thought, you know, they had the high and the low ground, and ultimately it was Nutty Gaming to walk back into it. Great shots from Super. Have to give that in, right? You know, he has had a fantastic round there, just sort of keeping the defense. And despite the fact that we did see a change of approach in Lonely 5 and putting on the brakes, it was, yeah, still Nutty Gaming to find the retake. So well done to them. Fifth rounds now gathered. So eco for Lonely 5.
Well, we've been waiting to see a little bit more from Nutty Gaming on this map, and this is really their opportunity to do it. Map is definitely still winnable. CT side, very, very strong these days. They've got off to a good start with that pistol round win. And it wouldn't be the first time we'd seen an 11-4 half get overturned.
It's the old classic. It was at Zonic's scoreline. 11-4 curse. Run boost out now. Next up, on the line with the FAMAS. A little bit rough as Olive. Great shot. Now it's awkward. Tom able to find one back in as well. Bomb planted. Setting in for the retake. And the post plant is looking good too. Members up short. Only scary thing is these unsilenced M4s. So, sorry, the silenced M4s absolutely ripped through. Are you joking? What a shot, Mega. Those spotted out. Calamari still not in a great position, but he's done more. He's done absolutely bits in this round. And now it's all left on to just Super. Does he even have the kit? I'm not too sure, but he's had a warning shot fired at him. Has to try and find the fight onto Terry. Has to try and get this member down short as well. I think Calamari might have just bought himself enough time. He absolutely has. What a disgusting way to win a round for Lonely 5. My word. Calamari, that shot into CT. And is he going to find the Super running away? Okay, good. Well done.
I mean, it really just flies in the face of everything that I was saying at the start of that round, doesn't it? Here was the chance for Nutty Gaming. You get off to a pistol, build that CT side up, and then instantly Lonely 5s puts together a round like that. I think maybe we will be seeing Lonely 5 walk away with a victory on Dust 2 after all. To be fair, I was sort of searching for a needle in the haystack, looking for Nutty to win the map from an 11-4 deficit, but sometimes you got to have a bit of faith. Not sure that I do anymore. 12-5. That is hard to come back from with the money broken.
Yeah. You know, only hope is that Super rifle. You know, he has had a good game, but you know, so much pressure, especially Dust 2. Like, these Deagles obviously can do big work, but it's Mega and his control. Like, surely they're still watching this. Olaf's got the flash through. He's got to be absolutely ready for this. Got the long line. Now Now they're making their way out. Nexar narrowly misses, does hit one, but there's that pesky Mega 2F down towards the top mid position. Super, though, striking in firmly with that saved M4. Now Olaf peeking up to the top. Super with 3. The sole member on the defense, and unfortunately Banana's sitting there going, what the hell has happened to my team? Good defense, though, I suppose, for the time being. What we did see in the end from Nexar, able to find that one frag. 50 seconds. Banana has a long way to go. Where will he go up short? Will be the decision, it looks like. And the bomb is out in a position where at least it's claimable, right? It's not stuck in bedroom.
Yeah.
But the AWP is up. And he's looking to get into pit here too with the AWP.
He's gonna have to take a mighty tap on. That would have been it, wouldn't it? That looked very close from Banana. Gonna toss that smoke down, flash over the top as well, just to give him the ability to progress up long a little here, but this really means that Shah's going to be shooting fish in the barrel. Flash goes over the top and, well, executed in the end for Nutty Gaming. So they do make amends for that last round.
Nicely done. The battle of the responses right now. Battle of the ratio, Jordan, if we can go that way.
The battle of the ratio.
Yeah. Giving each other the L, saying they fell off or something. I don't know, some of that garbage.
How old are you, Conky?
Too old to be making memes.
Too old to be
that
saying
caliber.
ratio, I think.
Yeah.
Next you're going to be pulling out vouchers.
I did today.
Oh, no.
G2 Magnet Brain, make it happen.
Vouch.
Yeah, vouch.
Vouch. I'm kind of not sure where this second half is going just yet.
No, it's really hard to sort of put a finger down on it. Really hard to vouch for either of these teams at this point in time.
Oh, my God. You need to stop. You need to go to bed.
You're an enabler. I'm starting to come down with something, all right? I actually genuinely have, like, clammy hands right now, so I think I've been hit, but we'll talk about that later. Good shot from Mega. Second. Ooh. That's like 700 ADR.
That's good.
Narrow miss. But what do you think? Like, the momentum to get back, like, how many rounds do you sort of need to see Nutty get before you start being a little bit more of a believer?
You're hitting me with a Mac mate right now.
Yeah.
He's infamous.
Put you on the spot.
How many rounds?
Hey, Jordan, I've got nothing to talk about right now, so how many rounds do you think they need?
I think if they get to 10, if it's 12-10, I might start to believe a little bit.
That's what we need.
Obviously, that's still a little ways away. But not even a bit more success on this CT side so far than what they were on T. So that is good to see. But
we can actually talk about the game, though, now this round because of the bye.
Well, the thing that concerns me, maybe, is obviously we haven't seen a lot from Lonely 5 on this map before. So what have they actually got on the T side? You know, they can get it done on the CT side. Yep. Okay, granted. But if they start to run out of ideas on the T side, that's where Nutty Gaming can potentially pull this one back. And they're still quite a distance away from finishing the map off Lonely 5 if they don't really have a great grasp of the T side.
It's always a challenge. Calling can be very, very difficult on this one when you've got a team kind of dancing rings around you. But the double AWP setup is going to be what's, I think, hard to overwhelm. They are still playing very split up, though, right? Like, they've got all this aggressive control of long, but this is why Dust 2 can be a pretty challenging map to defend at times. There is just so much sort of space left if you're not looking to take any further control. But now they are. Mega creeping in, and I think he's going to meet his demise, unfortunately. That is a very bold play to be making with no real information off the back of it. Banana, though, does get spotted in the response. And now Nexar, I think he actually did manage to see Terry's tootsies as he walks along.
One thing I have noticed a little bit for Lonely 5 is that when they get the advantage, they, a lot of the time, as individuals, try to look to bolster that advantage rather than just reset and slow down a little bit. You know, even there, another instance of it, Banana gets an opener and then almost gives up his life looking for another one rather than slowing the pace down a little bit, which is something that you often see from the best teams in ANZ. Pretty clean entries onto the A bomb site make it rather inconsequential, but a lot of the time, you know, let's say you see Renegades or LFO or one of those teams find an opening kill on the T side, they're just going to stop dead. and slow things down for another 20 or 30 seconds and really make their opponents think. So I think, maybe that's something that Lonely Five can look at. Because an opening kill's really well and good, but if you get traded straight away, it sort of nullifies the impact of it.
Yeah, need to really sort of make a statement now. Nutty Gaming with another buy in the back pocket into this round. They've saved the AWP, they've saved the M4. So they should be fully equipped. I can't believe I've just been ratioed by Komodo in the chat. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, go water your plants, dude.
Yeah, might have to. Plants treat me with more respect than my co-casters. Kind of crazy.
Plants can't talk back.
Oh, jeez. Well, look, big position here. Very important round for Lonely Five, but same could be said for Nutty. They lose this, Lonely Five potentially walk away with 15. And yeah, looking down, a late night, back of your map pick. It's going to be tough. Because as it sort of alludes to, the rest of the map pool sort of may potentially sort of lean the way towards Lonely Five. But that's a great opening. Super's done well. Finding that pick nice and early. Bomb still dropped down in spawn as well, so they're going to have to do some reconnaissance at least later in the round.
Yeah, it starts to get a bit more difficult now for Lonely Five, doesn't it? Smoke up for the cross into short.
Still so passive as well, just waiting for something. They're going to at least take some control of short. Just still having Sharp watching over towards that line. Still 3 members at the A site, so it's going to be a tough fight regardless. And Super, someone who we've mentioned a lot of times in this map. It's been a great series so far. Now another smoke as well to go down to tunnels, so they've still kept some good control this way. Definitely looks like it is going to be that A site hit, I do believe. Or maybe not. No, they're taking the bomb through mid doors. This is interesting. Wondering what the call is. It looks like there's some hesitation as well. You can see that the team is definitely not on the same page, but at least Olive finds a good frag. 20 seconds. Where are they going to go, Jordan? They have to pick up the pace right towards this A site. Shah actually going for the rotate, so it could work out. It could work out. He's going to hit them short now. He's already moved. He's already repositioned.
They've got to get the bomb down. They've got 9 seconds. Yeah. They're taking too long. Oh, imagine there was a player in Goose.
Oh, jeez.
Round's over then, but Lonely Five have gotten away with a bit of a streaky one here. Olive's not too comfortable in his position, I don't think. That was a very strange round. And Gaming, they're going for this retake? Yes, they are, especially off the back of that kill. Callum Murray does drop. Olive won't pop his head back up just yet, but when he does, it gets taken off, and Terry also falls. Now Banana in the 1-on-3. Bomb, however, is planted for him, and there's no util to stop him from taking the peak. If he hits the shot, it's going to be Dunzo. Taking his time, and gets it. That might just have been a little bit too soon. Mega's going to sit the defuse, and doesn't get it.
Oh, he's got it!
No, he hasn't.
No! Beautiful. Well done. That is nuts. I actually meant that Lonely Five got it, but well done.
Yeah. Good recovery. Plus ratio.
Exactly. Yeah. 3-point line. Hit it down. But no, that was huge. Very well done. I think there was a little bit of luck there. Indecisiveness is the key factor.
Oh, for sure.
There.
That didn't look too good, did it?
Running out mid doors, getting a pick CT, and then going back short. Definitely kind of wild. And I feel like Olaf was the one orchestrating that, saying, boys, come mid. And then they've realized the time. It's like, oh, God, go back.
This might not work out for Olaf.
Boing, boing,
comical.
Boing.
Good attempt from Callum Murray. Very heavy defense on the short position from the CT side. And even a couple of players in mid as well. Bomb's headed in this direction. Callum Murray does clean one up. Still a bit scared that Nutty Gaming is going to be able to grab themselves a couple of quick kills here in mid, but looks like they've given up control of it.
This is that should win round for Lonely Five, right? But you can never put a tab down on it. It's like, geez, anything can happen in this series. Bit of a lean towards B though this time. Haven't really had too much focus in that position. A couple of rounds where they did walk out early, but the sights asides from that have definitely been much more towards A. And as I say that, they do retreat from upper tunnels. But, 40 seconds and they're still leaning just outside this bedroom. Must have a flash ready to go. It's a singular flash. No, never mind. Olaf's got a couple. Should be able to send them out here. And it's in the middle of a reposition as well. Super. You got to do it all here, my friends. Step up to the plate. One and done. And now it's sharp. 20 seconds left on the clock. The rotation is here. But again, Jordan, Lonely 5 have left it so late. Great flick, Shah in the moment to be the money man. And here is 2.5. Not quite the third.
What?
He's missed no scopes, but there's flashes here.
How?
And he's still holding on to dear life. He does go down, but it's not going to matter because Nexar is there to close with 2. And Lonely 5, yeah, look. Blurred vision.
How did he live for so long?
Oh, the first shot was so sick.
And I gotta
Great
say,
flick across.
you know, T side here for Lonely 5, it is not a particularly confidence-filling T side.
No.
I think if they didn't get enough on CT side, if they didn't get 11 on CT side, this could have actually been a really close map. And, you know, maybe it still will be, just because it feels like any round that they're winning right now on T is a bit of a streaky one, or someone's coming up big. Like, they can't get that round over the line, Conky. How can you say they're going to get any round over the line in a full gun round situation? So, look, it's only 2. It should still be Lonely 5 to win from here, but I think it's actually going to be a little closer. It looks a little closer than the scoreline.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way of putting it. Like 11-4, cursed scoreline, and you know, Lonely 5 were looking so dominant. It was 10-0 at the start, and then all of a sudden they've just managed to absolutely turn the tides. Only big factor here is that nobody's watching towards CT, and they are making their way out long. They actually could have very well found the timing. Here's that pace picker right now. Mega will be fired off, but Banana gets the opening. Mega drops the bomb in the process, and now look at them turning. Consistency, just the focus shifting completely. They turn around. They all start watching their flank, and yeah, well, Tom's taken A long, whilst the rest of the team's out on B. So that's a little rough. Again, you can kind of see what they're trying to do, but it's just very poorly executed. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt in the fact that it was a very rough-looking buy, but we need to see more from that. It just kind of shows that, you know, Lonely 5 is that team that not as much prac as you'd maybe sort of be thinking. It doesn't appear.
Maybe it's a similar situation to what we saw for 1620 Kings earlier. They just kind of need to build that confidence up a little bit and send it.
There's got to be one chief making the calls and not questioning each other, right? Even if the call's bad, at least go in on it.
Well, the call is going to be go 8, and that's not worked out. Fair enough.
Too easy.
Nutty Gaming, they're being given the opportunities to build the money up, and they're also building their confidence slowly but surely. It feels a far cry from an 11-4 half, where Lonely 5 win the pistol in the second half as well. No, they didn't, but they won the second round. They won the second round.
Yeah, they did, and then they lost to that eco, so or the force buy. So, yeah, it's definitely been a interesting one. I would love to see if we get to chat to them in the interview, kind of ask about their position and about their prac and what has sort of been happening. But now it's going to be a very, very big battle for long, and it's not going to pay off at all for Lonely 5. Utility was there, but now another smoke.
It looks like both those CTs got flashed and then still won their duels.
Yeah.
You know, interesting is that word that a caster uses when they don't want to offend, I find.
Yes, yes.
And I think that's been coming up a little bit in this series thus far. Lonely 5.
Well, I think if anything...
I'm going to ask you that question straight up. Are they going to lose the map right here? Lonely 5.
Well, it's so hard to even think that, like we were expecting so much more, especially off the back of a big start from Lonely 5. But like, again, it's that should. They should win this map. They've had so many opportunities to close, but they've left the door wide open, and Nutty Gaming, like they're the ones, if they continue this trend and they continue this defense that they've got, they're the ones that deserve the dub on this map of Dust 2.
And with the chance, maybe, if they can make some clean entries happen on B, but knowing how their retakes went on CT side, I can't imagine this will be going too well for them.
3-on-2. Good molly
11.
towards tunnels, but it just looked very easy for them in that position. And you know, maybe it was just that they had a little bit more of a lackluster T side. Certainly looking CT-sided does too in this series so far. Lonely 5 back down to an eco. Only 3 with the Kevlar. But again, pace changer. I need to see it. I need to see something different from Lonely 5 to shake it up. Because look at this, like the confidence from Super. He's straight down mid. Early pick already found. And Shah's got another as well. So that's already all of this map control given. They know nobody's over towards spawn. It's only Olaf holding that line. He has to hit a dirty shot too on a Super. Terry, though, hang on just a second. Now look at this. They're actually setting their focus the other way. Good thing is, though...
Look at Olaf's position, though. Surely he gets around behind Super here. Super's
going to be timing.
Oh, yeah, well done from Terry. Just kind of keeps him interested. He peeks around the corner for half a second there, just as Olaf's about to peek. And so, back to 2-on-2. I got to say, though, if Lonely 5 do end up winning this round, it's still kind of one of those where you go, oh, can't really be relying on that. But it might be enough to get them the map victory.
Yeah, Terry go kill. Huge strategy. He did well. And yeah, the interest kept, you know, towards bottom mid. They do give the information away now. Olaf, obviously no Kevlar. It's going to be awkward. Terry has to rely on some really solid shots. They are going to get the plants. And it looks like there will be a potential reposition. Is he going to come out CT? The nade actually misses the mark. Oh. Now Olaf, he wants to take that fight. He wants to find that dual velocity, gets the info. Terry all the way back down towards short. Such an awkward run. Questioning the position, questioning the info, but there's Shah again. Terry gets the info, but they've got kits this time. They can defend each other. They've got the utility down. Now Terry wants to take the fight. He's going to walk straight into the AWP. Nothing else really you can do, though, when you've got that smoke down, right? You have to kind of take a duel at some point in time. And there we go. Despite some very good frags found, there's no, like, economic reset anymore, right? Like, Nutty have so much money that Lonely 5 just has to win, and they have to win now. Otherwise, you're exactly right. It should be Nutty walking away with a map win.
Well, I guess this goes back to... you know, what we were discussing around this series at the start of the day, where we were thinking, look, Lonely 5, you know, traditionally might be considered a favorite coming into this one, but Nutty's been looking quite good of late, and that first half, it sort of had us a bit bamboozled. We were saying, all right, well, maybe Lonely 5 is better than we gave them credit for. They've just had a rough run of form, blah, 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 but it seems like we might have been right all along in that Nutty can, at the very least, contest Lonely 5 and maybe even beat Lonely 5.
Jeez.
Not the first time, by the way, I've seen Lonely 5 get off to a pretty good first half and then let things slip a little in the second. I mean, you really only need to go back to that game that they played against Sanguine on the 24th, which was 5 days ago. They had a 12-3 lead on Inferno, which they lost. So... an 11-4, definitely very losable.
Nutty is definitely the team in control. This time the mid to B split. This time, Jordan, it will be a 5-on-2 if they do choose to take the B site. But if I don't see them all move as a unit, they may very well be upset about
they've got to be able
potential
to take
result.
It, yeah. Look
for
at,
sure.
They've got 3 mollies. They've got so many flashes. They have to be able to get in.
Oh, Shah!
Oh, he gets 3, and to be honest, that's probably more than he should have been allowed to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's such an awkward thing because, like, if, you know, anything from what we've seen, Nutty synergy for the rest of the series, or the rest of the map, rather, especially on the CT side, is that they've actually had some pretty decent retakes. They've got a member going into tunnels. They've got 2 members coming up. Window will be Molotov, and that is going to flush Tom out. Now he goes to a very awkward spot just on the other side of the double stack box, and now Nexar looking to flash his way straight through, finds one onto Olaf. Now he's spraying around randomly. It's onto Tom in the clutch. Will he be able to lock this down? He's got members looking his way, and Nutty have cleaned house. That was a 5 versus 2 on the B site, quote unquote loss. I mean, Shah, an animal.
You can just see the difference between the two teams, especially even in that retake, right? Where Nutty, how much better they make it look. Lonely 5 tried a retake multiple times, 3-on-2 on the B side. Didn't even get a single kill. And Nutty Gaming make it look basically quite easy, I think, is the takeaway there. 14-13. It's still... I mean, it's still winnable for Lonely 5. How many times I've had to say that, but
Oh, jeez.
It's really looking quite disjointed on this T side. They have a lot of work to do still. Can they win this round? Can they get something through this smoke?
They're finding it again.
No, again, it's just everywhere they go, Nutty Gaming go one better.
Oh, how many times have we seen that exact round? Like, they try to get out long, they lose 2 picks, they run away, now they reset. 2 members left in the first 20 seconds of the round. And Super is so confident that he's just run out long. They do not give a damn. They are here saying, we are the better team. We have looked down the barrel of a 10-0 scoreline and finally a pause. Oh, Jesus Christ. I don't even want Lonely 5 to win at this point in time, purely because Nutty have proven themselves in this comeback.
Yeah, Shah's been absolutely insane in the second half. He's 25 and 17. Been doing a great job with the AWP. Looks like Olive's got some words for the boys. I think Lonely 5 might be one of the most momentum-based teams I've ever seen. At least in recent times. Maybe not ever. I've cast a lot of Counter-Strike, but I think at the moment, yeah. This is the second time now in as much as a week where they've gotten off to such an amazing first half and just not been able to do anything in the second half. And, you know, is it just that they're a really poggers CT team and they've got nothing on T? Because that game against Sanguine, when they got off to a 12-3 start, it was on CT side. And then T side, they just didn't really get to anything going. So is that something to sort of factor in here as well? Well, good couple of trades come through for Olive and Callum Murray at least. But in these 3-on-3s, Nutty has definitely been a lot better still. So let's just wait and see what happens.
Ollie with his Olaf with his kangaroo method in towards top mid actually missed the timing. Allowed Super to get all the way up short. Nexar doing the exact same thing. It just hasn't really paid off. Like, Olaf has spent a lot of time in spawn, and there's not been much momentum kind of behind them. You know, this time now, we'll take the helm walking his way out long. It is a 3 versus 3, and Shah's going to reposition. If he misses his shot, it could be absolutely lights out, but it's not going to be, because Shah is on a mission. He is on a tear, and now it is just a member still in long. Oh, timing. Is it going to fare him here? Where does he check? Long way. Banana gets a little bit of a luck in there, as now looking to try and cross. I don't think they've got any utility. No, they don't. Absolutely nothing. They have to try and send this down.
What?
Using the bomb as bait. Here it is. Mega, we've got it for you. No, it's not going to quite happen. Oh, Jesus. This is going to be Nutty going to 15, I would say. It will be. Velocity has done it, and this is one of the biggest comebacks that I have seen in a long time. Casting this Let's Play Live. Lonely 5, I was thinking I was going to see big things, but Nutty, they are earning and burning this. Like, if this goes to overtime, I will feel, like, upset for Nutty, right?
Yeah, I think so. They have poured their blood, sweat, and tears into making this comeback happen. Lonely 5 have barely been able to buy around. You know, I'd almost feel bad as well for Lonely 5 if they got this one to OT, because it's just kind of a question of, like, why now? Like, why couldn't we have not gotten this round 20 minutes ago? It doesn't look like it's going to happen, though. Two players in mid.
Just not.
Both spotted. Mega's on the line. You have Shah there as well, but he's now smoked off. Okay. Lonely 5. You got one last-ditch attempt on this T side to make something happen. What can you pull out? Terry's disappeared from mid, but he's been spotted. Mega misses a bit of a sitter.
What is going on?
Now Velocity spots out 2 in the upper tunnel and finishes off 1. Mega's there for the other, and I think that's just about going to wrap it up. Terry, for all the good that he did in that first half, he was off to an absolute bang-up. The map will go the way of Nutty Gaming. I cannot believe it.
I literally cannot believe my eyes right now. And yeah, look, the disappointment in the face of Lonely 5, I do not blame them. There was no change in pace. There was no direction. There was no confidence in each other. It just felt like it was, literally 5 lonely blokes kind of wandering aimlessly around Dust 2, hoping for something to come their way. And it just absolutely didn't. You know, the confidence was there in the boat of Nutty, and they have earned that in every single way, shape, or form. They've got to be happy with that. And I'm so stoked that they did actually manage to close that one out, because you would have, it would have almost been like a punch in the stomach, right? If Lonely 5 closed it out like 16-14 or something.
Massive tilter for Lonely 5, but obviously not the end of the series. There's still a potential 2 maps yet to come. And of course, there's still a lot of work to be done for Nutty Gaming. They've got a map win on the board, but they need to get another one. So we'll have to wait and see whether or not they can do that on Overpass, which is the map coming up next.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup with over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
G'day, welcome back. It's LPL Pro CSGO, and we have just seen one of the more amazing comebacks in recent times that has occurred in ANZ CS, and it's against Lonely 5 again, who sort of suffered much the same thing last week. That was against Sanguine, this time against Nutty Gaming, and Nutty 1-0 lead off Dust 2. It was their map choice. It was a 16-14 victory. So I guess you'd look at that on face value and you say, that's a pretty good job by Lonely 5, right? They've only lost their opponent's map pick by 2 rounds. Going into your own map choice, you're feeling pretty good about that. But no, I think if you watch that game, off to an 11-4 half, and the way that ended up playing out, definitely not the way that Lonely 5 was looking for. And they definitely did seem a little bit perturbed on the player cams after the end of Dust 2. So, now they need to really knuckle down and turn things back on their head and overpass, which is their map choice, Conky. So there is that. But surely Nutty Gaming got to be riding on a wave of momentum now.
Yeah. Well, look, I just think like the best way to break it down for anyone who may have just joined us, it was a 10-0 start, right? CT side, sure, but it looked just super convincing the whole way through. It was like, okay, Lonely 5 are looking really good here. Then that one round kind of went the way of Nutty, and it was like, okay, that was still pretty close. And then as soon as we moved on to the half, 11-4, it was like, oh, okay, Nutty are looking real good here now. They got the pistol, they lost the eco, they get back into it, and then basically they didn't lose like a single thing, it felt like, for the entirety of the map. And it looked like it wasn't Nutty picking up the pace and doing something crazy. It was just like, I felt like Lonely 5 tripping on their own shoelaces a lot of the time. It didn't look like anyone was calling, is basically all I can say. There was no 5 going anywhere. It was just the same thing of like, okay, let's send 2 out long. We've died. Okay, run away. Maybe send 1 mid, die. Like, there was just no position to be setting up for a trade. And it was a very limp second half. But I won't break it down too hard because, look, overpass, their map, close scoreline, as you said. Hopefully they can quickly detilt and just get straight back into it.
Yeah, indeed. I think, at this point, we obviously need to sort of see them reset themselves. How easy is that going to be How easy is that going to be to do at this point in time? Get up off the computer, have a bit of a walk around, go find a snack, just get away from Counter-Strike, because that's a bit of a tilter, I think, for them. And the fact that it's happened now for the second time in as many, as many games basically as they played, that's definitely got to be something that's now weighing on their mind a little bit. They've got to be thinking, why does this keep happening? What is going on? I'm thinking what's happening on their T sides? Why are they not being able to finish off 11-4, 12-3 CT halves? It just shouldn't be happening, especially on something like Dust 2, and Inferno was the other map. Like, okay, maybe I'll get it on like Ancient or something like that. But unfortunate reality is for them, now they have to win 2 maps in a row to win this series. So let's get cracked on into it and see if Lonely 5 do have the mental fortitude to stay alive in this one. Luckily, at least, they're going on to their own map choice. So that with itself will bring a little bit of confidence. But obviously, this is a potential map victory still on the board for Nutty Gaming, and a potential series victory for them as well, which would be pretty sick. I think that would be a really good result against a team like Lonely 5, and it would go a long way in building up the confidence of a team like Nutty Gaming, who have been putting in the hard yards.
Well, I think the perfect way to summarize this evening, right, is we were not expecting 2-2-0s, right? We were sort of thinking, looking at these series, which way does this go? Is it going to go to 6 maps for the night? And I feel like that's just kind of classic ANZ CS at this point in time, right? You have this expectation to go into it. You're either blown away in a good way or a bad way. Because definitely that first series was hot, right? Like, it looked really, really good. But it is going to be a straight-out brawl towards this B site, and it is Velocity to open up with 2. He's got no Kevlar, but he does have the kit in hand. And, once again, it's sort of this one-by-one kind of cha-cha slide out towards the monster tunnels. Velocity needs some support from his teammates, but he's in a third. He is hungry for more as well. This is an electric start to the map here. If he can find more, Tom's still looking for the peak. We do have Calamari over on the other side who has found a pick, but it is Super. And now we are seeing him go in for the swing. And Nutty have a very, very easy pistol round to pick up here on Overpass.
Yep. And so that's not going to help with any of the confidence levels or motivation levels or the tilt of Lonely 5, is it? That's not how they want to start this map off. And if Nutty Gaming can really ensure that they get through these next round or 2 super cleanly, then they're really going to ensure that Lonely 5 have got a massive uphill battle ahead of them. So I think a lot of this is going to be about the mental game for Lonely 5. That's going to be something that we'll have to think about when they start getting guns in their hands, more so than just the pistols.
Well, Pilski tells us about how important the mental game is in Counter-Strike, and I don't think anyone can really deny on him. That's why LAN's so important. Those cheers, those shouts of instilling fear into your enemy, or also getting that fist bump with your boys. Definitely a big factor. And looking at this roster right now, like Lonely Five, whilst they've kind of cool, calm, and collected for the most part, I feel like going flat can be another real big problem. And definitely thinking about some of the players, that's a potential. But won't look into it too much. It is very hard, when it's a team where you don't really know if they're kind of, putting in all the hard yakka, whereas Nutty, they are. They're practicing a lot. I know they've got that LAN coming up. Do believe there was a boot camp. I'm sure the, what's his name? The owner that pretty sure pops into the chat, he might be able to give us some clarity on that one. But there is a quick little technical pause on the side. It actually was Nutty, I do believe, but looks like Olaf and Banana have chosen to take that as a quick pause for themselves to go maybe a bathroom. But yeah,
mate,
just
they
looking...
just have half. They just finished the map.
Yep.
What are you doing?
Someone need to go pee straight after the pistol. All right.
Nervous
Give him a sec.
Maybe.
We lost the 2 first rounds. It's like, oh god.
Oh no.
Got to get out.
Not much conversation happening between the rest of the lads. So it's a tech pause coming through from Lonely Five again by the looks of things.
Okay.
It swapped.
So this
it was
time
Nutty,
it's
and now it's Lonely Five.
Maybe it's a run away from the chair for a second to yell at a friend or a housemate or a family member about the internet. Fair.
Yeah.
But what I am noticing is Nutty Gaming has not typically been a team that's got all smiles, right? Like they're quite cool, like stone cold, I would say.
True.
A little bit of a little bit emotionless at times, but they're looking good. They're looking happy. Like, and as again, what a comeback. Like the feeling they must be having right now should be awesome. But whatever has happened, it has been resolved as Lonely Five have called for the unpause, and we're straight back in.
Gun round to come. This will be a big one. Surely you've got to be getting this one over the line as Lonely Five, otherwise they're going to be in a bad headspace. But look at this from Nutty Gaming. They are not shying away from any of these fights at all. They almost lined a couple up, but Lonely Five ultimately do walk away with the advantage. I think Nutty Gaming really there were just trying to dictate the game a little bit, weren't they?
Yep, getting up in their face, using the, I guess you would call, lesser weaponry. This could be a big nade from Nexar. It will be. My god, the dunk. Downtown. There's a flash over the top as well. Calamari in a bit of a predicament. Okay, so they are still trying to make a statement. I love this. They lose the opening 2 members, but then they very quickly get back into it. Now it's just going to be a big question on has Velocity got what it takes to lock it down from Banana. He has managed to get his way out towards the pillar, and the smoke goes down. It does actually let Banana free passage towards the site too.
Yeah, but very nicely timed from Velocity. He's actually able to do a huge chunk of damage to Tom and get that info early, keep himself reasonably safe. Let's put that smoke down as well so that Banana can't have an easy one-on-one. So, of course, going to buy time for the CTs to come across, and they find Tom. So now it's just a question as to where is Banana. And he's been spotted by Velocity, tries to take the challenge through the smoke, tried to get that 1v1. And I kind of like this in this context, actually, for Velocity. Normally, I'm like, you know what? It doesn't really affect anyone or whatever. And a lot of the time, it's kind of like friendly banter or whatever. But I think if Lonely Five have just lost that last map, and they're already a bit pissed, now they've gone down 0-3.
Getting under their skin.
Lost the first gun round. 100% get under their skin. Really continue to bring that tilt to bear.
Definitely a big play. It's just like what the old tactical crouching, you'll call it. Trying to let them know.
Tactical crouching.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I call it too, actually.
Yep. Never heard of that tea stuff. Only coffee for me. And, yeah, just perfect. Nutty have looked confident straight out of the gates. And even on that kind of lesser equipped buy. Mega, though, a little bit of a rough flash. Does quite catch his teammate in the position, trying to take some further control. Terry, easy shot. Now they're going for the counter boost as well. We'll be all the way across, but unfortunately, and if you can lip read, you know exactly what he said as Mega picks up his teammate. God, that is tilting. Like Olaf was the one to fall off the boost and he dies. Oh, jeez. 4 on 4.
Yeah, but you've already got a player snuck out monster, so Be interesting to see what Lonely Five is going to be able to do with that. Super definitely keeping an eye on things. And Mega, he got the timing right onto the first. It's info there's another player out as well, and Super does well enough to at least get 1 kill too. So, not awful for Nutty Gaming, but the same can be said for Lonely Five. Shah has the AWP in hand, but it is the position of Nexar that I am most interested in because he's wrapping his way around behind again.
Yeah, we need to see Shah nice and patient. There we go. Ooh, I don't actually know if
Tom
got that
saw
info. No, he didn't, but he still managed just to find the frag. That is a very, very rough position because Shah has to clear close, and he's only got the AWP. He's only got the USP, so Terry will get the job done there. Nicely found by Lonely Five. The Wander Out monster does work. And yeah, the money already kind of rough in this position on the side of Nutty. Going to be a couple of weak-looking buys. So this could be a potential opportunity for Lonely Five to dive back in. And they have gone... Oh, never mind. Okay, no, I actually hate this buy, but maybe it's going to work. A Scout, 2 AWPs. Okay, we'll go with it, right? We'll roll with it. Sharp, just holding
could work.
Long. Yeah, they are
got the
certainly
Scout,
walking
though.
towards it.
Why has Shah of all people got the Scout?
I don't know. He's the AWPer.
Yeah. Like, give the guy the AWP. I mean, granted, the other two have got armor, but he could have afforded armor. Look,
He got 1.
I guess you'll take that. But the rest of the guys are down toward B. They need to be working their way up toward A. Nexar's got an AWP. I mean, look at the angle that Nexar's playing with the AWP. On his own. Completely on his own.
Oh, dude, this is so... Look, I love it. Because I'm not going to question it,
I'm
right?
pretty sure you just said you hated it.
Yeah, I love it now. Because I hate it.
Love-hate
Counterintuition.
relationship.
Yeah, exactly. That is Counter-Strike for me.
Well, Nexar's dropped. Velocity. Can't really chime in with the Deagle, though he had the opportunity, and now it's kind of on to Super, who does well to grab 1, but he'll need more than that to salvage this round for his team. He's still got plenty of bullets, and he knows exactly where those players are. Mega swings through the smoke, and now has a 1v1 on his hands. He knows where the bomb is, but he has absolutely not a clue where Banana is.
Yeah.
He even thinks he might be coming from behind him. He might
I
be
do
happy
like
to
the
hear that bomb plant
reposition,
sound.
but correct. Is it going to get too much into his own head? But now you're exactly right. Banana doesn't really have many places he can go. Potentially looking for a swing. It's going to have to be a quick scope, but Mega swiping his crosshair across the screen. So unfortunately, the buy that I didn't like, then I did like, I don't like it because it didn't pay off. Lonely Five are back in it to win it, but they've certainly had their economy scraped. I guess the only good thing here is the fact that Nutty are also in a position where they've only got 2k, right? They really shouldn't be buying here. It is a bit upsetting, like knowing how close they are to resetting that economy, but they just can't do it right now.
I just double AWP and a Scout. I guess everyone was just like, yeah, I feel like I can get it done with the AWP. I'm gonna AWP. And then you end up with 2 AWPs and a Scout.
It's actually become a thing in some of the hub services where you actually have to call if you buy an AWP because it feels like everyone in Pugs becomes an AWPer.
Yep.
So you might be sitting on Mirage, CT side, okay, I'm playing mid, and then or all of a sudden 4 AWPs, and no one said anything.
But they have actually managed to get one of the AWPs. They're Nutty Gaming, so I guess that's a win. Nextar's looking really pleased with himself. I've got the
I
AWP.
would be too. He stepped in. You know, we'll question his angle from the previous round, but at least he's got another one back. He can redeem himself.
Look, if he's going to run that angle with the AWP, you know, I want to see at least someone there to help him out.
Yeah, for sure. It seems to be a common trend on Overpass, right? Like, there is so much space. And if you're going to be taking bathrooms, you'd like to see 2 or 3. You know, maybe switch it up, play a little bit of a lesser, I guess, defense towards B at times. But, yeah, look. Ooh, that's tight. Gets it. Good hold. Now, surely he gives that to Shah. Yes. Yes? No? Yes.
Oh, he had to be convinced, I think.
Yeah. He was saying, can I have it?
No. The answer's
It's
definitely
mine.
no. All right, Shah. What can you do, my friend? There's a few Lonely 5 members headed in this direction. He has got at least a little bit of a helping hand in Nexar in the connector if necessary, but the timing, that is so unfortunate. He watches, and then as he moves is when Lonely 5 walks around the corner.
Well, they're certainly giving a little bit more of a show. Their T side, much better on overpass. Clearly a map that they are much more prepared for, I guess you could say. And now it does look like it's a double up inside the bathrooms. Mega and Super are very much tucked into position here, and now some flashes over towards Long. Nexar, though, sneaky boy. He's seen his opportunity, and it doesn't look like anyone is looking that way at the moment, but timing needs to fare him. Utility starts to be sent up. Now the movement will look to happen in just a second here. Already one and a second from Super. Much, much better. And that's all the control that's been found. The remaining members actually head their way up Long. But Olaf, he's timed everyone and everything. But Mega, what the hell was that? What a shot back he's managed to find here. Now Terry trying to hunt, trying to find something, but it'll be Callum Murray. This round is very much going to turn on his head right now, Jordan. Where's the plan? Where is that bomb?
Default,
it is on the side for them. I do believe they're going to have to run around the site to try and find this.
Yeah, Mega, very
tapping.
safe.
Easy.
That's easy, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. I don't know what that round was, but Nutty Gaming wins it. Money's still good, though, for Lonely 5, and we're going to see a real back and forth kind of battle right here. Prediction tracker. Ooh. 54% for Lonely 5, 46% for Nutty. After round number 7. Still very much hanging in the balance, but this next round could tell us a lot. Another reset to the CT economy, and Lonely 5 get another couple of chips away in the first half.
So many emotions this evening. Some highs, some lows, some Nexar getting taken down. Nutty losing their substitution inside connector. And yeah, like rough, right? Like no one there to bail him out at all. No one in short. No one up closer near the toilets. I guess, you know, Shah sort of was there watching it from a distance, but, you know, it's all well and good when you're not there to help out in person.
No orbs either here for Nutty Gaming to really sort of whittle the numbers down for Lonely 5 as they make their way in the direction of the bomb sites. Which means they're going to have to do it the good old-fashioned way. And Lonely 5 have been a little bit better on their T side so far on Overpass than they were on Dust 2. So I think if this comes down to trades and executes, then I'm going to back the Lonely 5 lads. Shah gets a good kill onto Callum Murray, but oh, how's he held on to Tom as well? I don't know.
Well
Super's
done.
also done a good job of holding things on the bomb site. And we've actually got a numbers advantage for Nutty Gaming, which from that position I didn't expect them to have. 26 seconds here, Conky. They've got to get a wriggle on.
Yeah, very much so. Definitely picking up the pace. And Olaf's going to do a very nice job of getting his teammate back into the round. Will he find the third? Not quite. Velocity.
Oh, wow.
He's actually found it with the MP9. Now walking out, but Banana, he's a man who is sharp, and they will find their fourth here. So still clinging on to this, you know, potential second map here, Lonely 5. Because Nutty Gaming definitely doesn't look like they should be buying into this one. I mean, again, it's another position, right? Like, you're surely going to be toying with the idea. Their money is so weak, and they're going to. Nexar's made the call. Wait, oh, okay. And he's been denied.
Okay.
Nexar's gone, boys, buy. We can reset them. And Mega's just gone, nah.
I don't know about this. What is he doing?
It's a good option, right? Like, but you've got to be all on the same page. You can't just have one guy kind of doing it. The irony will be here is if Nexar wins the round and then he goes, boys, you should have bought with me.
Yeah, but then you just say, well, we won anyway, so why?
Yeah, so shut up, idiot.
Yeah. But I almost think you do kind of have to win the round as Nexar now to justify it.
Yep. And it's getting harder as Banana's already found a pick on towards this B site.
Yeah, he's challenging for another one, but Mega is a little bit too sharp. That's a very nice shot from the Deagle. He's crossed into Toxic Barrels. Didn't expect Terry already over there, but Nexar's chimed in with
Nexar.
one. Need a little bit more than that. There's an AK for Shah. Bink onto Olif. But it's really onto Shah now, having retrieved that AK. And
Oh, what a shot from Tom.
Gonna work out too kindly for him.
I was going to say, Shah's positioning actually could have paid off there, but Tom was well and truly ready for it.
Mm-hmm.
Still got to get onto the side. Super. One. Nah, not quite. Not a believer there. Only 5 take the lead back.
Well, Nexar's not going to have a buy
Yeah,
now.
Nexar can't buy. Sorry, sir. You have made the wrong decision.
Has someone really dropped him a gun?
Who's done that?
Have they really just done that?
Dude, has Velocity just said, I'll take the MP9 for you, Chief? I think he did.
There is
What
no
a gentleman.
way. There is no way I'm doing that.
Come on, selfish guy.
That's not selfish.
You gotta do your boys a favor.
That's not selfish. That's just karma.
I agree. No, it is. It absolutely is karma. Nexar does not deserve that M4. But we like him, so we'll let him have it.
We'll see. He might deserve it if he pulls off something special in this round.
Yep.
Velocity is, to be fair, playing close, so MP9's not so bad here. Gonna be given a flash.
Oh, that is such a confident peek.
Get himself back across into the site. I like this a little bit better as a position for the MP9, to be honest, than the right side of the monster tunnel. Terry's fully cleared it. Velocity needs a bit of help. He needs a flash in here from Mega. This would be the perfect time. Come on, throw it, Mega.
Oh, Molly.
Here it comes.
There it is. There's the flash. It is late, but it is good. And there's 2 for Velocity. You called for it, Jordan. He must have heard in his ears. Tom does get the trade back, but Super, the flash, unfortunately does blind him up slightly. Super does join the fray, though, quick enough that he at least can deny the control. And that's actually... I don't know about this one. Look, like, this is what I mean about this, like, lack of connection. Yes, I understand, Callum Murray, you have the control, but your teammate is probably more than a 20-second jog away. He has to go B, and now I think we have to see Callum come down heaven.
They're running
and try
out of
and find
time.
something. Yeah, I don't know what they've got at all.
They don't have
This
the
is
time to win
comms
this
going
round.
manic.
Surely not. I mean, that's a crucial kill for
No
Callum
way
Murray.
they win this.
Oh my god.
No way they win this.
No! This is illegal, Sharp. He's got Tom locked on default.
Oh,
he's
drop
looking
your
for the
pistol.
angle.
Drop your pistol, do it. Make him think. Oh! He
Well,
dropped
he's got
himself.
him down. Goes for the spam through the wall and takes a big old peek. I can't believe Lonely 5 gets away with that.
Oh, man.
This is like the 3rd round, which Lonely 5 have just... I don't know. Nutty Gaming, what is going on this CT side? First you have Nexar buying in an eco. Then you have that round.
Yeah, that's rough. Again, you can see like little bits of, you know, maybe just some lack of faith in either team towards each other, but Olaf's got the AWP. He's found the opening pick on a Super. Nexar has got another gun. Another M4. Gotta make it work, though. I remind you, this is a full eco, except for a little bit. Velocity's got the AWP, too. Sent over to Shah.
Yeah, that's good.
Velocity can actually give this one back to Mega if he wants.
Mega in the monster tunnel
There's
gets
a shot.
another one with the Deagle. I don't know what's going on in this map. I really don't.
There's just so many different things to keep questioning. Like, we're sitting here trying to analyze, trying to focus, trying to work out the method to the madness. But, it is very hard to kind of watch, you know, so many things going on. Bit of a kaleidoscope on the vision. There's Nexar. Does some really solid damage here. Flash keeps them at bay for now. Callum Murray will be able to afford Terry some real estate on the site now. Yeah, exactly. I think there is always a prospect of that happening. Terry, he's gone fishing and he wants to pull a big one.
Terry's position is really good.
I think so. Slots his way in. Mega, he's aware. He's concerned. But I think the main thing is 2 other members going towards the bathrooms. There's Terry. 1. Callum can find something, but it's Shah again. He already lost a 1v2. He's saying to his team, why are you putting me in this situation?
And no armor.
No armor. No nothing. Oh, he's done it. Is it enough time? It should be.
He certainly seems to think so, and I think so as well. It's very close, but He will pull that defuse off.
He's done it.
Jesus. I mean, it's just too close for comfort every time for Nutty, though, isn't it? Like, that's obviously an eco round for them, and they're stoked to win it anyway, but it was a 4-on-2 that came down to a 1v1, and Shah had to hit an absolute blinder of a shot to win it.
I guess the extra thing that we can add in is at least we can say that Lonely Five's lost a round that I'm sure is going to burn inside them. Like, that is not a round that you want to be losing at all. Now they're eco, having to just go in with the pistols. But Nutty needs to find some form of consistency. You know, they have to take advantage of some of these crazy rounds that are coming out, especially, and throw a couple together.
Because they're on the CT side, and you can't rely on your T side if this is not a map that you play a lot. You know, 9-6 even on CT, maybe not enough. This is Lonely Five's map. They should know what they're doing on CT side. They might have already gotten enough on T, and we just don't know it yet. Nutty Gaming are fighting so hard to try and get round after round, but Lonely Five's already at 6.
Good shot from Terry. Looks like they will be finding a second in a row, though, Nexa. Pretty hungry to try and find more. He's already on for 2, but Terry says no. And they've got to be careful still. Terry does have the bomb, and now he does have a rifle. And they're very split here, Nutty. They've got to make sure, at least, you know, hold hands in some degree. Because Terry is definitely in a position where he can isolate these 1v1v1s. But he's got a lot of ground to make up. Going for a cheeky waltz through the bathrooms. Jump spotting to come out. I think you've seen him too. Yeah, he definitely has. Information gathered. But looks like there has been some info spotted as well. Does not get the plan to Shah. Has made his way out connector. So the info was enough to make the call. And Nutty walk away with 6. Tied scoreline. And yeah. Look at this. Well done from Shah. Good on the timing. Info. Whoopam. Dunsky. Drop down. Smack the lip. Whoopah!
Dude, you're just so cool. I wish I could be like you.
No, you don't. Because then that would mean that you'd be silver in league. Can't have that.
That's true. I was silver once.
Yeah, not anymore. Gone are those days. Yeah. 220 ping or whatever we had to play on.
Yep. Look at velocity. He hasn't actually gone through. He's waiting for smoke to fade. That was actually really nice from Nutty.
It was, and now the play is going to start to pick up. Yeah. Good frags, back and forth. Mega, you can't even pick it again. Mega.
What?
He's found 2 inside the monster position. It's going left, right, good night, up and down, back and forth. Now Terry's in a 1-on-3.
Kupa, right? That's how it goes. Kupa.
Yeah.
Something like that. Jesus. What is going on? This map and series continues to just bamboozle. Terry's in a 1-on-3. And Nexa has his number. Okay. Wonder if Nutty Gaming can still put 9 on the board. They've got an eco to go up against here. They'll have to deal with 1 more gun round. Is 9 enough, though? I wonder. I honestly don't think so.
The only reason I'll say it's a potential prospect, right, is because we saw how rough Lonely Five looked in that second half of Dust 2. Like, they looked a bit lost, but, you know, at least they're getting that kind of T side out of the way, right? Because they looked strong on the CT side. And their map pick, they'd have to be confident on it. But Shah, he puts himself at a big risk here. And he goes down. That's the turn of the tides here. And never mind, race car peak.
Not like this.
Oh, it's happening again.
Maybe Super can still salvage. He's scared. There's multiple angles that he has to be aware of. Nothing happening, though, on long. Can turn his attention toward bathrooms for a second. But he's desperately calling for some backup. Look at how paranoid he is about someone creeping up long.
And don't blame him. So many different angles as well. And 1:10 left on the clock. Like, Lonely Five don't need to do anything, really. They can just wait. Utility goes down towards short to at least kind of give some semblance of the fact that there might be a B-side defense. But everything else is just, yeah, been Nutty falling into disarray. Super wants to try and fight it. He actually repositions up towards the site further. Now that's where the weaponry is going to be going. It is an AWP and an AK in the hands of Tom and Olive, the veterans of this roster.
Super's starting to trend back toward the B side. No, he's staying A, which is a really good sign for Nutty Gaming. You got Velocity and Super both playing similar angles, and Velocity can't hit anything. It is 2 kills for Super at least, but it leaves Mega in a 1-on-2, and you know, this is pretty much a must-win. This is the round that you have to win as Nutty Gaming, and they're going to let it slip. It potentially looks like.
Oh,
Nothing
given
about this CT
time.
side has been a sure thing.
Timing?
Does he expect both to have gone bank, though?
Surely not. Like, planting for it is good. That is an insane shot. Now he's clearing absolutely everything else. He doesn't expect it. No chance. No way. Is he looking at the right line? It's got to be all a game of timing here. And just look at the way that it's been played by Tom. He's not looking at all. He's seen him now. He's got the info. He can just sit on it. Mega potentially can bait this again. He's moved away. Mega finds it somehow, some way. And a round where you kind of question whether or not it's deserved or not for Nutty, but they do it, and who cares because they've won the half, Jordan.
Well, what did I say about this at the start of the series? Mega in the 1vXs. He seems to have a bit of an X factor. And that's just another example of it. Lonely 5 get very close on a round that they really shouldn't have. And now they've got a full buy-in, so we could still see an 8-7 half, which I think for Lonely 5 is definitely good. 9-6 I still think is pretty good.
Definitely good. Like, now all of a sudden you start to think that Nutty are in the driver's seat, but it will be too hard to tell. Like, pistol round's going to mean so much into this half. Utility over. Definitely looks like it's going to be that execution towards B here. Jordan, and apparently jumping will be Callum Murray. Getting a very, very dirty opener, but Mega he is poised in such a good position. Crosshair is just patience. If anything, 1 and 2. Nexar picks up 1 as well. Now the Molotov will put him down, but he can get the smoke in, and they're trying to fight it, trying to get away, get rid of this pesky guy. But they are going to plant for Heaven. Looks like nobody's fighting for it with the boost over. Don't quite find the line, don't quite find the timing, but now at least they've got some info as to where 2 of these CTs are.
I think this is really cool, though, from Callum Murray. He's in such a great spot to win this round in a 1-on-2, you know, a 1vX if he needs to. Olive should be a dead man. Olive, if he gets a kill, he actually really swings this round back in the favor of Lonely 5. But you got Nutty Gaming slowly working their way forward. Callum Murray takes the face, and in the end, it's not going to be enough. It was a good attempt from the last 2 members of Lonely 5, but in the end, 9-6 is the scoreline at the half. And it feels like it's still really teetering on the precipice here. I don't know what to expect from the T side of Nutty Gaming on this map. So I have no, informed opinion really to give. But you gotta have faith in the CT side on Overpass. If it's your map choice, 6th round on T, I think that's decent. Lonely 5 gets off to a good start, then it is definitely their map for the taking. You know, if they win the pistol, make it 9-9, I'm backing Lonely 5.
Yeah. And they're all smiling. They're all happy. Definitely the better vibe check in the camp of Nutty Gaming. Look at that. Yeah, still just stoked with it. They're waiting patiently, seeing if there's going to be any aggression thrown out by Lonely 5. I am seeing a bit more of this as of late. You know, look at the confidence from them. Inside connector, inside short. Some aggression, watching down towards long, actually. So the angles are locked down by Lonely 5, but Nutty seem to be so aware that there could be some form of aggression here. I'm loving this crossfire as well. Callum Murray adopting the Julies. Now they're just going to try and walk out the door. Or do they walk straight into the fight? There we go. 1, but it's traded. Super. My God, I keep repeating this guy's name this series. Velocity with another. Banana. Not even sure where to look.
Conky's brain is broken.
Yeah, it's absolutely broken. I like that he keeps taking the silencer off, but that was just a huge, huge round. And the lurk to come out from Nexar. Yeah, look. They had all the right positioning, but Nutty did what you've got to do on the T side and go as a 5. It pays off. Pistol rounds 1, 10 rounds secured, and Lonely 5 are looking like they might be moonwalking their way out of Let's Play Live Pro for this season.
Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves just yet, Conky. Remember what happened on the last map.
Oh, yeah, don't. Probably shouldn't, hey.
10-6, though. Nutty Gaming will be feeling confident from here. They've got the pistol round on the board. Mega has an MP7. And Shah has a P90. So, a bit of an interesting buy coming through for them, but lots of AKs. Velocity loses his head to Olive. It's going to be a weapon that is retrievable, at least for Nutty Gaming, and if they lose an MP7 only, I don't think they're going to be too disappointed by how the round's played out.
No stress here. Just business as usual. Make sure you don't lose too many rifles. Do the right thing. Check your angles. Clear your corners. Good shot from Sharp. P90 buy, obviously respectable in this kind of position, but he does get punished for doing so. And that won't be taken into the next round, as it is just going to be the AKs managing the deals. Does Nutty walk away with 11 now, so they are 5 ahead. Continuing to apply that pressure. There's going to be no warp up for Olaf in this first buy the half for Lonely 5. But regardless, it's enough. The only concern is no kits. They cannot let this bomb go down unless they've got a pretty solid and confident early retake, because, yeah, Nutty are just looking great, and it looks like they're actually putting a fair whack of pace over towards this B side. Got the utility to throw it down, but it is going to be Banana to walk into the meat grinder. But only the one for now.
I don't know if it was Banana walking into the meat grinder, rather he was the meat grinder. 8 and 14 for Banana, but hopefully he can pick that up in the second half here, and if Nutty are going to continue to send it at Monster Tunnel like that, he might just do it. They've lost a key member as well. You've mentioned, you've spoken about Super a few times tonight. He's not going to play a factor in this round. And this is the kind of round now where we do get a bit of an insight as to what Nutty Gaming will inevitably look like on this T side. Because we're going to have to see some thinking from them. If they can dig themselves out of this, that is going to be a massive confidence build-up.
I was just looking back. I just had to double-check the scores. Yeah, Super with 30 last map. So he's definitely been stepping up to the plate because, you know, realistically, he's on for a second 30, like 60 kills in 2 maps. Certainly not something to laugh at, but it did go full regulation in the previous one. Terry, great line, great angle, but Velocity, a little bit of judo warrior action in that position. Kind of jumped out with a karate kick, but this time Banana is going to find him back. Good trade from Mega. Positioning from Olaf is going to be crucial, but he's given up the goat, but it's not going to matter. Does get swung on, but Tom is there to defend his friend. And Lonely 5 walk away with a 7th.
Yeah, that was kind of comical how that one played out for Nutty. The initial smoke did obviously put out the Molotov, and then the second ended up almost making like a one-way for Olive to play with. A little gap in the smoke at the very least that he was able to really make advantage of. And Lonely 5, good quick answer to losing the pistol. Mega has bought into this round. Hero AK.
Will it pay off? Had to get approval from Nexar, obviously, to do this.
Yep. King of the Force.
I'm surprised there's not a little bit more invested here, but I guess that full sight set onto the next one. They're in corners. It's very much just Shah being the bait here. Mega doesn't quite find the opener, though. So they will need to put that weapon back into the hands of Nexar because he's the only one with the Kevlar. Velocity now has it, but it is going to be them lining up to the Glock of Nexar. And, you know, still some more damage to be done here. Potential scary prospect. Okay.
He wanted to
try and
go
find the
it.
fight. Yeah, he was hoping that there was going to be a swing off that, but just going to be Terry finding Super. So Nexar, really, one more frag would be good. But realistically, it should be 3 alive here for Lonely 5.
Yeah, it should
find
be.
the line onto truck. Oof. Not quite.
Hold on. 3 rounds deficit. It's not too substantial as Lonely 5. Another buy to come here for Nutty, but it will be without a perfect amount of weaponry. Velocity's going to have to go down to the Mac 10 and Sharp with a scout instead of a proper rifle or anything.
It's a very slow start. Not really a whole lot sort of thrown out. Slow walk into short from Nexar. And happy to pull out of connector as well. This is going to be a bloody duel inside mid. I like the angles that are held. You know, they are very kind of angles to catch you off guard. And that's exactly what's happened as a result of it. Olaf and Callum Murray with the double up pays off. And they're happy with their reward. They just get straight out of there, straight back to site, and they can reposition accordingly. Beautifully played CT start of the half.
What more can we see from Nutty in this round? It's pretty critical that they don't let Lonely 5 build a good economy. Again, we've spoken at length about how Lonely 5 should be feeling confident on this CT side. It is their map pick.
Yeah, they were looking good as well. Like, they have showed good confidence on the CT side of Dust 2 as well before they did start to fall apart.
Yeah, see, I just think it's a situation where if you let Lonely 5 have everything that they want, you know, 5 guns, lots of util, blah, 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 AWPs maybe out here and there for Olive. I think they're going to be good enough on this CT side. They've already shown us a decent amount so far. So it's going to be nice if they can get a little bit more damage out than what they have here, Nutty Gaming. Tom and Olive both low, but so far unable to really get any significant economic damage across. And the gap continues to close. It's now 2.
Yeah,
have to be a
looking much
save
better,
from Nutty.
for sure. Eco territory, just some pistols at maximum. You know, starting to decide whether or not they do want to bring out that T-side AWP for Sharp. So it's a Deagle for Super, Velocity, some utility for Mega, so they are still going to try and make something work. The joys of the IGL, not being able to go for your pistol frags, have to get the utility instead. Super does get taken down quite low, quite early. With that door being blown open, it's actually a little bit of an awkward one for Sharp. Because Terry does have his eyes set inside there as well, but now he'll reposition to watch the monster line. Bomb actually dropped. Oh, didn't realize. Very, very rough position. But, you know, again, this really should just be a throwaway round. Lonely 5 looking to find 10. Stacking up their economy nicely as well. So, you know, not losing a single member here would be crucial for them. And Olive, great spray control. Nicely done. Only two members left. And Super's very low as well.
Really, really solid looking CT side thus far from Lonely 5. Barely losing any guns. And, you know, if this, if the pistol round would have gone the way of Nutty Gaming, Lonely 5 would not have gone the way of Nutty Gaming. Lonely 5 would already be ahead. So, factor that in. Just feels like it's a matter of time before Lonely 5 pull ahead and start to close this map out. Their money is looking good now. Nutty Gaming need to pull a rabbit out the hat pretty much in this round. Who's going to step up? Who's going to make the difference?
Has to be now. I almost feel like if Nutty don't respond in some sort of way, shape or form here, that is where it's going to be a bit more of a call for concern. But early utility, toss down as usual, keeping them at bay. T-side hasn't established any control just yet. It will be that slow walk out later. Terry trying to put himself up on the grates again. But it is that slow walk once more into short. So they're happy with that control. But it is a 3-man lean down from the Lonely 5 side. Calamari kind of on his lonesome, but he flashes or gets flashed out. So he can now walk back, join his teammate, as he was taken very, very low earlier on in the round.
Bit of a slow approach from Nutty Gaming in this one. Shah starting to get some good control on long. So we've got a decent amount of time to work with the T side, but grouping up now toward bathrooms. Present its own opportunities. That's a good kill from Shah. Opens the door a little bit. Still a couple of players to find, though, on this bomb site. And forcing a bit of that util out from the CTs. Really not a whole lot of it left. And Tom gets a bit of info off those shots. Olive in a cheeky angle. Wasn't properly checked. Nexa almost went down. But Tom is going to be the one that indeed ends up grabbing a double kill. And with 20 seconds, Nutty Gaming, they need to win some duels, and they do. Nexa has come up huge in the round. 12 and 10, but a bit more of a streaky one there, I'd still say, from Nutty Gaming. Can't be relying on that to happen every time.
Yeah, that was almost the hero round from Tom, wasn't it? But then he just got clipped on the side of Dice. And yeah, Calamari, unfortunately, going wander down towards long. Gets caught on the timing. Wasn't flashed in. And yeah, look, that's the early advantage that did ultimately allow for the round to be won by Nutty. Sharp, trying to jump spot, does gather maybe a tiny bit of information. They jumped up on the other side of the smoke, had a little bit of a look. Now Nexar, though, walking straight into the jaws of Olaf. And that AWP is deadly. We all know it. We've seen it for a long time now.
I mean, just think about how important this round is for Nutty Gaming. If they win this, they can go to 14-10. But the fact that they've now lost Nexar, they've got not a huge amount of map control. You still have Callum Murray clearing long and bathrooms. Definitely puts this one in the favor of Lonely Five, but that is a really sharp shot from Mega.
Been a few of them
back in the other direction.
He's been looking real clean with it on this rifle. Olaf, though, going for a similar position. Even finds the Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and Mega there. Flicks down, gets the job done. 2 frags found. And now Tom jump spotting 3 members coming through this long position. Great flash, but Velocity blind still finds it. Olaf needs to be the Kingslayer here now. Sees a hand as the smoke goes down. Misses the line narrowly. Has to reposition on top of the truck. That's a 3rd for Olaf. Not quite the 4th though. Super will respond. And now they have to move quickly. They have to utilize this timing. They want to clear more. There's so many different angles, so many things to clear. Velocity up on the top. Will be able to find one, but he knows now where the position of Terry is, and he has been taking a lot of damage from this utility here. Now it's going to be whether or not the inexperience pays off. And it does not, unfortunately, as Super questions himself maybe a little bit too much, and is punished for it by Terry. Olaf, though, the hero of that round. And unfortunately, I don't think Nutty is going to have a whole lot of cash to work with. No bomb plan, no rounds.
So many of these touch-and-go rounds are leaning toward Lonely Five. They've closed the gap now to 1. And as you mentioned, money's not good for Nutty Gaming. Oh, what a different kind of a half we'd be looking at had Nutty Gaming just won that round. But now it is still favorable for Lonely Five. Good kill for Terry. Through the monster tunnel may not be the name of the game. There's a couple of players watching that, and in fact, they're not even going to get through the smoke. Jar tries to do a bit of damage, but that is a horrible turn of events for Nutty Gaming. Yeah, the difference 1 kill can make.
Yeah, tied scoreline now. It's been, you know, well, when the comeback at least started on the previous map of Dust 2, very lengthy game. Full set of regulation in the 30 rounds that came through. Are we going to be seeing something similar? Lonely Five do have that kind of, you know, position with a bit of a safety net with the extra buy. Olaf, though, probably won't be able to... Oh, no, maybe. Banana's got good cash. Definitely reinvest into that AWP. So, nah, they're looking good. Terry, blinded off, has to fall away, but Super and Velocity have already taken a lot of damage. It's just that early control that has been established, kind of forcing some of the members of Lonely Five away, but, you know, Nutty's still very split for the time being.
Terry doesn't get too much done. More exchanges all over the map, and all of them so far favoring Lonely Five. Not substantially, but damage is damage. Soften up those targets for the M4s. Headshots abound. We'll take it. Super going to be boosted up by Nexar.
Oh.
They're making some noise. No one there to hear it, though. He doesn't see anything either. It's interesting as well, because the bomb's going back over towards the A bomb site. You still got guys milling around in short water at 40 seconds left. This is starting to bring that timer down pretty substantially.
There is a rotation down at least from 1, and there's the opening from Velocity, so they've got to make that call. They've got to make it now. But again, the Kingslayer in Olaf, the Titan on the AWP, has been holding firm. He's already found an opener here, but he's got so many angles to clear. There's another. Looking good here for a second. Is there more in the tank for you, Mr. Olaf? Watching towards short. Doesn't quite find it. It will be Mega to get the trade. And now it's a 3 versus 2. The rotation is quick, though, Jordan. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. And it is the HK duo, the dynamic team of Banana and Terry. Can they find this 3-on-2?
Well, you absolutely cannot afford to drop this one as Nutty Gaming. They've been allowing Lonely Five to get away with a lot in this half. And a 2-on-3 post-plant, that would be too egregious for me. That would lose the map, in my opinion. But I don't think they're going to drop it. They're just doing exactly what they need to do, keeping their heads down, playing that timer. He comes through from Super, good shot connected, and now it's on to Mega. Banana! Oh, he makes it possible, but yeah, realistically, no time. But, you know, again, it's just another example of how close it feels like this really can go for Nutty Gaming. The fact that Banana's hitting that kind of a shot, back to back, like Nutty, they can't even make the slightest mistake.
No.
Otherwise, Lonely Five is capitalizing on it.
Well, I think even in that position, it's like normally you go, oh, maybe if you're the, you know, 2 CT members in that 3-on-2, you save. But by going in for the fight, they've actually put them into a really awkward position where we've had to see another reinvestment come in from Nutty, and they're straight back down to the bottom of the barrel. So Lonely Five kind of give themselves another chance in that opportunity where they can go for timing. Will it fare them? Not watching quite towards it. Terry's going to be leaning over the top late. Mega, he does get caught off guard. Mega going to be going for this swing very, very quickly. It's a little bit overzealous maybe, Jordan. I think they might be looking for a bit too much, but Velocity might actually have an answer for that. Now the bomb can be recovered. There's only this one member who is looking to creep his way through bridge. He doesn't know at all, and Tom finds the timing. It's an advantage going back the way of Lonely Five.
Well, what is Nutty Gaming going to do about it? They've got to pick up that pace if they want to go B. There's the rotation still coming through, but they might be a bit late here. Tom, safe now. He's got his friends to help him out, and Nutty Gaming, they rely on Shah. A 1-on-3. It's surely not possible.
So many angles. Real big position here where it's like a composure game, right? So many angles to watch, so many things to clear. But Olaf and Tom, again, another duo who have been together for quite some time, managed to get the job done. And Jordan, that is Nutty, as you mentioned, right? These can't lose rounds. Well, they lost. And now they've got no money. And, you know, is it worth the fight? Is it worth the force? Probably not.
I don't think so. Best case scenario for Nutty here is that they bring this one close, do a bit of damage to Lonely Five's economy, and then win the next round and break them. But Lonely Five, I still got to say, it feels like to me, are looking a little better on this half. Still backing them to close it out. I'd be interested to see what the prediction tracker says. Maybe we'll get that after this round, but I think, yeah, I think it definitely does feel as though Lonely Five is going to walk away with this map victory unless Nutty pulls off a couple of, like, sort of magic rounds. Pull a rabbit out the hat.
Olaf is out for blood. Just fully forward. Calamari is there inside connector. Have to hard clear it. Olaf should get a little bit more info shortly, though. Ooh, timing. Don't actually think he spotted the player in mid there, but that's the bomb. He's got to be careful. Sharp doesn't want to be waltzing out there all on his lonesome because there is a couple of members that are sort of forth towards this A site. Good shots, though, out from Banana. Nexar goes down as well. So at least there is a sort of friendly jog up towards the A position now. I don't think Calamari's actually spotted the timing at all. Shah's got away with this for free. And look at the, positioning now. The focus is not on towards this site. Olaf, the only person really with the sight set, but he does hit a great shot. He's been good all game. And now will the rotation come through? Super finds it. They can go quick. I think they have to get over the truck and in towards this bank position as the flank is already there. So it should be done and dusted. There we go. Calamari closes it. 14 now for Lonely Five. Nutty have a buy. They have an opportunity. Shah could go for the AWP without helmet if he wants. But regardless, it's all lots to sort of think about and process. And there is only one more chance, it feels like.
Must win for Nutty Gaming. He has gone for the AWP. Even if they do win this one, Nutty Gaming, I don't know that they did enough damage in that last round to properly reset Lonely Five in the next. So it's definitely not going to make their life too easy. It'll keep them alive, at least in the map. Lonely Five are looking to keep themselves alive in the series. Nexar has just taken matters into his own hands again. He just seems to be doing that a lot today. Been left to his own devices, and this time it's worked out.
Nicely done. Another coupler in the bag here for Nutty. Momentum that they need. Olaf, though, still alive. Managed to bring his teammates out of the dirt a couple of times here. And still, even after finding those couple of frags, you know, Nutty hasn't really got much space. They've managed to pick up. They do establish some further control of Connector at least, but they have to kind of start to make a decision. Is this a 3-man lean towards B as well? Lonely 5 have got a fantastic read on this, whatever they're really trying to do.
Might be
The
a
jump
good
spot
call.
line, yeah. It's looking like
Tom,
it will be.
Very aggressive angle as well. Nexar, surely. 56 HP, shouldn't win this duel. No, he does. That's insane. But now Olive might be able to come into his own.
Oh
no. You cannot be expecting this one to go the way of Lonely 5, but it might just. Velocity finds a critical kill. Callum Murray, his position is known. Where is the help? Mega gets a flash across. The swing is in. Velocity looks like he got caught by the flash as well, but he's going to try and get that bomb plant down. Molly through, and Mega secures it by the barest of margins. Nutty Gaming have another round. Oh, God, I don't know what to say about this half, but they are scraping through some of these rounds.
Oh, man.
Ooh, okay, so Lonely 5 actually don't really have enough money to buy in.
No, it's awkward. Very, very awkward. I guess Nutty have just sort of done just enough damage over these last couple of rounds to keep them honest. Like, what a scary prospect to be thinking, my God, after all this, we have to eco to potentially let it go to overtime.
Well, in theory, that is what's going to happen. Terry, he opted in for a UMP, so I'm not sure what's going on here. But Nutty Gaming, they should be able to win this round. It would be fairly typical of the way that this map has played out, though, for this to go the way of Lonely 5. They seem to have gotten away with a lot. Nexar's going to stick around and ensure that there's no push coming through from those CTs. That's a good shot from Mega. He looks like he's permanently flashed as well, which is fine. 1 for 1 for Terry. Not quite enough with that UMP. I wonder if Nutty Gaming can sort of eke out another 16-14 here, because that is kind of on the cards for them now. I think all signs have been pointing towards a Lonely 5 victory on this map, but Nutty Gaming, have they done enough? They've done enough at least to get to overtime. CT money is not looking too fantastic still. So I wonder if Nutty, or have they just picked up the pace at the right time when it's absolutely necessary? Famous for Banana. All power for Olive, no util. Tom also has a Famous with not a huge amount of util. Well, here we go into round 30.
Full regulation all the way through. Both these maps have been such a upwards and downwards set of emotions. You know, a complete and utter comeback that should have really never happened in the eyes of Lonely 5 against Nutty. They just absolutely worked it all the way through, got the job done, and now they come here into Lonely 5's territory, the map pick of Overpass. And Jordan, we are teetering right now on elimination points.
Ooh.
And Shah finds Terry. That is a very big pick here. Where's Olaf? He's over the other side of the map. He was down towards Log, trying to find this fight here. Could be the opportunity right now. Nexar walks out, but Tom, he's got something to say about it right now. 3 versus 3. He's get Molly, but he's got an opportunity to do more. It is traded, but Olaf is here. Now into a 2-on-2, making a 2-on-1. Shah all on his lonesome behind the fire. Has to get out short. Calamari looking the other way, and we are going to overtime.
Well, just when you think Lonely 5 are down and out, they pull off another round, and they put it through to 15-15. Oh, that was so touch and go for a moment. Nexar and Mega getting doubled by Tom was pretty much the difference maker. And now it still hangs in the balance. Kind of feels like a map that did deserve overtime in the end, I guess. Lonely 5. They got it done with a really poor buy in the last round, and now, into overtime, they've got everything they could want.
Yeah, maybe this is going to be something a little different, because realistically, throughout the entire game, we've not been able to say once that any one player, or any one team has deserved this lead. Both teams have been putting in the yakka, and it's been back and forth. Their, game of tug of war has been going on, really. So lots of players individually stepping up to the plate and locking it down when their teams do need them. Now, Nexar looking for a little pick over the top here. Can't quite find anything. Has been an angle that Calamari has been watching. Nexar here's the AWP scope from Olaf. But still 2 members tucked in, down towards the monster side.
decent long control. Oh, and that's a shot from Sharp. Okay. What has he got for us? Also, the question, what has Olive got for us? Because he's been super impressive so far on the CT side. Shah misses the shot. Shah misses the shot, and Lonely 5 in with a chance now. They get that rotate up. Olive's got some time to get the util down. You got Nexar working his way back toward B, but he's surely got no idea Banana's in connector.
Oh, bomb dropped. It's gone.
Yep, it was the call from Mega. He's cleared out B. He called him back.
Oh,
Nexar. Oh, what is going on? 15
He's got
seconds.
no time.
Can he get there? Can he? He might. I think he might. I think he can get there. There's no one covering the B bomb site right now. If he just charges and puts that bomb down.
He has.
Olive's
just going
pick
for
up
it.
the pace. He's got to.
Oh, good pick. Well played. Very, very wise. My
34
God,
and
it just
24
gets
for
down
Olive.
to the wire again, yeah. Olive has really stepped up. That's crazy.
Oh, 16-15. Advantage, Lonely 5. Nutty Gaming definitely doing a bit of probing in that round, though.
I've honestly just been sitting here thinking, Jordan, like, you know, on kind of how you can change this up. Like, it really is just a crazy push and pull.
Okay.
And that happens. So, look at that little smirk. Shah's super happy with that.
Well, how many times can Shah get a really cheeky kill? Like last round, it's the jump spot at Bank. This round, spam through the wall on B. You can't really rely on that to be your opening kill. Callum Murray's going to actually progress his way up long, but this doesn't look like a great place to be. If there was one player here, maybe. But 3? He's really going to need that helping hand from Olive to keep him alive. And Supar going to take the peek. We'll spot him out. Surely the trade-in from Velocity. Bomb is dropped up on the flower bed. And Olive's still doing a great job of defending this bomb site. You can't be challenging this AWP right now.
No. Time and time again, he's managed to find it, surely.
They have to boost to get the bomb.
Okay, no, they've got it. They can get the jump off the bench. That's fine. I did get a little bit concerned, though, just for that position. All right. So I guess the call is here. Nexar's out, Monster. But
Nexar's
Terry's in short, so, like, what are you going to do about it? Nothing. There's the bomb. It's gone. Your position doesn't matter anymore when you haven't cleared short, Nexar. And you've walked into the jaws of Olive. This is much more looking like it should be Lonely 5's map victory. And definitely looks like we are going towards 3 at this point in time, unless Nutty do something nutty. But it isn't happening just yet. They are not looking convincing here in this overtime. Like, they've hit a couple of shots, but, you know, again, like, Super hard cleared that long angle, and he got owned.
Yeah. To be fair, I think that was a difficult fight for him.
For sure.
Just for the, based on the angle, you know, trying to look down. The wall's probably in his way, etc. You got to get one here, though, Nutty, to sort of keep it at least at a par score. I mean, it was 9-6 in the first half CT-sided, so 2-1 is literally par. That's a good couple of shots from Super. So this will be the third round.
He hits that.
Third round, by the way, that Nutty have gotten the opening kill. And if they don't convert any of them, then that's really bad. But looks like Velocity with that double kill might just have given them the round.
I don't know, man. Tom and Olive still alive.
Yeah,
they
Tom
shouldn't.
has been the danger man.
Absolutely shouldn't. But Olive, with the amount of frags that he has found already, still not yet able to find that bomb plant. They've already gotten themselves into that kind of post-plant position here. Shah still doesn't have a weapon. I'm not sure if there's one down for him to find. Regardless, though, last round of the half, they've got to go for this fight. Got to try and find something. Shah, little shoulder peek. Olive, many lines to clear. Does get the flash over for his teammate. Should allow him to go out and find something. Olive's found one. And so did Tom. So it's now onto the 1 versus 2. Flash goes into Monster. Picking up. Oh, I was going to say. Blinded Mega. But no, not quite. Nutty do find a 16th. But there is, still look anyone's game, I guess. You could say they are going to swap over to the other side. And Only 5. You know, they've had their bright moments, more so on that CT side once the big green came out. But as they swap over, is there going to be a potential opportunity for a fight back?
First round of this half, I think, tells us a lot. Nutty Gaming, if they get it, it's 17-17, and then it sort of feels like it's anyone's game still. But if it goes the way of Lonely 5, 2 opportunities to close the map out. Definitely be backing them. Sharp, this time can't connect.
He wanted
he has
it.
to go high, tailing it back in towards the safety of his teammates. Tom has dropped to Mega, though.
Was that through connector again? Just trying to think if that was through the door or not. It was a wallbang, but now they're trying to pick up the pace on towards this site of B. And it's going to be Super locking it down with a couple more again. And now it's all on the Calamari in the 1 versus 3.
Bomb is in an awful spot for him, though.
Yeah, and look at where Nexar is already rotating all the way around. Like, they can just sit back and be passive and wait for Nexar's call.
Nexar really loves this push, doesn't he?
I think he's the guy that's kind of like, it's the throwaway player, right? It's like, I'm the sub. I'll go hunting.
Yeah.
I'll see what I can
just gotta
find.
do whatever you do, you know?
Yeah.
Let him go. And the rest of the boys play as 4. Calamari, a 1-on-3, but he's gone for a massive flank. So you'd have to think this might be good for 1. Shah's sort of checking behind him every now and then, moving around. That'll go the rifle every day of the week. But Mega, this is a bit of an off angle for Mega to play from, and if Calamari goes over the top and jumps down into water, oh dearie me. What if? What if he now hits a headshot onto Mega and wins the 1-on-3? 20 seconds left. He's got to drop off, and that should give it to Mega. Jeez.
And Mega really wanted to fight for that. Still, you know, he put himself into a very precarious position. I suppose he was trying to just tuck underneath. You never want to be Goomba stomped out of heaven, though. Always got to be careful. But regardless, he gets the job done. And yeah, Calamari certainly made it scary. At least he's done some sort of economic damage. Shouldn't matter. You know, it is overtime. Should have plenty of money to work with. But it's a tied game again. CT side still for Nutty. Calamari gets some utility out early. Nade over the top from Nexar doesn't do much, if anything.
Nexar's on the push again, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's keen.
Oh, he's not game enough to go through the smoke. Would have half guessed that he would, and if he did, that might have actually been a huge play. But Lonely 5, maybe they'll get away with at least an execute out onto B. Mega has cleared short water, but he's going to have to turn around and take a look at Monster Tunnel. Velocity with way too many shots, and Mega can only grab himself 1. So Lonely 5 will get into the site. No flank to worry about this time from Nexar. Super's dying to the molly. What?
Not the time. Not the time. Sharp does make 1 work. I guess the bomb is still yet to be planted, right? Anything can happen in these positions. Olaf will be able to at least find the time on the site. But Nexar, oh, he's hungry. Keen to get up very, very close. Kind of needs the support here. I don't know if Olaf's actually going to be ready for this one. He's holding the line, though. What a disgusting shot. Shah does have another one in it to win it. Now jumping into water. So many angles to clear, and it's going to be such a tough one as well. Smoke goes down. Where does he choose to throw it, though? Is it onto the bomb? Kind of. Terry, he actually was spotted. It was almost a shot there on the response. Another smoke goes down. Terry gets up close and personal, though. He doesn't give a damn. And that's 18 rounds. That is map point here for Lonely 5, but overtime number 0.2 for Nutty.
Yeah, Nutty need to stave off another one. Shah's 20 and 26. It feels like he's doing a lot better than that, though. I've got to be honest. His frags seem like really big impact frags most of the time. Velocity is only running a deagle. He doesn't have armor. He's got a flash and a deagle. So this is scrounging the bottom of the barrel for Nutty Gaming. They're going to have to do exactly what Lonely 5 was able to do on their CT side.
Just a slow start again. Everyone nervous. Everyone not really wanting to try and take the fight. Mega now does reposition. He's going for a lot here. Is he going to ask for the flash? Is he going to try and do something? Oh, I don't know about that. Was there a flash? That's a bit rough. Goes walkabout by himself. Yeah, nothing really left to do. And, you know, Velocity's down on just a deagle.
Well, it should be Lonely 5 from here. With the buy that they've got together and what Nutty's got to play with, it doesn't look too crash hot for the CT side, but Nexar, bit of an off angle with the FAMAS. Don't know that I'm a huge fan of it. The FAMAS is so unreliable, especially at a range like that, and Terry gets the job done. Nutty Gaming staring down the barrel of defeat. And then that would obviously mean a third map. There is, however, only 30 seconds, so Lonely 5 are going to have to make this entry clean. The issue is it's only Velocity with a Deagle, and I don't know how much I expect to come from that one. He'd need at least 2 here.
Big defense time. If this is his time to step up, it would be now as 1. And that's some damage dealt onto some of the other members. So, I don't know, this is an awkward one just all the way through, because now the position is given. That's a very bold play to be going for in that opportunity. Obviously, the fence very, very able to be wallbanged. Super turns away, gets the shot onto Terry. They may be investing a little bit too much into this. They can't force the narrative. They just need to hold their line. Super, though, spotted out by Banana. Olive to close. And there we have it. It's an overtime win, and I think a tired bunch of eyes for Lonely 5. But they've made it work. They've got it back, and it's now 1-1 in the scoreline, Jordan.
It is indeed. Lonely 5. I don't know what it is about their games and going to really, really tight finishes, but they've done it again. They have done it again. A 16-14 on that first map. Obviously going the way of Nutty Gaming, but they can't get them over the line in the second. And Lonely 5, they can still try to survive in this series. They have a third map to play with now, Conky, and who's to say that one's not going to be a long one as well. This has been super tight between Nutty and Lonely 5 so far tonight, and I feel like it could really go either way. So, tell you what, let's not mess around. Let's head to a short break and then jump into map 3 on the other side.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The Tarnished will soon return.
Someone must extinguish thy flame.
They will fight. And they will die. For how else is a champion to be born?
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
Hello, welcome back. We are ready to go into map number 3, and this is where things really start to heat up. We've already seen 2 full regulation series, 30 rounds from the first 2 maps, plus obviously overtime there in map number 2 as well, Conky. And Lonely 5, they're doing it again. I literally feel like I watched this series last week, and that was when they were playing against Sanguine. They lost in the first map after being up 12-3. They lost 16-14 on map 1. Then they went through and inevitably won map 2, 16-14, and then they went into overtime on the 3rd map. So I don't know what it is about Lonely 5 and having really, really, really long maps and really long series and not being able to close out their leads, but it's kind of happening again. So what I'm hoping to see here in this 3rd map as we go into it is Lonely 5, if they get off to a good start, they can prove to us that what we've been saying over the last couple of months about them being quite a solid squad, a team to kind of watch out for, and they can close that map out and then get that 2-1 over the line pretty comfortably. And then we can all sort of say, look, okay, well, first couple of maps, blah, 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 not so good, but hey, at least they went good in the end. What I'd like to see from Nutty's perspective, of course, is just a win. I think if they win this series, that's fantastic. That's a really, really solid result from them. So who knows? Who knows what we're going to get?
Yeah, so much inconsistency. Just like you can't really, like that whole way through Overpass, there was not one time where either team looked like they were kind of leading the charge. It was just like, okay, like this is kind of happening, but it was just big individual performances time after time after time. And yeah, I think like, you and me talking about it in the break, it just felt like whoever was kind of like listening to each other for a time, they might find the round, but then all of a sudden it just, you'd see these mistakes that should have never been made at this level of Counter-Strike, kind of giving over the rounds.
I mean, it is getting late, so maybe there's something in that as well. But of course, these teams, they do have to mentally prepare for another whole map, and we're going to head into it right now. Map 3 is ready to go, and it's going to be Inferno. So, look, if anyone's getting tired at this point, that's obviously not good news. They need to push on another 30, 45 minutes, an hour, depending on how deep this map does end up going. But of course, we are all the way into the third map in this series, and it's a big one for both of these two teams.
Yep, a huge one indeed. Very, very important, because obviously the loser of this map, Jordan, is going to be having to deal with not being able to come back until next season, effectively, right? This is an elimination game, of course, for the Let's Play Live Pro League Season 1 of 2022. I'm still signing off my emails sometimes as 2021. It always takes a couple of months to get their head around it. But it's been a wild, an action-packed year so far. So many things have happened, and it is just going to be a straight-on rush up mid. But on the other side, Nutty also look pretty keen to get down Banana.
They do, but they might not be fast enough down Banana for it to make a difference. Nexar starting to charge his way there now, but Lonely 5 are already out brackets. In fact, they're already progressing up dig, and now they're into the A site, more or less. Velocity fully flashed. He'll be eliminated in Graveyard, which will be where he is ending up getting buried. But
Nega's cleared and found his teammates inside Diggity. 4 versus 5. How does it go?
It's not the worst post plant, actually. They've got a player in pit. And Tom creeping into that smoke, if he did win that onto Shah, would have been a big one, but ultimately still sort of hanging in the balance here. Olive gets deleted by Mega, and Super's doing some real work. Don't know that I expected Nutty Gaming to win that one.
No, 5 on 4. Kit was down, long way away, no utility really. And ultimately they do manage to get the job done. So yeah, very nicely done from Nutty Gaming in the end. And there's those smiles that are coming back. Very nice indeed. But look, lots more to go, right? They have to continue strong here. Make sure that the opening pistol round is not going by the wayside.
Not much in this one for Lonely 5. Few Deagles. Velocity certainly seems like he wants to pick the pace up, and he actually does get a kill there off the molly. But in the meanwhile, we're still starting to see some damage, some inroads being put through from Lonely 5.
Yeah, Banana control. Happy to make it happen. And I just realized I have to cast Banana in Banana. I'll get my head around that one a little bit. First time doing it, I do believe. 4v2. Obviously nice and cruisy. Warning shots fired by Calamari, but Nexar will be able to find him. So it should be a pretty good one in the end for the side of Nutty Gaming. 2-0, good start. 4 alive, only losing Mega. So they'll only have to reinvest into one of those weapons, and they've got the M4s to get the job done. Whether or not they'll try a sort of similar bonus kind of style round, or will they actually go in deeper? Nicely done. Velocity is going to invest in full. So they still don't have a perfect situation. Only 5, obviously the full investment. They've all got the AKs. They've got enough utility to get the job done. And will Nutty be able to hold on? Like, again, it's always about this CT side. We need to see something solid. And Mega's already going for the pick down mid.
Not going to see much. But Velocity has put himself in a pretty interesting position here. Oh, does he continue to go for more? I feel like he wants to. And the flashes come on through, but Banana actually does find that kill. It's all a bit of a weird little round in the end. Nexar forced out by the molly. Good for 1, but not for 2. And Super's there for the trade. Bomb spotted. This is just, again and again, just trade after trade after trade.
That was a really good result, though, there. You know, when you get awkwardly mollied off, try to take the fight. And then you all of a sudden think it's just a, 1-for-1 trade in that position. But when Super was able to find the extra frag, it all of a sudden was an advantageous round position. So Mega, last man standing on A, all on his lonesome. Remaining 2 members are still in Banana. But look at the pace. This is where they kind of, start to give that disrespect like a little bit, it feels. Looking to wrap into the arch side. Still very split, these CTs. At least they've got the buddy system, Tom and Calamari.
All the way around the world for Lonely 5. Don't have any real advantages in this one, Lonely 5, but if they can manage to isolate that 1-on-2 and get Shah out of the picture, then yes, that'll be nice. Has been spotted. Him. And Shah's going to be super tough to dig out. Impossible if he doesn't even peek. He can allow them to get that bomb plant down and, sort of play out the 3-on-2.
Yeah, I do like the plant position as well. Good utility usage to kind of stem the bleeding a little bit. But they've got kits. They've got a molly. They can use actually that to flush out oranges, but it's going to maybe go a little bit deeper on towards New Box. Calamari will be able to avoid it. Great shot from Tom. Sharp needs to make sure he clears the right angle, but he's not going to. Crossfire secured, and that should be the round as well. Unfortunately, they did all the right things there, Nutty Gaming, but when it came to the retake, they went one by one by one.
Not ideal. Okay, what is Lonely 5 thinking? Picked up a nice clutch. Now he can really force the issue, break the CT economy. Pretty much they already have. Nutty's going to try and buy as much as they can into this round, but this is the opportunity really for Lonely 5 to set themselves apart in the first half of Inferno. Bearing in mind, again, last time I watched them play Inferno, they only got 3 rounds on the T side. So already doing quite well, all things considered.
Oh, late peak. I love this. Nexa, what an animal. He's 7-1. Still able to kick on for a little while longer as well. That's now the bomb isolated completely on its lonesome. Banana's going to take advantage of that, but I think Nexar's actually got a different idea of it. He wants to go for some sort of peak. Okay, Velocity. Very, very nice. And now they are just in a really awkward situation all the way through. Nexar is going to go for the fight, but he's been punished as a result of it. Still a 4-on-2. Tom will look to join his teammate, Banana inside Banana. A Super will be the sole member to try and hold this. Will Banana find it? Super makes the right choice, falls back, goes for the call. Velocity needs to pick up the pace, but this is where it starts to get a little bit awkward, right? They're watching so many different lines. As opposed to kind of doubling up. I understand it, but the Molotov does go down towards the New Box now. Will Super be able to hold on from this position? He absolutely will. 1.5. But tough round here as Velocity should be able to go straight through and clear house. Nicely done. Yeah. Sending a gun over to his teammate and not quite. 2 8Ks though. Pretty good round.
Expect the unexpected, I think, is really the name of this series. You look at a round and you think, okay, this team should win. Probably the other team's going to win. Lonely 5 definitely would have expected to walk away with the victory in that previous round and equalize at 2 apiece. But Nutty Gaming, they pull it through with a bit of a force by Madness. Now they're going to give it a crack in building up their own CT economy.
Nexar is on another level right now. Just the way that they're taking Nana, they're doing it so confidently. I mean, yeah, again, it's only an eco, right? You can't really think too much about it, but they're on the other side of this bloody smoke. Happy to take the fight. Banana will at least find another, but obviously Nexar's been looking good, and he's on for 3. Now Calamari going for the swing. Are you really going to give the sub an ace? You are. Nicely played. No, never mind. Velocity got the first. I was wrong, but I'm okay with it because 4 is still a good shout. He's 11-2, and he's absolutely dancing around.
Having a good time at least. 4-1. Scoreline for Nutty Gaming. Buy comes through again for Lonely 5, but they have allowed that money to just build up a little now for Nutty Gaming, and in so much that we've actually got a decent buy through here for the CT side. Lots of util. Velocity going to try and get aggressive. He has been an absolute no-holds-barred approach on this third map. It's worked out, I guess. 1 for 1. Once he gets one, he can't really get out of there, so... Banana covers up his teammate. Terry probably a little bit lucky there, but you can really see the brand of Counter-Strike that Nutty is trying to bring to the game in a round like this. Aggression down mid, aggression down Banana. They're pushing. They're forcing Lonely 5 to think and answer.
How do they play it? Shah looking pretty keen to move his way down Diggity. Wants to try and find that line. Does get some info. But Mega also looking to try and drive that line as well. The only thing is Lonely 5 are still sort of yet to make a decision, I guess you could say. They do set their sights now somewhat over towards this B position. Now moving up. The smoke does go down from old mate Super. So he does get to at least keep it locked down for now. But whether or not Mega actually chooses to kind of join him in this position, definitely going to be that B-side execute. Mega's got a molly though, so this actually should be pretty huge. 20 seconds now. Time is burning. Super opens up with one, and now Mega, he's keen. He's so hungry to try and make his way through. It's a good flash. It lines them up, and it's going to be Super to close as well. They've got their backs up against the wall, but Nutty get the job done. 5-1. Economy reset for Lonely 5, and this is a CT side you want to be seeing on Inferno.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start to the map, and it is a map that Nutty plays quite a bit. We've seen a lot of it from them in recent times. Now, the results don't necessarily look fantastic. They've got a couple of losses to the likes of Deadweight, Overt, aka Antic Esports. But they might have enough today to get over the line against Lonely 5. And what I think is interesting about this matchup, hold my thought for a moment, see what happens with that Tech 9 from nothing. Callum Murray, oh, poor velocity, couldn't get up.
Oh,
but
lucky.
What's interesting about this is that both of these teams seem to be very CT-sided on this map. It just, you know, I guess so far, obviously, we're kind of seeing that. Nutty Gaming 6-1. They've got like a 60-70% win rate on their CT side and, you know, about 30 on their T side, just as far as how many rounds, like what the split is. And you can kind of say the same thing for the X-Fury lads. They're around the same, 70% on their CT side and only 30% of their rounds coming on T. So I think we sort of have to temper our expectations a little bit in this one and say that, okay, 6-1's a good scoreline, but the moment you actually start to falter on this CT side is where you actually start to drop some pretty critical rounds. And if Lonely 5 can, like, maybe even just get 4, if they can get 11-4, that could almost be enough for them in this matchup if that trend continues for both these two teams.
Absolutely. It's just always crazy, you know, like, it's been a big topic of mine lately, that lack of CT side aggression, and Nutty have been very happy to do so. And, you know, they haven't looked confident for big portions of this series. They certainly are now, and it's an electric start that they need. Mega does get caught off on the line a little bit, sees one drop in towards the CT position. Banana stuck in the cubby, and it's not one inside a treehouse. Unfortunately, it will be Mega to pick up a second, as Terry, all on his lonesome, has already found one, but he's got so much more to do. He will at least get one more. But there was a wild Nexar who's already put the accelerator down as he motors his way through mid. And we'll get one on the flank.
That's kind of been the modus operandi of Nexar in this series. Particularly the second map and now into the third. We've seen him putting the pedal to the metal, going for a bit of a drive around the map.
Oh, well, he's playing into that loose sub style right now, right? You know, he's just going for these picks. He's happy to work with it. A little bit of Foon style there, but now it's that utility stack up Nana. And unfortunately, poor Terry is blind as a bat, and he will fall to the hands of Nexar. Once again, who I keep repeating his name for all the work he's doing inside this position. Yeah,
can't blame him.
Huge.
Well, can't blame you, really. It's a good spot to get more.
You're
That
joking.
is sharp. Oh,
Not another.
Didn't expect Olive.
Was just lightning reactions. This is what I mean. Like, when the guy said, oh, yeah, you know, might be stepping back from Counter-Strike, it's like, bro, really? You're that good? Timing? Yeah. Calamari, sorry. 1 versus 3 now. Tom by himself. And Velocity, who has been, you know, he's had an absolute stranglehold of this mid position. Very nicely done.
Yeah, very acceptable round for Nutty Gaming. 3 guns alive. Another pause coming through, and I have to imagine this will be a tactical timeout from Lonely 5. They need to do a bit of thinking here to try and, you know, get another round or 2 on the board.
Good time for attack. Good time for a talk. And we are seeing some conversations being had. Just a little pep talk, maybe, is what they kind of need. Because, yeah, they're just looking a bit flat. They haven't found the control up Nana that they've kind of been looking for. It's been punished time and time again by Nexar. And Velocity's also done a really good thing. You know, maybe some movement towards the apartments where there's been a little bit less of a lean because Mega is kind of playing that rotator right now. But regardless, Nutty are definitely making a statement here. And all I can say is I hope for their sake, it's not going to be a repeat of what they did to Lonely 5. Velocity, he's straight down mid because he doesn't give a damn.
Yep. This is now the third time that he has done that on the CT side. Once was with an MP9, but twice now with an M4A1S. And I'm sort of surprised he's been able to get away with it as much as he has. He's going to continue to push. Eventually gets taken down by Callum Murray. It might have been a little overzealous there from him. Mega is able to find the trade at least. Very free on this CT side, it feels like, for Nutty Gaming. They're just able to do whatever they want. Free flowing.
So will this walkabout in apps actually pay any dividends? On the line, Scope is heard from Sharp, but Mega happy to bob his head over towards the apartments line. Sharp, straight on the point. Look at this flank though. I only just realized it's like you blink and all of a sudden the CTs are playing T side. Super finds it, and Sharp closes it. So, Nutty are just absolutely living in the heads rent-free of Lonely 5. And it is just paying off time and time again for them.
Okay, Lonely 5. Gonna have to keep butting their head against that brick wall and hoping that they can break through. Run boost this time for Shah, gets him across to Dig. And again, Velocity has his running shoes on. This time toward the bottom of Banana rather than through mid. Doesn't look like he wants to slow down at all, but a good flash will be the end of him.
And Nexar again. Oh, he wants this so bad. He's calling for the flash. Is it going to come through? Is it going to come through? Or is he just going to sit in the smoke? This is crazy. This man is playing with such confidence. It's like he's playing a team much lower than him. But I don't really think that's the case. These two teams, all the players, relatively evenly matched. Shah does manage to equalize. Super is looking for something as Shah does pick up another. But again, it's just those T's that are so horribly split. Like Callum Murray, sure, mate, you found this control. But I guess now, off the back of it, Olaf has found a pick towards B. So it's a very awkward 2v2. Shah, 1 point of HP as well.
I think Nutty Gaming can feel at least like they are able to go for this retake because they do have a bit of cash in the back pocket. That said, feels as though the percentage chance of them winning this is quite low. So could have opted to save as well, but they've decided to give it a crack. Mega will duck his head down, tries to take the challenge, but Olive finishes him off. And the Molotov, probably unnecessary because Olive has got it done himself.
Yeah, big 4 kills for Olaf, a guy that has regularly been stepping up into his own right. And I got to admit, though, Jordan, the money for Nutty Gaming, despite being up 9-1 previously, 9-2 now, is not looking too great. So clearly Lonely 5 have been doing some damage. Banana is able to reinvest. So still at a potential chance of a reset here. Velocity this time, not looking to push down mid just yet, just some utility. As Olaf this time now holding the AWP line. Sharp doing the old nifty walk at this point in time with that AWP. Will he have an enemy team member walk into him? Time will tell. I think he may very well. Tom just holding the line, waiting for the aggression. It's going to be an interesting duel, this one.
Big one for Terry to win. This could be Lonely 5 putting a couple on the board, and those couple could really pay dividends, particularly if they start to break that CT money. In a good spot. Catches Mega as well on the line, and what has been a great start to the CT side might start crumbling here for Nutty Gaming.
Yeah, I think they're getting a little bit overconfident now. It's been a few picks that they've very much given up. Super, fair enough, had to go for it. Not really more he could do. Missed shot from Sharp, so they know exactly where the AWP is. And they can just boots it straight over towards this B side. They're going to go find him. So it's going to be a hard eco for Nutty Gaming. Like, all I'm saying is potential deja vu here, Jordan.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, if Lonely 5 break that CT economy, build a few rounds up here, maybe get it to 6. 5 even? If they get 5, I think they're going to be pretty stoked with that. Still too early to tell. Nutty Gaming, they're going to have to take a save here. But who's to say they won't walk away with the rest of the rounds? It just feels as though this is still going to be a very close map. Even though we've got off to such a banger of a start for Nutty Gaming, the fact that they've now sort of taken a bit of a stumble allows Lonely 5 back into the discussion.
It's just that like level of stability. They've kind of earned this, you know. They've started to work out, I guess, the method to Nutty's madness, which we have seen because it's been a very overconfident kind of CT side. You know, Nexar just running straight down mid. Also seeing, Velocity running down mid, Nexar running down Banana. And unfortunately for Velocity there, that was a very big whiff. Toby jumping off him just in time. Thank you for that. Saving his position. Tom, though, closes out with 2. Nexar picks up another. So it's all on the super. And he's a long way away from home, which is where the bomb is going to be going in the form of a site, I would say. Yep, picking up the speed. They can clear the lines. But, you know, regardless of where they go, they're only going to be going into one member here. So should be fine. Only the Deagle. Only Solo without the Kevlar. So Lonely 5 walking away with 4 here. You know, back once upon a time, Jordan, in the old version of Inferno, which is, you know, much more sort of down our years, you would call this a good half.
Yeah, this would be a stellar half. I mean, shaping up to be quite a stellar half, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, though, you know, matchup like this where it kind of just seems like teams can pull rounds out of the hat. I don't know that, like, you know, even if this were to go 11-4, we'd say, oh, Nutty have done a great job on their CT half. I mean, yeah, we would. They have. But does that necessarily translate into anything meaningful heading into the second half when Lonely 5 starts to put together that as well? It just doesn't seem to be that level of consistency from these teams half to half.
Reset, recoup, recover. It's a time to do it now. Because realistically, look, you know, Nutty Gaming lose this round. Should be Lonely 5 finding 6, which is definitely not a prospect you wanted to sort of be looking at, right? You know, 9-1, to have it end up being here is certainly a really scary position to find yourself in after having such a strong start.
Yeah, 100%.
Into the apartments. Happy with that for now. This time Nutty playing a much more passive route to on the end of the balcony. So I do like that angle as the utility does start to head in. Motorway smoked, Archers smoked. Into the brackets now. Sharp, will he fire a couple of warning shots? Probably not. Velocity in position. Needs to help his teammate though in Mega. Velocity gets one, but he has now found himself in a lonely position. Calamari looking for the fight. Oh my god, Jordan, it's bloody happening.
It is indeed. Nutty Gaming, they have to think about the save here now. It's 4-on-3. You don't have money to buy next round. Last round of the half, you've got to take these 3 guns through. But they're not going to be able to do so easily because Terry is here and he'll line up a couple. That is huge for Lonely 5. I mean, surely you've got to be sending a couple of these guys on the hunt. They don't all need to be watching this.
Nope.
Yeah, there we go.
They know exactly where he is. I'll run for it now. Nexar's just looking for more stats, to be honest. Comes back for his, you know, bi-monthly, tri-monthly Counter-Strike match. And there we go. That's the job done. Still alive, but he will go down in the end. And yeah, money is busted. Super could buy... Yeah, nah, just go for the rifle. Maybe some MP9s, maybe something aggressive. But whatever has happened, it's just completely sort of lapsed on the side of Nutty. had no real answers at all for Lonely 5. But I feel like it's just, yeah, Lonely 5 just worked out exactly what they were doing, and they've adjusted. They haven't really done anything crazy. Hasn't looked like they've been, you know, making any wild decisions. They've just changed up the pace, and there we go. Straight down mid. Nexar's been punished for it. Velocity, at least will follow. Guess the main factor is here. Super still top Nana with, of course, the AWP. But, yeah, it's a weakened Nutty. Not real much to work with. And there we go.
Well, back to a 4-on-4. Shah, he's only got a scout. If he had an AWP here, I might say I back him, but I think a scout probably just a little bit too little in a scenario like this. And you've got Callum Murray watching for that flank from Velocity, which is a nice pickup. He's going to drop to Shah, though. So that scout proving to be pretty useful. 5-7 on the retake here for Mega. Do have a flash or two to work with, and Shah having been pushed away by the Molotov, maybe there is still some hope for Nutty Gaming if Mega can get something done. But charges into the bomb site, loses his life, and so too will Super and Shah. So that's 6 for Lonely 5, and I'd say 6 is pretty good.
Yep. Callum Murray, quick step up. Maybe just closing the door. It's getting late. Understandable. Oh, but Jesus, like, we shouldn't be here, Jordan. You know, we shouldn't be in this half after the strong start that Nutty had. And I mean, look, I'm not disappointed, right? Because Lonely 5 have definitely picked up the pace, and you never want to see a one-sided affair where it looks like it's just all disrespect, because that was the way Nutty Gaming were playing. They were playing very disrespectful Counter-Strike, all up in the grill of Lonely 5. You could see by Nexar being on their flank 6 of those rounds. Very quickly, I might add. So this is their opportunity to make sure they find this pistol, because look, if Lonely 5 find it, man, you know, I might be kind of turning my tide on how we're going to be looking to see this series close out.
Nice progression so far from Nutty Gaming in the pistol. Haven't made any noise, haven't had to use any util. They've got themselves up carps. Almost out brackets as well. The flash is going to allow the bomb out there. They're going to work through dig side. I'm liking the way this is coming together for Nutty Gaming. Double stack in pit. As of yet, Olive has not been checked, and he will actually be able to be the sneaky assassin that finds a double. Takes a challenge onto Shah as well, and there was a chance for a triple, but end of the day, decent enough entry into the A bomb site for Nutty.
Here in the footsteps now of that pace picked up in towards Diggity here. Callum Murray leading the charge. I've got to clear out this pit position though. Shah still very healthy, still locked in. On towards the site. Callum finds Super. Mega very, very low here. It's going to be on to Shah, the last man standing, but Terry will find him. And my, oh my, Lonely 5 have found the round on the pistol. 2 alive. And they will be dragging it forward with 7 here, Jordan. And they should very well be finding 8 unless we do see the Galil force buy from Nutty, which I definitely think is on the cards on a map like this.
There is a force coming through from Nutty. Couple of AKs, a scout for Shah. He has liked to fall back onto that. Okay. Deagle or 2 there for Mega and Velocity as well. So leaves a little bit to be desired, but definitely workable. I'm interested to see what these MP9s can do for Lonely 5. They'll be the ones that have the punching power through against the lack of armor.
Patience. Allowing Nutty that control in towards the brackets. Find the positioning. It's a great flash, but Olive tucked in the cubby. Does find it. Tom's there for the trade as well, and it's just a meat grinder. Well, MP9, Brat getting the job done, and Shah, my friend, you are gone. Same with Velocity. Wasn't enough in that to really sort of make a true fight here. Only 5. Is this all consecutive rounds too? Not quite. Is it 7 in a row or 8 in a row? Can we get a scoreboard, please, Fraser or Toby? I need a have a little check ski if it does get an opportunity. But yeah, it has just been all power from Lonely Five. Like opening picks, great trades, great crossfires, and Nutty have just really had no answers. And unfortunately now they're back onto a full eco.
Doesn't look like they're going to get too much out of this one, but they are going to go for that waterfall out of carpets once again. Olive was watching, but he's eliminated pretty quickly. Banana has to turn around with that MP9, and he is quite quick on the draw. Yeah, that's not too bad for Lonely 5. Losing only the one gun, and in theory it should be only the MP9, so all's well that ends well. Now we're 9 apiece, and Lonely 5 are putting together some rounds on that CT side. Like I said, this is a matchup on at least this map that looks like it's very CT-sided.
8 consecutive, Jordan. That's nuts. They got that one round early, where it was their first buy round, actually. And it has just been pain, really, for Nutty Gaming ever since. So, gonna have to hope for something different. Obviously in their position with the full buy. I mean, Banana with the MP9 tries to take a fight, but here we go. Flash in. Terry does find one, so at least it's a good response. And now both members will choose to shoot their way back.
4 on 4. Who does that favor? Generally speaking, you'd say it would be the T side. Just opens up the map a little bit. It kind of forces Lonely 5 to, you know, leave that B bomb site isolated a little. Terry's going to have to hold it on his own. Callum Murray started to float his way back across toward the A site. Ooh, Tom. Oh, Tom. That feels like a missed opportunity. And now Olive, close range, doesn't hit the shot with the AWP. Now it's on to Callum Murray. Bit of damage has been done, though. He has got sharp. 3 on 2 for the retake, but is this save territory for Lonely 5? Their money definitely looks good enough to service a buy if they save 2 guns.
Yeah, no molly either. No point. Get out, take it to the next round. So they're not going to let Lonely 5 get 10. It's not going to be double digits. Nutty have got an answer. And it was in the form of Super's 2K. And they'll be able to live on with 3 more. You know, this is the opportunity for them to at least stack up a decent economy position. Lonely 5, obviously, with another fight into the next round. Definitely not reset territory. So, still anyone's game, man. The entire series, anyone's game. Not once, except for the very start. And then, obviously, the start of this map. But all the way back and forth, just questionable in who we sort of think is going to be pushing this one forward.
It's not enough to break the CT economy, though, so still a little bit more work to be done here for Nutty Gaming. Do have just a singular AWP still coming out here for Lonely 5. Callum Murray. Oh, he spotted a few, and he does get just the 1 kill. Terry not able to find the trade, and actually kind of lucky to walk away with his own life. There's a barrage of utility to follow him into sandbags. But he's going to opt to stay. Pushes his way forward. Oh, gets 1, and Tom, good for the trade on the second as well. That is nice teamwork from Lonely 5.
Still the advantage going their way. Obviously, after losing 1 early. Lots of work for Old Nexar to do. It's been so great in this series. So is Super. We'll actually have to check the stats for Super afterwards. Just how many big moments he has had. But Tom, tucked in. Dark corner. They're still yet to really make a decision. Smoke will go down CT, so they will be able to cross and kind of find their way in. But I think Tom's just pretty much going to have to sit back and wait for them to try clear this line. Super spots him, does get found. He does some good damage, but is that going to be enough to let them in on the 2-on-2?
Okay. Lonely 5, what have you got for us? Molly into the back of sight. And now they know. Now they know that they can only be in one spot, and that is cleared comfortably. The timing, nice for Lonely 5 as well. Straight on the defuse is Olive, and they've got the job done.
I'm actually interested to see kind of why that peak came out from Dark, to be honest. Like, if he maybe waited a little bit longer, potentially could have given it to them. Interesting to see that the map predictor is still actually saying that it's a potential win chance on the way of Nutty, 63%. It's tied up, back and forth. You know, It's just crazy to see.
Definitely a little bit too close to call. Particularly when one swing round could make a massive difference. Only 5 have not gotten in control of their CT economy just yet. Callum Murray has done a good job, though, of clearing out the banana.
It's a good pick from Blade. Old Netza. The man. The name of the knife. It's going to be another long con for a hold, though. 3 members here for Lonely 5. Right on the corner of this smoke. Looking to fight for it. Mega, obviously only with the pistol. But it is traded. Tom does also get one as well. So they bring it back to that 3 versus 3. But now they are absolutely diving straight in towards the B position through CT. But there is that one lurking member in Velocity. What's he looking for? He's trying to see if there will be a rotate that will be caught. He does find it. Terry blinded up. But do they make the call now? They've actually, Velocity, he's picked up both. Now they can rotate back. What a back and forth set of events.
Well, Terry's not going to be able to win the round anymore. This is going to be a punishing blow to the CT economy as well.
Just time to think for Terry now. You know, Nutty not really able to hunt, not really able to fight. Making sure they take these weapons into the next round. Again, just continues to be that back and forth. No clear leaders, no clear front runners. Lots to think about for both these teams in this position. As he sort of mentioned, I think, right, you know, we're getting late, getting tired for a lot of these players, especially anyone over in New Zealand. 2 a.m. now it's hitting. Only 9 for me, but halfway between midnight. So big night of Counter-Strike it has been, Jordan. You know, electric sort of start from 1620 Kings. Unfortunately, felling some crowd favorites in the form of the Bandits. And as for this matchup, both teams kind of deserving and undeserving at the same time of a victory.
Terry tries to make the difference with that M4 that he saved through, but a 1-for-1 is not going to really be enough. Nexa has completely opened up the B bomb site. Nutty Gaming. They may have just put their nose in front, just a touch, off the back of that last round. 12-10. Definitely still salvageable for Lonely 5. But Nutty Gaming are definitely in front now.
Yeah. Pulling it forward. Probably not going to see an AWP, maybe a glass cannon. But regardless, it's just not the kind of solid buy that they really would be hoping for to be in this position. And again, it's just about Nutty making sure that as many members stay alive as possible. Tom and Olaf go for the swing. But it looks like it will be Nutty walking away with 4, which again is exactly what they needed. Banana though. Oh, that is very unfortunate. The old reversing player model with the USP can be very hard to hit the back of the neck. So 12 rounds. Here's that buy we spoke about. No AWP in sight at all. Not enough money at all. So it is still a bit of a rough buy. M4s, some utility. No kits, no helmets. And just all that fury for Nutty. Still plenty to work with. Mega 7.4k. So it's got to be that pace change up potentially for Lonely 5. They've sent their way towards B early, but there is no real look to kind of try for this fight. Calamari, though, does get at least something going forward. Nexar does fall, surprisingly.
Well,
Terry did well with the flash.
There's one thing to be said about Nexar. It's that he's not going to shy away from a fight. Velocity does get that trade as the smoke fades. So still within workable territory for Nutty Gaming now. And Util's pretty poor on the side of Lonely 5. So the later this game goes, later this round rather goes, the more effective Nutty Gaming may find their executes onto the sites.
Still very indecisive. Bomb will be now recovered at least. Sight set over towards the location of B. Has been a fan favorite so far for Nutty. Banana though, making quick work of that pesky sort of lurk here. So yeah, the
Velocity
defensive positions are good. He does. Not going to use it though.
Could have been pretty useful in that situation. Now at least they know where Terry is, but Mega's going to chance the bomb plant, and Terry's killed Shah, so I think the round might be over. Tom swings to help him out, and Lonely 5 go up to 11. It is, once again, going to continue to stay tight.
Well, it's just, again, like, exactly as you alluded to, right? You know, walking dry into a site with utility in hand and not clearing out the angles, just kind of going for it one by one by one. That's not what's going to win you rounds here. Nutty really sort of struggling. They have to invest again. Yeah, it's just still similar thing to the previous map. No clear front runner.
Rush over the top here from Nexar. Once again, he's up to his usual tricks, just trying to be aggressive and force the issue.
Up close and personal. Banana will get the smoke down. Whether or not they actually want to swing through it, though. Does have some support from the archers. Velocity, very bold, very brave, but it pays off. Getting that early control of brackets, forcing Tom back to the site. Does have another team member, and that is going to be Olaf, who does manage to make quick work of Super.
Nexa's walking out onto B as well, but he's just walked into Terry, who's holding patiently. And so that's another number that'll go back over to favor the CT side.
Good utility usage, though. That's that team dynamic. Calamari and Olaf, beautiful stuff, because Nutty really have just sort of burnt a whole lot of time here. Olaf is in a perfect position along the line with Tom. No, Shah! How's he missed that shot? Pixel in the end. Olaf up close and personal. Velocity does get another, but it's 13 seconds. Out to the cubby. Calamari. Velocity would be on for the ace here.
This would be
Calamari,
huge.
he needs to wait. Just needs to wait for his team. That's all he's got to do.
Velocity takes the aggressive line. Calamari spots him out. They're still trying to take that fight, and eventually Lonely 5 will regroup and gain their forces. It's 12 apiece.
Money, decent. Nutty, probably not so great. It's going to be a bit of a broken position. Maybe some pistols. That's really all she wrote at this point in time. You wouldn't want to be forcing too hard into this one, I don't think. You know, no real chance of hard resetting that economy for Lonely 5 just yet. They'd still have pistols. Olaf, obviously, with the big green, still in hand. So it's just going to be Mega, Hero, AK, very, very quick up Banana here. Calamari, one. Not quite a second. It's a jumping blind shot from Super. Terry is in position. Does get one more as well, but it's Mega with that Hero AK to get jobs done. Sharp now looking for the plan.
This is not the one you want to be losing if you're Lonely 5. Oh, this is such a critical round. Shah just gets back into the back side as well. And now Tom, he's got a bit of a precarious situation ahead of him. Luckily for Banana. Luckily for Lonely 5, rather. Banana has won that duel. Nexus still putting in damage, putting in work. Tech 9. Oh, it's called Rec 9 for a reason. And this might just be the round. We see it rearing its ugly head. Shah boosts it up on the boxes. Will win a huge one for Nutty Gaming. And that is not good at all for Lonely 5. Their money is cooked.
And they are still smiling through all of this, which I absolutely love to see. They've had a great run. It's been a very entertaining day at the very least, I guess you could say. Both series so insanely different. You know, both these teams could, I think, benefit quite a fair bit from some demo review of this series in particular to see where, you know, they've kind of left some holes open. But, you know, Nutty, again, playing with a sub. Lonely 5 have their full roster. But then again, Nexar is kind of, you know, one of the reasons why Nutty are even winning this map. Probably, you know, the sole reason on the CT side, given all his control that he found in Banana. Now they walk into the apartments. Not, you know, going to meet up with too much. 3 pistols, of course. No Kevlar. This should be an easy round. Velocity straight out and in. Banana, though, has found one, made quick work of it. But it's the only member on A. So they should be good. Ready to get done. 14th round should be here for Nutty Gaming.
You'd think so. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe Lonely 5 can sort of give this one a crack in searching for some guns. If they get an AK or an M4 or, you know, an AWP out of something out of this, that'd be really nice to help their buyout next round. They don't have a lot to lose, so I think it's probably worth giving a try.
Oh, nasty shot. So at least something in the round to be happy with. Super got the AWP. And that is great from Tom. Unfortunately, he does get traded out very quickly. Mega still has the AWP in hand. So, you know, it's something. Consolation prize, if anything, but only needing 2 more now. Only 5. They've got that investment. And, yeah, look, it's a little bit rough. MP9 will be dropped over to Callum Murray, so they are going to have kind of what they need. But, look, again, as I say, as we have said, Jordan, many times during this series, this should be Nutty Gaming's series win if they are successful in this one. Lonely 5, if they do find it, I mean, they've still got a very heavy uphill battle, but at least it should be some breathing room to work with.
How many times do you have to say should, though, for it to actually happen?
Tonight's flashcard word.
Yep, very much so. Tense times indeed for Lonely 5. They've got the right amount of numbers over toward B if that hit comes in, but bomb's been left at T spawn, so I don't think that Nutty Gaming is going to commit to this one just yet. Mega looks like he's headed in that direction, though.
Creeping. Super does get taken down. So they are going to be walking into this 3-man stack. Oh, don't know how to feel about it. Is this a boost or a run boost or just a little flash in? I do like the position from Terry, playing anti-flash, so he is going to be ready for it, but up on the boost, he does get taken down. Olaf, though, finding 3, not quite the 4th. Shah now into a 1 versus 2. Both members are going to be walking through CT together, hand in hand. They hop, skip, and jump through the speedway.
What can Shah provide? He's been really good with the AWP in that series. Easy shot onto Tom. I think he might have spotted the shoulder of Banana as well as that smoke faded, and Shah has got it done. Another one for Nutty. 15-12 on the board. And surely now this is their series.
Surely, surely, surely. Makes it happen, makes it work. 15 rounds now. Yeah, huge 1v3 from Shah. You know, very well done. Dying sort of straights there in that position. because look at the investment that they've had to make again. But look, realistically, what they're heading up against is much weaker than theirs. They've got the 4 AKs, they've got the AWP, obviously, of Sharp. Some money in the back pocket to kind of fall back on into the next. It's, once again, that stack of 3 towards B. But, you know, Lonely 5 haven't really been too keen to fight Nana at all. Like, not really one round. I don't think I've seen it happen. It's just that late sort of flash in. But I'm going to eat my words because it's paying off for them. Calamari does get the opening onto Nexar, who has been the hard carry.
You really want to get it done the easy way, don't you, if you're Nutty?
Yeah.
Just based on the way this series has gone. Don't leave this one to chance. Olive with that Famous is threatening. Mega does just win the duel, but he's on 21 HP, and you've still got another player to deal with. Tom has charged on through that smoke. He's gone down. He hasn't got it done, and now Lonely 5. They are staring down the barrel of defeat. Terry and Callum Murray, they would have to pull off something unbelievable to win from here.
Do they have it in them? Flashes over the top. They do have the molly in the hands of Terry. He is going to be sending that up over towards the side as a maybe. Terry gets one, but he is going to be taken down. And Jordan, we have got to clear up. We have got a finale here, and it is in the form of Nutty dragging their way through. Big smile from Nexar, who almost pulled away with 30. But yeah, Lonely 5, I don't think they're going to be happy with that one at all. What a way to go out. Like, throughout the entirety of that series, it was just so hard to work out what the hell was going to happen.
Yeah, they fought hard for it, didn't they? But in the end, Lonely 5 just not able to get it done. And I think for me, you know, obviously part of me is very, very happy for Nutty Gaming. I think that's a really solid win from them. You know, I've been watching a lot of their games over the last month or two, and I've been seeing a slow, gradual improvement. And I think that is another one that really makes me impressed. But on the other side of the coin for Lonely 5, yeah, very, very disappointing indeed, and something I guess we'll be talking about in a couple of other leagues as well, as they are now eliminated from LPL Pro. Either way, let's have a look at the bracket here and see how things have shaped up after tonight's games. We did say goodbye to Lonely 5 and Bandits, the two teams getting knocked out in the first round of this double elim bracket. Obviously, that's going to put Nutty and 1620 Kings further through in the lower bracket with another couple of games yet to go. And we do have to wait and see who they're going to be playing against. Obviously, upside of the bracket is looking quite stacked indeed.
Yeah, those are some good-looking games as well. You know, that Vertex versus DGG one, it's kind of a matchup that we've been focused on a little bit, right? You know, DGG have put some pressure on them in some other competitions, right? But DGG still need a little bit more time. You know, they've got Ketubor as their coach that is really kind of, you know, ramping them forward. I think there's been a lot of demo review, as we heard from Mizzy recently. But look, you know, they're a fantastic team. So is Vertex, who's probably the favorite. And then that second one even as well, you know, X8 Ballers versus Anti-Esports. I think certainly a pretty good matchup there as well. But regardless, you know, it's the upper bracket games. Those are the important ones. But it's unfortunate that we do obviously have to say goodbye to some teams today in obviously the form of Lonely 5 and Bandits.
Indeed, indeed. And I do want to give a quick shout out to Orcon as well here just before we do go. You can sign up on an 18-month plan when yourself a Razer gaming package worth $1,022. Hit up !Orcon in the chat if you are interested in learning a little bit more about that one. Should be just for the New Zealanders around. You know, obviously not something that we have here over in AU, Conky. But either way, I tell you what, we've got some pretty interesting games of Counter-Strike coming up tomorrow. So I think that's what I'm really looking forward to.
Yeah, absolutely. Huge games tomorrow. Unfortunately, I won't be with yous, but, you know, look, we'll be back around next week because, look, we're moving into the tail end of the competition now, and it's getting super exciting. Who's going to be walking away with that cash?
That's a big question mark, isn't it? Well, I hope you do feel a little bit better tomorrow because I know you're coming down with something. So hopefully we'll get to see you in the chat regardless. That is the end of the day today. Thank you very much for joining me, Conky. Thank you guys for watching, and do stay tuned because we'll be back tomorrow with our upper bracket matches.